Good morning, one and all, and once again, a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live, your home of ball-by-ball live coverage of every non-televised Notts home game throughout the campaign. Now, today sees day 3 action here at Trent Bridge of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture against Leicestershire at the halfway stage, moving day on day 3. But if you've been with us for the first 2 days, you will notice that the game has moved along at quite a pace already. Leicestershire will start the day on 20 for no loss in their second innings. They currently trail by 479 runs. That's after, on day 2, not spent most of the day out there in the middle. But that's enough of me talking about day 2. Let's show you what happened, and we'll do that with the day 2 highlights.
Notts close on win after setting Foxes 499. The opening day at Trent Bridge was remarkable, Leicestershire restricting Nottinghamshire to 201 all out, but then fell apart at the seams. Bowled out for 93, 50 of which had been added by Sam Evans, top scorer by a distance. Notts' second innings underway, their lead up to 123 at the start of the second day, and Nottinghamshire were steady at the resumption. With their lead already 3 figures, the pressure on Hamid and Slater was reduced, and they thrived under those circumstances, quickly batting their way past 50 as a pair, and coping well with the disruptions brought about by less than ideal conditions. They'd put on 87 for the first wicket when Slater flicked the catch back to Ed Barnes, the opener, out for 39. But Hamid remained, and with Montgomery now alongside him, he started to march towards a 50. He chalked that up with a single worked down to fine leg off Finnan. 80 balls needed for the half-century, his side now on the cusp of 3 figures. It was Montgomery who took them to the 100, a little push off the legs enough. Finnan's overstep added a couple more to the total. And when they headed off for lunch, Notts' lead was now 220. Leicestershire with plenty of hard work ahead. Hamid had moved to 60 when he fell after lunch, put behind off Finnan. Notts now 236 in front. Clark joined Montgomery at the crease, and the pair continued to take the attack to the Foxes' bowlers. They swept past 150 with a single off Chris Wright. The lead was now heading towards 300. The 50 partnership was scored at a runner ball. Clark, the aggressor, the man to bring it up with a single off Parkinson. The Notts number 4 was asserting himself, attacking batting, seeing him surge his way into the 40s and take the lead beyond 300. And then he went up to his 50 from just 45 balls when he cracked Parkinson through the leg side for 4. The shot took Notts to 200 in the process. Montgomery brought up the 100-run partnership with 4 off Finnan. The shot moved him past his first innings score and to 6 away from a half-century. But he'd fall to the next ball. A simple chance popped straight up and taken by Finnan. Clark fell for 67 from 72, caught behind off the bowling of Callum Parkinson. Mullany and James plundered 20 runs off Finnan's next over, a wayward one from the new signing. But from there, they were kept pretty quiet, and the captain would depart shortly after his side had opened up a 400-run lead, outcaught by Ackerman off Kimber for 24. Moores joined James for what remained of the session, the pair heading in with the score 296 for 5, the lead now up to 404. The pressure was off the hosts, their lead already almost a winning one, and Lyndon James took advantage, up to 50 off 69 when he turned Parkinson through square leg for 4. James would fall on 61 though, strangled down the leg side by Roman Walker. Moores and Patterson White ploughed on, both men aggressively batting their way towards an inevitable declaration, with 4s and 6s crunched all around Trent Bridge. When Moores fell for 28, caught by Ackerman off the bowling of Barnes, Mullany spared his frontline seamers, declaring with a lead of 498. It had been just what Notts had wanted. A quick and assertive innings had seen them put 390 on the board in 82.3 overs. The target for Leicestershire, a supremely intimidating one, and contributions right the way through the order. The start of their innings was kind to Leicestershire though, who showed little intent to put anything at all on the board. 20 runs added with 2 boundaries, both of them scored by Evans, and the day brought to an end with the Foxes 478 behind. They've got a long day, or perhaps even 2 ahead. Defeat though looks the most likely outcome for the Foxes, but they'll battle all the way. Notts' grip on the match is vice-like, and their grasp on a return to Division 1 is heading that way too.
Okay, so that was the main action from yesterday on day two. A day two where the Notts batsmen really were there for most of the day. And one of those batters that was there for quite a bit of time was Joe Clarke. Top score with 67, Joe Clarke yesterday. But what did he think of the first 2 days' action here at Trent Bridge and his return to red ball cricket after being in the 100? Well, the Trent Bridge media team caught up with him last night. Here's what he had to say.
Joe, well played. It's been a game that's moved pretty quickly in the last couple of days. What's your assessment of where it is at the end of day two?
To be honest, I didn't think that we'd be declaring on day two after our day yesterday, but saying that, I didn't think there was going to be 20 wickets on day one. Obviously, we've seen this year at Trent Bridge, most sides have wanted to bowl first, and the wickets have tend to be favourable to the seamers day 1 and 2. But obviously I think yesterday the conditions sort of morning and early afternoon, sun was shining, and we actually weren't too bothered about losing the toss and getting stuck in. But obviously we weren't happy to have only got just over 200. But yeah, I mean, to then obviously bowl a side out for 90, you're always going to be on top of the game, and yeah, we've had a good day today, and yeah, I think we're in a really good position.
A pretty brisk 50 from yourself today. How have you found the pitch out there?
I found it quite tough first day. I think when I went in, it was I feel like it was a big moment in the game. Sort of try and form a partnership with Monty and try and just keep them quiet for a period, and felt like we did that. We put on 50, and I think we'd both be disappointed that we didn't go on and get a more significant score each and build that partnership. But I mean, yeah, I guess when we bowled on it, and to bowl them out for 90 is obviously an unbelievable effort from our bowlers, and then to have got the runs we have this morning and to have set the game up to set them 490, 500. It's obviously a tough ask for them, and we'll be looking to create 10 chances tomorrow.
Did the manner in which you got them out yesterday for 90 odd help you as you went out there today, give you a bit more freedom maybe?
I don't think so. I think this game can change very quickly. We obviously, with 20 wickets fallen on the first day, we obviously knew that there was balls in that wicket. But I think the way that even Slats and Haas started last night, that initial first couple of overs, and then the way they played this morning really sort of set the game up for them. The lads coming in after that to not play freely, but played confidently that we've got a decent lead on that wicket. So yeah, we're really happy that we've got that lead, and as I said, we'll be hopefully 10 chances tomorrow.
Yeah, 10 wickets, 2 days potentially to take them in. What is the approach? Is it all about patience and waiting for it to come?
Yeah, I think our bowling attack all summer has been relentless with our lines and lengths, and found ways of taking 20 wickets in the majority of our games. So there's still enough in that wicket. Hopefully we get some conditions tomorrow that will potentially make the ball move a little bit more. But I'm backing our 3 big lads and Liam, Patterson, White and Mulaney to hopefully do the job.
And after 5-6 weeks away, what's it like to be back in the fold in the home dressing room?
Yeah, it's good. It's always it's a weird period being away for a few weeks. But I guess after doing it last year, you sort of get used to it. But yeah, I think you realise that things don't change, and we've got a really good atmosphere and culture in our dressing room. So it's it's not taking long at all for everyone to fit back in and get ready. We're playing for something which is nice. So there's a trophy that potentially to be won. So everyone was very excited to get back in and get stuck in for Notts.
So that was Joe Clark talking after day 2's action last night. Now the bell has just rang. That means that we are minutes away from the start of play at 10:30. Now, along with this fixture, there are 2 other fixtures in Division 2 currently taking place, and they're also at the halfway stage of their fixtures. And you will see on the screen there that Glamorgan are currently facing Worcestershire, and also you've got Derbyshire against Durham. Now, Glamorgan currently 3rd in the table, and they will be playing Middlesex next week. So it's a big game coming up for those 2 in relation to the table. Obviously, Notts currently on top of Division 2, but you will notice as well that it's a 30-point gap lead coming into this fixture. Notts will play Worcester next week, and then obviously there's a week's rest. There's a week rest next week, and then we play Worcestershire, and then obviously Durham at home is the last fixture in Division 2. So really that Glamorgan result against Worcestershire could be an important result going into the final few weeks of the County Championship. Now, one bit of news that you might not have seen, and it was announced very, very shortly ago, was that Notts Outlaws Alex Hales has been included in the England IT20 World Cup squad. And he will be joining up with the squad when they go on the tour of Pakistan very, very shortly. So obviously a very congratulations to Alex from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, and of course the Trent Bridge family. That is really positive news for Alex, and we wish him well for that news and those tournaments coming up. But red ball action here, that's the most important thing right now, and there's a game to be won here at Trent Bridge. So 10 wickets needed over the next 2 days for Notts Outlaws, 479 more runs needed for Leicestershire. So let's hand you over to the commentary team. That is Richard, Dave, and also they've got Grace Ballinger with them as well. So enjoy, all of you.
Well, hello everybody, and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Thank you to Aaron for setting the day up for us nicely. Those of you watching the live stream will have heard him just previewing the day, looking over the highlights of yesterday, and hearing the post-match interview from Nottinghamshire's Joe Clark. Lovely, warm, sunny day. Those of you that are with us via the BBC Sport website and app, listening to us here from Nottingham, I can tell you it really is glorious right now. But again, as with days 1 and 2, the forecast is for a day of mixed sunshine and showers, and they are expecting them to be a little heavy this afternoon. So we'll have to just sort of monitor that. Hope we're as fortunate with the weather as we have been over the first 2 days, when we haven't lost any overs at all. The weather has managed just to skirt around the ground and leave us alone, so let's hope for the same. Leicestershire are at the crease in their second innings. If you've not been paying that closer attention to the first couple of days, we've already seen 30 wickets go down. We are into the last innings run chase, if we can call it that. A nominal target of 499 has been set, Leicestershire, and the openers Sam Evans and Hassan Azad saw the first 13 overs of the innings safely through last night without being separated. 20 without loss is the Leicestershire score. It's really unrealistic to imagine that a victory target of 1 run short of 500 is very much going to figure in the equation. It's just about getting through session by session, and perhaps hope that a little bit of inclement weather can help them through the day. Notts, conversely, will be hoping to bowl Leicestershire out. We're going to get underway. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester will be with us in the fullness of time. Grace Ballinger's alongside as Fletcher gets us, well, he doesn't get us underway. Don't know, did his back foot slip there a little bit? So we can, a little belatedly, I do apologise, Grace, say a very good morning to you. Lovely to have you back with us for whatever it is, 3rd, 4th, 5th time this season. We'll chat as the morning goes on, but lovely to have you back here with us once again. Bit of a false start there from Fletcher. He's bowling to Hassan Azad, who's on 4. Only made 1 in the first innings, and Luke Fletcher got him out then. And here we go. Take 2 as Fletcher bowls and Azad steers it to backward point. Lovely day, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, you said there was a bit of bad weather about, and when I was walking in this morning, there was a little bit of grey cloud, but it seems to have all cleared, as you say. It feels quite warm, doesn't it, up here, actually?
quite nice right now. I did wonder if we might actually get to see you on day 3 after those 20 wickets tumbled on the first day. But Nottinghamshire batting pretty much through the day yesterday and just leaving Leicestershire with this monumental task. 1 run short of 500 is the target when Stephen Mullaney pulled out and declared as Sanazad works it through mid-on. First run of the day. Azad goes to 521 without loss, brings Sam Evans down onto strike. I know you've been following the events from afar, but we're on Sam Evans' watch. He's been on the pitch out there for every minute of the game because he carried his bat in the first innings. He was 50 not out in the first innings, so he's been out there since play started at 10:30 on Monday morning. Bit of a marathon effort for Sam Evans.
Long few days. Yeah, I mean, he'll need to stick around again, won't he, really? Or at least one of the top order.
It would give Nottinghamshire obviously a huge psychological lift to get rid of him, and conversely strike a dagger through the heart of the Foxes' dressing room. Bouncer from Fletcher, ducked underneath by Evans. We last saw you, was it the Sussex game just before the Commonwealth Games and then the 100? You're very much looking forward to it, and just talking off air just before play started this morning, you very much enjoyed the whole experience, but wished you'd played a little bit more. Is that the feel?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was brilliant to be down in London and with the girls, but yeah, would have liked to get a little bit more game time, but still very enjoyable nonetheless.
Leicestershire 21 without loss as Luke Fletcher bowls to Sam Evans, who was squared up a little bit. Just seemed maybe as if Fletcher had taken the pace off the ball a bit, and I know you're looking forward to experiencing Lords pretty much for the first time as a home team player. I guess there's everything that you'd heard about it and probably more lived up to expectations.
Yeah, it was brilliant, really nice. All the staff brilliant. Food was good as well, which is obviously an essential part. And yeah, it was nice to make my debut there as well. Home debut was good.
Leicestershire 21 without losses. Fletcher 3 slips, go down, comes in and bowls down the leg side. We'll have to have a little bit of a look. I think the umpire's already giving an indication that it was off the pad. Yep, leg by 22 without loss. Some breaking news this morning. I was going to say for Nottinghamshire cricket followers, but I guess for all cricket followers, they'll be aware that Johnny Bairstow had to pull out of the World Cup after a leg injury sustained whilst playing golf. Not exactly sure what happened, but the replacement has been named this morning, and it is Alex Hales. Not been involved with the England set-up since 2019, just before the World Cup, but he's back in the squad for the T20 World Cup as Fletcher bowls to Azad, drops it on the leg side, and there's no run, and 2 came from that opening over of the third day. Leicestershire 22 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester. I promise you Richard Ray isn't late for work this morning. He's sat behind us, very much taking it all in. He'll be with us before too long, but eager to get Grace on and make up for lost time, because you've been hard at it the last couple of days netting.
Yeah, had to get back and bowl, get a few overs in, going into 50 over cricket now after obviously bowling a max of 25 balls. So
this is the return of the Rachel Hayo Trophy.
It is indeed, yeah. 3 more games left of the regional competition.
Expectations high for the Lightning?
Yeah, hoping to get a good run. I think we've got 3 winnable fixtures, so...
There's Dane Patterson, there's Grace.
3 slips in for Dane Patterson as he comes in his first ball, and there's an edge, but it drops short of third slip, and it's an encouraging start for Dane Patterson.
Yes, you wouldn't have been aware, I don't think, but that was... should have mentioned it really. That was the first time in this game that Luke Fletcher's actually bowled from the Radcliffe Road end. They've switched him round. All his overs in the first innings, and a few he bowled yesterday in Leicestershire's second innings start were all from the Pavilion end, so he switched back to his favoured end, and Dane Patterson having a go from the Pavilion end.
Patterson in again, and this one just squares him up slightly, and it's flicked round to the deep square fielder, and it is 1 taken.
23 without loss. Guess you've had the opportunity perhaps to get to know some players that you've not really spent much time with before. The women's game, as we know, attracted players from all over the globe to play in the 100.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, different part of the country, so naturally that was more southern dominated. Obviously, I'm from around here, but yeah, it was good, and we had a couple of the Aussie girls in and 2 of the New Zealand girls as well, so that was brilliant. Really good to work with, actually. Pretty good players as well, they were.
Yeah. Patterson round the wicket.
Into Hazard, 3 slips in again, and this one's short on the leg side and just flicked around slightly, but it's stopped at a short square.
Lyndon James just going to stop it, and his feet almost gave way. I'm not sure if it's a little damp out there. And there would have been some fabulous atmospheres, I guess, at Lord's as well, as your games were going on. The crowds inevitably building, and
yeah,
full
definitely.
houses for most of them.
Yeah, it was good to play in front of big crowds, especially the London derby. It was pretty busy, and again short back for length and just brings Hazard onto the back foot. Yeah, no, to be fair, we played good atmosphere here as well at Trent Bridge. It's quite lively. DJ was pretty good here as well, probably one of the better ones, I'd say, because I like to keep a close eye on that. Yeah, no, he was good here.
That's an important part of the whole experience, is it?
I think it is in the 100, yeah. Patterson at the end of his mark, runs in, bowls. And that one is left outside off. Good delivery, came through with some pace, and is that last ball you ever know? One more still to go.
So how does it work for next year? Do you have another draft? Are you on a retainer? Are you all back in the pot? And I guess it's something you want to experience again, if possible.
Yeah, most certainly. I think it's quite open. I think you have conversations with the team you're involved with last year, a few months from now, and then obviously there's opportunity to move if you get offered. But yeah, no, hopefully be involved again. It was obviously very enjoyable.
Any questions for Grace? Pop them through at Grace Ballinger 2, at Brace Cricket, at Foxes Cricket 2022.
It's Patterson in again, and this one just flicked through the leg side, but again stopped smartly by Lyndon James. Leicestershire 23 for none at the end of the over.
Yesterday we had an awful... That's a wrong way to start the sentence, an awful. Anything but awful, but we had a lot of guests pop up and see us, which was an absolute delight. I was going to say an awful lot of guests, but you know what I mean. We had a lot of guests came up. We had quite a bit of correspondence as well late in the day about television programmes and what have you. Does the name Crackerjack mean anything to you? Because there's been a modern version, hasn't? Well, I don't know if you know. Is it?
I can't say I've ever heard of it.
Oh right,
no. Unfortunately.
Right, we won't go there. As Luke Fletcher, and again a bit of a false start as Sam Evans back to where 1 or 2 people were saying it has been a recent reincarnation with, is it Dick and Dom? I don't know.
That wasn't recent.
So you have heard of it?
I've heard of Dick and Dom from when I was about 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
Doing Crackerjack, doing a programme called Crackerjack.
No, they weren't doing Crackerjack.
Okay, there we are. Here's Fletcher bowling. This is pushed into the offside. So you're aware of the works of Dick and Dom?
I am. In the bungalow.
Is that right?
Yeah. That was a long time ago, mind.
Back in the day there was a call it a kids programme, I guess, but a lot of adults I know were drawn into watching it, called Crackerjack, and we had quite a bit of correspondence on that. But I was led to believe they'd done a bit of a reincarnation of it recently. Here's Fletcher over the wicket, bowls into the thigh pad of Sam Evans as it just jagged back a little bit. Lost the sun momentarily, hopefully. We can still see plenty of blue sky, but the sun's obviously got behind some of the crowd up there. Cloud, not crowd, you fool. Cloud up there, trying to do 2 things at once. 23 without loss. Leicestershire really need their top order to come to the party today, just to give them a chance to extend this contest. They'll almost certainly need a bit of help from the weather. So we go through these 2 days, if they can get something out of it, as this one's worked away on the leg side. Ben Slater will do the fielding. Everybody will swap over for the left-handed Azad, who'll be looking for a start. He's on to 5, made just 1 in the first innings, but just a measure of how badly it went on the first day for Leicestershire. They were 33 for 6. I mean, there's not many places you can go really from 33 for 6. Already the signs are that there's a better platform here. 24 without loss. The middle order shielded from the new ball a little bit. We're in the 16th over as Fletcher bowls to Azad. And he nudges it out as far as Patterson White. What stage do you start sticking the pads on? Because you're usually down towards the rats and mice at the bottom, aren't you? 10 or 11.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
At what stage do you start getting your kit ready?
Late. When I'm in next. I just take it all out with me, and then you've got to back your teammates, haven't you?
As late as that.
Yeah.
24 without loss. Azad has 5. Comes Luke Fletcher. Bowls delivery, which is left alone at the last second by Azad. Knew where his off stump was and bailed out. Of course, there's a lot of focus on bat width at the moment. Yesterday, I don't know if you saw, Nick Maddinson of Durham, the Australian international. They checked his bat, found it to be too wide, and took it off him. And Durham potentially facing a little bit of a disciplinary issue over that.
I think that's a good thing. It's a batter's game enough as it is. Ridiculous.
So says the bowler. As Fletcher bowls. Nice looking push by Azad, and he's going to get at least a couple of runs here. Vacant space at mid-off had been left, so Ben Slater has to chase after it and does well. He's quick over the ground, Slater. A couple of runs. Nicely played shot by him. Moves on to 7. It's the end of the over. 26 without loss. Luke Fletcher is 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17 here. And BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Nottingham, bringing you the coverage of this particular contest. Just trying to, there we are, have a bit of a refresh. Should be 7 matches taking place at the moment. 4 in Division 1, 3 in Division 2. I can tell you they're still having a little bit of an issue with the damp weather down at the Aegeus Bowl, because that's the only one, Hampshire Northants, where they're not underway this morning. They're playing in all the others. Here's Grace.
Patterson in again to Evans, and this is good length delivery, just squares up Evans slightly and just defends it back to him.
Anybody looking to follow the Lightning over your remaining fixtures then? Where are you?
We're all over the place. On Friday we're at New Road. Lovely ground. Big fan of New Road. Sunday Chelmsford. I'm a big fan of Chelmsford as well.
Hang on, let's go back to New Road then. So you'll be the away team there.
Indeed, yeah.
Against?
Central Sparks, local rivals.
Yeah.
Obviously my neck of the woods. Patterson in, and this one's slightly outside off back of the length, just punched into the offside to Lyndon James, who does the fielding.
So that's Friday.
Friday away to Central Sparks at New Road. Then we travel down to Essex to play at Chelmsford on Sunday against Sunrisers, and our final game on the 17th is actually at Grace Road.
So that is Saturday the 17th, same
indeed.
day as the Royal London One Day Cup final. So if you're not going to that, folks, want to see some weekend cricket, go and see the Lightning at Grace Road.
It's Patterson in again. This is short ball and mistimed by Evans, but safely into the offside. Just looked a bit early on that one, I think.
Yeah, it was almost the back of the bat. Sometimes you see those that balloon out onto the offside of the right-hander, come off the back of the helmet, and I just wondered for a second if it was that, but I think it was the back of the bat, wasn't it? Went through slightly early. First couple of days, Grace, we've noticed away to our right, we've not been able to avoid it. There's been all sorts of banging and crashing and drilling. You can see the building side away to our right. The cranes are whirring in action.
Passing in again and again, slightly back of the length, and just pushed into the leg side by Evans. He's getting behind it quite nicely there, Evans, except that one mistimed short ball.
He did it in the first innings and obviously carried his bat, which was a terrific feat. He just brought his half century up before the last wicket went down, so he's 62 runs undefeated in the game so far.
Patterson comes in again, and this one outside off and left alone. Wide outside off, actually. Maybe just those 3 slips in, looking to encourage a nick.
And is that it then? After the 17th, that's your season done?
Yeah, done and dusted. Done and dusted. It's been a long one, actually. Obviously, with the women's game getting more and more fiction each year, so slightly a bit more like the men's long season from April to September, but no, enjoyed it.
How many deliveries have you sent down with a red ball between April and September?
0.
Absolutely 0.
It's a shame that.
It is.
Evans in again, and this one a little bit fuller and straighter and just forward. Not Evans bowling to himself, it was Patterson. At the end of the over, Leicestershire 26 for none. Good over.
Are you affiliated to a club side?
I am.
A men's side, in other words?
I am, yeah, down in Sutton Coldfield,
right.
my home club.
But you've not
played
for them at all this year?
If I would have been around in August, then potentially would have. We're in for promotion contention at one point, but I think they lost a few whilst I was away. Sadly, won't be getting promoted this year.
Have you got him a nice London Spirit shirt all signed up and framed for the
They haven't asked for one.
26 without loss. Have you done lots of swapsies? Have you got lots of souvenirs from the tournament? As Fletcher bowls round the wicket, left alone, goes through to Moores.
Got a lot of spirit kit.
A lot of spirit kit. Signed lots of autographs?
Yeah, a few actually, yeah. To be fair, signed quite a lot here. The away sport was really good. Yeah, saw a few.
Are you on one of these cards? They have the trading cards as well, don't they, for the 100?
Signed too late for a card. Gutted. People came up to me and said, can you sign your card? I said I would, but I don't have one.
Oh dear.
Maybe next year, eh?
Maybe next year. Leicestershire 26 without loss. As Fletcher bowls again, he's bowling a nice tight attacking line towards that off stump, and Azad has just got to be extra careful and it just doesn't hold its line and just clip off a bail. We've seen 1 or 2 dismissals in this match. Chris Wright bowling Ben Slater on that first morning with similar sort of delivery that he'd lured the batsman into thinking that it was just going to go over the top and just clipped a bail. Just dropped onto a nice steady line and length this morning, Fletcher, from his favoured Radcliffe Road end. Here he comes again, past umpire Illingworth, and Azad, for the time being at least, content. He's got the measure of Luke Fletcher and happy to leave it on the angle to go through to Moores. The sun's back, which is very, very nice indeed.
It's quite bright actually, shining into here, isn't it? But
it's better than the alternative, Grace, as we always say.
Can't complain. I forgot it was September, to be honest. I didn't bring any sort of jacket or coat with me, so hopefully the sun does stay out.
You forgot your timings as well, didn't you? I know you were here in advance. This goes through to the keeper, but I think that's down to me rather than to you that you're here on time, isn't it?
Maybe partially, yeah. I'm always on time.
What did you put? I'll be there for 10:30 for the 11 o'clock start, Dave. I says, well, you'll have missed half an hour if you couldn't. 26 without loss. Oh, Richard's showing me. Tuchel? Yeah, I know he's a Chelsea manager. I saw an interview this morning, actually, and I thought, crikey, he's really gone at the players. Thomas Tuchel has been sacked, says Rich from the back of the box. This is pushed down the ground by Azad. He's played that very nicely, pushing it very, very straight through the onside. Take a couple of runs, 28 without loss. I think they lost in Croatia last night, didn't they, Chelsea? I'm not going to go on a bit of a football chat, but just the background of that. They lost a Champions League game in Croatia to Dinamo Zagreb last night. And on the news this morning, I saw it had a right old blast at his players. They hadn't done this, and they hadn't done this, and they hadn't done that. Well, the owners, apparently, according to Rich at the back of the box, have said, right, thank you, Mr. Tuchel, down the leg side, and goes through to the keeper. 28 without loss. You're taught football in the past, haven't you? You were blue nose.
Yeah, I am indeed. Yeah, unfortunately.
And for those that aren't acquainted with the Blue Noses, they are
Birmingham City.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
That's St Andrews. What a ground.
It's a golf course.
It's also a university in Scotland, but not the best one. St Andrews and Small Heath I'm talking about.
Just a reminder, if you are listening on the ground, and at lunchtime today stuck for something to do, and I don't want that to sound like as a last alternative, but no, if you're on the ground today, do not miss the latest chat from the Heritage team. It will be in the Derek Randall Suite. It's all about the life of Sir Julian Carn. It's called The Ultimate Outsider. What a man, what a life he led. Go along to the Derek Randall Suite at lunchtime.
Dane Patterson to continue, and this one's wide outside off and left alone. Good diving stop by Tom Moores, but Red Bull cricket wides are not given.
Do you like your cricket history? You know, that's not meant to be as bland as it probably sounds, but you know, are you somebody that sort of look back on the history of the game or the life and careers of those that have gone before you? Or is it the here and now and you can do all that sort of stuff later on in life?
Yeah, maybe don't test me on it. Yeah, definitely to some extent, but probably wouldn't be the most knowledgeable around. As Patterson in again, 3 slips still in place, and this one's short and picked up nicely by Evans, and should run away. If it does not run away for, it's a handy stop down at deep square. Who is that down?
Well, I was just going. I'd seen him just before the ball there. I was just going to actually say at the end of the over. I'm not entirely sure why, but Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, is on the deep square leg boundary. But that's why he was on the deep square leg boundary. It was a brilliant stop.
Yeah,
but you don't very often see the skipper just sort of sent out there, I'll do it. But he did and made a good stop.
Yeah. Well, he's back in extra cover now, isn't he, for left-handed?
Did he have cricket heroes then, or was it all just about getting out and playing with bat and ball?
Patterson in again and just squares as up a little bit. What, me having a cricketing hero growing up?
Male or female?
I don't think I had one, to be honest. People ask me this sometimes. It's obviously like people at my club when I was a kid, things like that.
Inspirations.
Yeah, not massively.
And have you had good guidance along the way, or is it very much self-taught?
No, I've had brilliant coaching. I've been very fortunate. Obviously grew up at Warwickshire, and yeah, they were fantastic, and everyone at Loughborough's been very good. And again, and is there a fine nick on that? No, there's not. I don't even think he was close to it. It seems there was no noise from any of the Notts players, but I've got a thing with that. I do it when I'm bowling as well. I'll be dead that they've nicked it, it'll be out, and there's not even a noise from anyone else.
Have you been involved in a review yet on either aspect?
No,
you know,
I haven't. I think I would have got it straight out if I had an opportunity. I think everything's out when I'm bowling. I'm like Stuart Broad. I would have been keen for it, but unfortunately not. Patterson in again, and back of a length just pushes as a back.
I think I told you before, Jake Baldwin on his Test debut, watched him, and his first wicket I think was Asif Ali of Pakistan, and he got him LBW, up went the finger, and first Test wicket at Lords as well. Everybody round him, mobbed him, great, terrific, important wicket, but you know, the first Test wicket, and then the batsman reviewed it and sort of spoke to him afterwards. There's Dane Patterson.
Bowls and good ball outside off, doesn't miss the off stump by much, but well left. He seems to know where his stumps are. End of the over, Leicester 29 for none.
And I sort of said to Jake, well, did that not, you know, dilute the moment a little bit for you? You know, you're all appealing, the finger's gone up and everybody's mobbing you and all the rest of it, and then you see, oh crikey, we've got to go and go through the whole review process and see it go up on the board and all the rest of it. He said no, because I was able to celebrate twice, because you know it was given out ultimately. So I guess it's nice in that aspect, but it's the other way around. I guess if you've celebrated the wicket and you've worked hard for a wicket, you know, you've set a batter up and then managed to get he or she out with, you know, with what you feel is a bit of skill, and you think you've genuinely got them out, as Fletcher bowls to Evans. Left the bat there a little bit, the ball doesn't brush it on its way through to Moores, but then you find the process sort of takes that wicket off you, and it must be a little bit deflating.
Yeah, I can imagine so.
I hope it doesn't happen to you.
Yeah, I hope not.
And would you have the presence of mind then down at the bottom of the order, giving out LBW if your team's got one left straight away? Do you think you'd have the presence of mind to go, oh, review, or would you troop off?
I should hope so, if I was the last one out. Hopefully I'll be promoted up the order by then.
29 without loss as Fletcher bowls. Goes through to the keeper. They always get bad, dodgy LBWs, don't they, number 11s?
It's the hardest number to bat.
Oh, umpires want to rush off and have a cup of tea, and
Terrible number to bat.
because,
If you get out, then that's it, isn't it?
well, yeah, well, it's the same for everybody, isn't it? If
It's
you get
not
out, that's
really.
it.
Not from a team point of view.
I guess there's the pressure as well. If somebody at the other end's close to a milestone, 48 or 49, or even worse, 98 or 99, or if you're 1 or 2 short of actually winning the game.
Terrible.
As Fletcher bowls, again fairly comfortably left alone by Sam Evans, 29 without loss. And the 20th over of the innings, so this is a huge difference to the first innings, whereby at the end of the 20th over, Leicestershire were 59 for 7. That was on the first day. It's after tea. They were bowled out between tea and the close, having bowled knots out just before tea for 201. Wickets flattened out a little bit. I think the players now very much back in red ball mode as Fletcher bowls pulled away onto the leg side. There's 2 out in the deep. Slater with a comfortable and routine bit of fielding keeps them to 1 with a good throw, and it's 30 without loss. Evans onto 14, Azad onto 9.
I mean, they're looking pretty good, aren't they? The Leicestershire openers. I mean, pretty comfortable. I mean, they know what they got to do, haven't they? And they just need to stick around. But good start. They seem to be leaving the ball well. Not many plays and misses.
Now they got through the 13 overs last night relatively unscathed. Not too many runs on the board. It was all about survival, and they did that nicely. Coming towards the end of the 7th over of the morning as Fletcher bowls to Azad. He's happy to block this one out to Slater. 1 ball left in the 20th. It's not the most dynamic of run rates, but it doesn't have to be. 30 runs in 20 overs. It is all about survival, both individually and collectively for the team. And then if the rains do come and set in, Leicestershire may yet get something at the end of it, but still looks a long way between now and 6 o'clock tomorrow, 5:30 tomorrow, doesn't it, as Fletcher bowls, and Azad let him strike that on the shoulder. Ouch. 30 without loss after 20.
Kind of just left that, didn't he? I don't know if he just slightly misjudged the length. Let's have a look at the replay, but kind of just let it hit him.
Ooh. Sharpen you up, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have bit.
So into the over. Crowd, I would say, perhaps understandably, given that it's a brighter morning than yesterday, is somewhere between the large crowd that we had on Monday and the lesser one that we had yesterday. This is perhaps somewhere betwixt and between. Reasonable number in.
Dane Patterson to continue then. Sam Evans awaits him at the other end. First ball outside off, and good length, but just left alone again by Sam Evans. Seems very happy to do so.
Knocking on the door of 11 o'clock at some time in the next minute or two, so I guess somebody will be screeching in our ears for an update from BBC Radio Nottingham. Rich is doing the same next door now for BBC Radio Leicester, and then he'll slide in and give you his thoughts on an opening half an hour which thus far has seen Leicestershire remain unscathed.
Passing in again, and this one just slightly back of a length and slightly straighter, and punch by Slater to Lyndon James.
You're taking in some First Division cricket next week, you tell me. Warwickshire versus Somerset at Edgbaston. You've done a game there before?
Yeah, I've done quite a lot at Edgbaston. It's not too far from where I was brought up, so go back and see the parents, I reckon.
Nice lunches at Edgbaston.
Yeah. Edgbaston's good, isn't it? Good ground. Still never played there, mind.
It'll happen, Grace. It'll happen for you.
Patterson in again, and Fuller, and this time just driven into the leg side. Another dot ball. He's keeping it tight here, Patterson. Gone for just 6 runs in his 5.5 overs.
Is that where Kirsty was assigned for the 100? Your mate Kirsty Gordon?
My mate Kirsty Gordon, indeed, yeah. She was based down at Edgbaston. Should I say? Yes, down at Edgbaston, that'd be correct, wouldn't it, from here?
Yeah. Down south.
Not sure about that. Patterson in again, and again outside off, and again left alone by Evans. What's your favourite ground, other than here, of course? I'd assume this is your favourite.
Yes, definitely this is my favourite. In terms of visiting, and you know, you ask a question like that, and to answer it, you've got to take in your experiences, the people you'll meet there, the enjoyment from the trip, and all the rest of it. It's normally Hove. Very much enjoy going to Hove. Obviously down on the south coast, very, very nice.
It's passing in again and again, outside off, but this time Evans punches it and it will run away for 4. Good shot, well timed.
And I say normally, this year it was the very first game of the season. It was bitterly cold, and it was my sort of first time out of the house, having had COVID, and I had a barking cough which I couldn't control or get rid of or whatever. So this year's experience tinted it a little bit in terms of the enjoyment I got from it, because normally you'd have a nice few days in the sun down on the south coast, but it was bitterly cold. But it's always a nice ground to go. Lots of lovely, friendly people down there.
Passing again, and this one outside off, and Nick given, and he's played it a wide one outside off. Sam Evans will not be happy with himself there, and that's the first breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. Leicester 34 for 1.
Well, he who will not be removed has been removed. First time he's out in the game. Sam Evans carried his bat in the first innings for 50. This time he's gone for 18, and Dane Patterson it is, who in the first innings brought up his 100th first-class wicket for Nottinghamshire. Now is 101. Evans caught Moore's ball, Patterson 18 at the crease for an hour and a half. Faced 74 balls at 3 fours, 34 for 1 Leicestershire, and well, that's a big wicket for Notts. I guess we're not too far away from the stage where Stephen Mullaney might just have started rotating his bowlers and what have you. You know, he will have wanted some success with the opening duo this morning, and it's come after just half an hour's play.
Yeah, big wicket. That's the one they wanted to get rid of, isn't it, as you say? And do you think he'll point with himself there?
Yeah, he'll be just going back, and as he takes his pads off, thinking, why? Why did I chase that one? Why did I play at that one? Probably been nicely set up by Patterson. Would have felt it was there to drive away through the covers, but nicked it through. Just for a moment, he just wondered. The umpire had to raise his finger, send him on his way. 34 for 1. Just do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second. So here is that update. 9 more wickets needed now by Nottinghamshire, because they've just removed Sam Evans. Evans in the Leicestershire first innings carried his bat for 50 not out. He made his way to 18 this morning and has just gone a ball from Dane Patterson outside the off stump. I think he'll be now feeling, why on earth did I chase after it? But he did, and he's nicked it through to Tom Moores, who took a regulation catch. Leicestershire, remember, have been set a nominal victory target of just short of 500. They're not going to get there. It's just whether they can survive 2 days where we might get a little bit of rain as well. Leicestershire 34 for 1.
Thanks, Dave. You can hear full commentary on the BBC.
So that was the end of the over. Hassan Azad then will take strike from for the new over. Luke Fletcher's going to bowl it, and Richard Race slid in alongside me. Good morning.
Good morning. In goes Fletcher and bowls. Very full and straight to Azad, who blocks it back down the wicket. That was an awful shot from Evans, having hit the previous ball for 4, cracked it away, shown impressive restraint and made a solid start, then gives it away by chasing a wide one. Hugely disappointing way for him to get out, essentially.
Yeah, it will have conflicting effects on both dressing rooms, really, won't it?
Yeah,
so the Notts side will be lifted by getting rid of him, and Leicestershire will
absolutely
ruin it.
In goes Fletcher and bowls to Azad, who is fiddling that one off stump out into the offside. Just looks still a little bit as though he's searching for rhythm or form. Azad, he has played so little cricket in recent weeks. Well, none really. Obviously he's played some second team cricket, but No first-class cricket, of course. But he's been out there for 57 balls now for his 9 runs. And can reasonably claim to have got himself in. Short leg is in, as well as a short backward square. Azad bounced but pulled nicely by Azad through mid-wicket for 4. Got on top of the bounce there, Hassan Azad, and whipped it away. Nice quick hands. He has had a lot of problems with short balls into the body during his relatively short first-class career, certainly over the previous seasons, but he's worked so hard on it, as he knew it was a fault. John Sadler, before he went to become head coach at Northamptonshire, worked really hard with Azad on that particular issue, and he looks like he's dealt with it to a certain extent. Put that one away nicely, moves into double figures onto 13. Fletcher bustles in, bowls to him short again. He goes for the pull, and just as I was saying that, gets the top edge. It flies over the top of the slips and runs down to the fine. In fact, it came off the helmet then, because it bounced up, and he's indicating it came off the helmet. He went for the pull, it went over the top edge, flicked the helmet, which presumably will have to be examined, because Azad has just indicated it flicked the helmet. It only just flicked it, but flick it did. And you would have thought that that would automatically require it to be examined, but
the umpires usually right on top of that, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But it was very much a glancing blow. Richard Illingworth is asking him now, saying, should it be looked at? And he says he seems to be, well, he's obviously fine, and we're going to crack on, which is a good thing. But just having extolled his improvements in dealing with the short ball, he was considerably discomforted by that one. In goes Fletcher and bowls him another one, and that is pulled away for 4. It wasn't quite short enough as far as Fletcher was concerned. The first and the third was just a little bit in the bouncer groove, so to speak, as far as the batter is concerned. He was able to get on top of it. The second one was a higher bouncer, and he still went for the pull and pulled underneath it, and it flicked the helmet. So Fletcher making things happen, asking questions, but as a consequence of those 2 boundaries, Hasib Hamid is leaving the short backward square position and heading for a fairly conventional deep square leg. Short leg is still in though. Fletcher staying around the wicket, bustles in and bowls to Azad, who gets right behind that. Slightly short of a length delivery, straight short of a length delivery, and blocks it back up the pitch to Fletcher. End of the over, an eventful one, 46 for 1. Louis Kimber has yet to face a delivery. Hassan Azad has 17 off 51, and the rivets are going into the steel frame of whatever building is going up there. We heard different things today, didn't we? Or are they not coming? Is the drilling coming from somewhere else?
No. Sorry, Rich. No, I was just looking. Richard Illingworth's just gone up to Hassan Azad, and now
they're looking at the helmet.
I was going to say, now he's waving to presumably the Leicestershire dressing room and saying, "Bring him a fresh helmet out here." And well, perhaps he's suggesting, perhaps you've been a little bit naughty here because you should have changed it straight away. But he is now being made to receive a new helmet and change it over, and sometimes these things take a minute or 2, don't they?
Well, as a cyclist, we're always told if the helmet is hit in any way, you must change it. There might be an internal crack or something like that the structure has been weakened, and you kind of have to change it. And it has been, well, it's been examined, but it hasn't been changed, has it? By the Leicester physio, or the acting Leicester physio.
Don't know. I presume it would have been, surely.
I don't think
he brought one out with him.
So did they swap it? Either way, everybody's happy.
Yep. Did you see we had another bat incident yesterday at Derby? Nick Maddinson of Durham went out there. They checked the size of his bat and took it off him. But
Durham have had that before, haven't they?
No, it was Derbyshire before.
Oh, was it Derby? Okay.
There's Dane Patterson bowling to Louis Kimber. Eases us into the offside, and Liam Patterson-White does the fielding. 46 for 1.
Well, the irony, if that's the right word, of potential points deduction for a bat infringement will not escape those of us who've seen our counties severely punished this season for infringements, plural, and seen the likes of Yorkshire get away pretty much scot-free.
46 for 1. Kimber yet to score, leaves this alone, goes through to the keeper. You'd imagine it's something that, well, every infringement, I guess, is avoidable in one sense or another, but something like a bat, you'd imagine you just need one of the gauges in your dressing room, and maybe, you know, somebody's responsible each morning, either just to, you know, go round the bat, so one of the members of the coaching, the backroom staff, you know, when you come out for your morning net.
You'd have thought so. I'm told the McKiernan one was because he'd put too much tape.
Yeah. There's Patterson, bowls to Kimber. That one just seemed to be homing in on his pads, and Kimber, with no fuss whatsoever, just brings the bat down, plays it calmly up to mid-on, and there's no run. And again, that's a little hard, isn't it? Right, I'll just take a layer of tape off.
Must be fairly close to the limit. Must realise, must have put a lot of tape on to really make an effect.
Yeah.
To have an effect like that, but anyway.
46 for 1. Kimber, right-hander, stands with his bat held aloft, brings it down just to clip this one down to Seabermead, and long leg away to our left in front of the larger of the two screens here. Again, you'll, I'm sure, be able to pick up all the drilling and banging and heaven knows what else away to our right. Umpire Illingworth swapping over from right-hander to left-hander, as they tend to do in the first half of the day, and then they seem to get fed up and don't do it later on.
Looks pretty trim, Richard Illingworth, at the moment to me. Looks like he's been in the gym a bit.
This is the ground, of course, where he took a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket. Was it Phil Simmons he got?
Remember. Short leg. Slater's going in, and he's telling his deep backward square to go wider, wider, go wider, Liam. Two men deep behind square, round the wicket. Bouncer.
The trap is set. Deflected out to Liam Patterson White by Hassan Azad. He saw it, was expecting it, played it nicely. 48 for 1, Azad on to 18. Sam Evans was out for 18, Louis Kimber has 1. And extras again, a hefty contribution. 11 in this innings. We've had more than 50 runs in no balls in this particular match. Kimber back on strike. What have you got?
No, so I was just looking at Azad's scores, first-class scores this season.
He's down at the non-striker's end. Kimber on strike, drives crisply up to Mulaney at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, they moved Louis Kimber up the order. He's played so well in white ball cricket. He's a quick scorer and hard-hitting batsman. I'm not entirely certain he's a number 3, but Azad and Evans have not exactly seen off the new ball, but they've taken a fair bit of the sting out of it. 23 overs have been bowled, and the pitch is now looking very good. A real opportunity for the likes of Azad and Kimber and Ackerman and Rishi Patel. Leicestershire top 5 batters yet to be dismissed, to just rack up a few runs here, get a good innings under their belts, make Nottinghamshire work for their wickets, and that's, I think, why Evans will be so disappointed about the way he got out. Round the wicket goes Fletcher to Azad, who leaves. It's taken by Moores, just slightly falling away to his right, indication away. Wasn't so very far from off stump, but Azad, thus far at any rate, has known exactly where his off stump is.
You sense something's about to happen with this little duel, don't you? Fletcher to Azad. Either he's going to bowl one short and wide and he'll be cut away for 4, or there's going to be a fatal miscalculation from the left-hander.
Fletcher is in, bowls Fuller, and it's drifting towards the legs of Azad. He bunts it rather than clips it out. He's going to have to hurry a little bit there. He's not a great runner, but it wasn't the greatest of throws from Hasib Hamid as he scampered up the ropes there, picked it up and got his throw away. Azad, although a little late in responding to Kimber. Kimber kind of lopes between the wicket, but he lopes very, very quickly, if you know what I mean. is an athlete who doesn't look like he's running particularly quickly. Azad isn't an athlete, and his legs move up and down very, very quickly, but he doesn't go very quickly.
The applause won't won't let you know, but the 50's brought up.
In goes Fletcher and bowls outside off stump. Azad leaves. He's become much fitter and more lithe, and he looks much more like an athlete than he did when he began his first-class career, Hassan, and he's worked very hard on that fitness side of his game, but he just isn't a natural mover, so to speak, in the way that the likes of Louis Kimber is. He has other attributes and virtues, that's for sure.
Fletcher going over the wicket.
Yeah, including huge intelligence, Hassan Azad. Fletcher over, as Dave says, bowls to Azad. Tucks him up a little bit, but Azad goes back and just works it past Ben Slater at short leg out towards Hamid, who comes running in from deep square. Azad picks up one, moves on to 21. 51 for one, Leicestershire. I think know that they're going to have to be patient here, but that is very much one of Fletcher's virtues.
He's been going for more than 3/4 of an hour this morning.
Yeah, this is his 11th over, just bowled how many yesterday? 4, was it? 5. He's just waiting for Slater to go back to deep backward square, then runs in and bowls to Louis Kimber and beats him on the outside edge, but it's a no ball. His second, because he did bowl a no ball yesterday, from which Hassan Azad was caught by Brett Hutton at third slip, and it may prove yet to be an expensive miss. Azad was on 1 at the time, now on 21, but that was a good delivery that straightened a little bit on Kimber. Went past his outside edge, and probably as well it didn't flick it, because that would have been very frustrating for Big Luke, who turns. A little sort of shuffle at the start of his run, then he gets into his stride and bowls a full-ish delivery. No big stride from Kimber, just leans forward into defensive press, pushes the ball back up the wicket, down the on side. Picked up by Dane Patterson. He might get a bit of work today. Mullaney's starting to swing his shoulders around a bit off. I thought Hutton would have been the next seamer, but maybe Mullaney.
Well, it might be a dual change.
Indeed. One ball left in Fletcher's 11th over, runs in and bowls. Kimber is looking to drive, doesn't put his full weight into the shot or anything like it, and Fletcher puts down a meaty left hand, stops the ball without taking it cleanly, it bounces off his hand, and that is the end of the over, the 24th of Leicestershire's second innings. 53 for one is the score. Another 446 runs, theoretically, notionally, their target time is what it's all about at the moment, and a glance up at the skies, which from Leicestershire's point of view are disappointingly clear at the moment. There's plenty of cloud around, but plenty of blue sky as well.
It's a bit of a learning experience driving in this morning. I had the old Zoe Ball breakfast show on. Don't always have it on, but on
Very
a
hip of you.
well, on a what day is it? Wednesday. On a Wednesday
Is
morning.
that radio? Oh, it's Radio 2
Radio
now, is it?
2, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There's Patterson from the pavilion end. Bowls driven nicely through the offside for 4 by Hassan Azad. The statement shot of the morning, if you like, from Hassan Azad, punching this one away, over-pitched by Patterson, and he's just caressed that one to the fence, and Brett Hutton just increases his warm-ups. So suspect one way or another he's going to be bowling, just depends which end before too long. 57 for one. And on a Wednesday morning she has a feature, the QI Elves I think it's called, but it's some of her backroom team with facts and figures. This is pushed into the offside. We all know Steve Wright in the afternoons, his facts and figures or whatever over the years, but there was a couple this morning that I thought I'd try and remember. Since records began in 1970, I think they said, there's only been one day on the planet where a day has lasted exactly for 24 hours. It's all either plus or minus 0.0001 of a second. But the 28th of July 2008 happened to drop on. This one has been ballooned up on the offside. We'll never know, I don't think, if it was a combination of bat or pad or just pad, but it fell safely.
I'll go with leading edge there. Just one or two have stopped a little bit, haven't they, in the pitch?
So a day is never 24 hours old exactly, down to the infinite degree. That was one thing, and the other one was the Arabian camel. Now, is that the bacterian or the dromedary? But anyway, the one-hump camel in Saudi Arabia can go 2 weeks without a drink, but can then consume 150 litres in 20 minutes as this goes through to the keeper, the equivalent of 2 bathfuls of water. There we are. So that's what I learned this morning. 57 for 1. I'm telling you, it was a learning experience on the way in today. You're not impressed with either of those?
I got nothing.
No. 150 litres in one go, but it takes them 20 minutes. And they don't store the water in the hump. That is a fat and protein supply.
Right.
People think, well, some people think it's full of water. They slosh about full of water, but they don't.
That's why you were singing about 5 humps when you came in.
Well, she played a song as well, yeah. Alice the Camel's got 5 humps or something, and it was like 10 green bottles on a wall. It worked down to no humps. As Ad tries to pull this away, bottom edges it onto the leg side out to Patterson White, takes a single, 58 for 1. Alice the Camel has no humps, and that's because she's a horse. Was how it finished. Yesterday, more nonsense if you wish to engage. We're talking about Crackerjack. Crackerjack.
Poor Grace. I mean, she should know about Crackerjack.
I'm told
we're back in the 60s and 70s.
But I'm told not. I'm told not. I'm told there's a recent.
There's a modern version.
There's a modern version with. Okay. Is it Dick and Dom? Who frankly,
that's a long time ago, but for Grace, but it's relatively recent for us.
58 for 1. Kimber's on strike on 1. Patterson bowls, and Kimber doesn't move a muscle of body or bat, but just lets it go through to the keeper. And that's the end of the 25th over. 58 for 1. We're talking about Crackerjack. Yesterday, Andy Meal, and then we got on to obviously 1 or 2 other programmes. People veered off, but Andy said, "Do you remember that 5-minute 5:40 slot just before the news when they had
Magic
5-minute
Roundabout used to
classics such as The Herbs, Hector's
absolutely.
House, Rhubarb and Custard, and of course the inestimable Captain Pugwash."
Sure, Magic Roundabout slot, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, as well.
Captain Pugwash, yes. The Herbs, Parsley, the Lion.
Was it Dylan the Rabbit? I thought
yes, he was in Magic Roundabout, but he was a hippie.
Yeah, he was. Hey, man.
he was stoned most of the time, was Dylan. We just didn't get it as kids. But
no Zebedee, a creature on springs. Time for bed, said Zebedee.
I love Dylan. Florence.
Well, she was a babe.
Yeah, she was a bit sensible, though. Brett Hutton is coming back. Oh, he's on to replace Luke Fletcher at the Radcliffe Road end. Goes round the wicket, bowls very full. Doesn't put his full weight, just bunts it out as Ad. He's got it wide off Patterson White, and he's content to pick up 2. He moves on to 28. Leicestershire 60 for 1. As Ad just beginning to get a few away here. Not entirely convincingly, but getting plenty of bat on it. What were the other... your correspondent mentioned the other programmes.
Rhubarb and Custard, Hector's House.
Bernard Cribbins did Rhubarb and Custard, didn't he? Who's sadly just passed on. Hector's House, I didn't like that very much. It was a
little bit babyish.
In goes Hutton and bowls. Fuller again, a good driver, more weight into it, but a little bit too close to Patterson White as far as Azad was concerned, because Patterson White able to scramble across to his right to make the stop. The Herbs.
I liked all the original Tom and Jerry's before they messed about with that, and
oh, you know, they were all-time classics. They may still be on somewhere.
And then Dastardly and more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They fly. In goes Hutton and bowls, left by
Wacky Races.
Wacky Races. But they had their own programme for a while, didn't they? Dick Dastardly, who's based on Terry Thomas, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello.
What's that? Catch the Pigeon.
That's the one. And the character Terry Thomas played in The Magnificent Men in Their Flying Machines.
Yes.
And
Well,
that was Dick Dastardly. That was where he sprang from.
Ding dong.
Exactly. Exactly. Hello. In goes Hutton and Bowles. Very straight, good line, good length. No great movement though for the right armour as yet. They're persisting with this round the wicket attack to Azad, tucking him up, looking to. There'll be a short ball or two. Square leg is in at a reasonably conventional position now.
No,
it's a deep long leg.
I didn't know this one, but John 88 says, "Morning guys, don't forget the is it Pogles or Poggles?
Poggleswood.
Yeah. No, I didn't do that one.
And he's driven this time. He's overpitched Hutton there, giving it a chance to swing. It isn't really swinging this morning. Again, Azad hasn't timed it perfectly. It's a long chase back for Liam Patterson. Wide, he picks up around about 4 yards inside the ropes. Azad goes through for a third. He was called through. It was insisted on rather by Louis Kimber. Azad was running in theory to the danger end, and Kimber looks a little reproachfully back down the wicket that Azad had actually hesitated. He did, but he made his ground comfortable enough in the end.
Must be after my time, after I was a kid. Steve Crawley says there was Noah and Nelly, and also Sir Prancelot, both on at 5:45 as well, guys. Now I don't remember either of those, Steve.
Over the wicket goes Hutton and Bowles, and Kimber leans forward, pushes it back down the wicket towards Brett Hutton, who fields in his follow-through, then hands the ball to Stephen Mullaney, it being the end of the over. Leicestershire 63 for 1 off 26. Hassan Azad 31 not out. Louis Kimber has a single. Brunty's been in touch. That'll be something. Yeah, the clangers.
Oh yeah,
of course. It was
is it that sort of noise?
It kind
Go on
was,
then.
But it was a bit more sort of
How was it? How was it, Rich?
Trumpety. Mr. Ben.
Yeah,
he
these
used
all
to go
sort
and
of
change
after me.
into
They're more sort of my kids.
And Ivor the engine.
Oh yes.
Ivor. All occupied that slot.
Dane Patterson is going to continue. I can't believe this, Simon, but Simon says, I've no idea about Crackerjack, Dave. Crackerjack, I'm too young, but I do remember the Herbs. Dill the dog.
Yep, there's a dog called Dill.
From Patterson.
He had a great song.
Dill the dog.
He used to charge around like a lunatic. Dill the dog, I'm a dog called Dill.
There was also Tarragon the Dragon on that programme. Yeah. Hoping for a few Crackerjack deliveries today from Notts. Trevor says Willow the Wisp was another 5-minute fill.
Kenneth
Williams did the voice, he said.
He did indeed. In
Thank
fact,
you,
it was his face as well.
Grace has absolutely no idea. Just shaking her head. Shaking her head. There's Patterson into bowl. We'll bring Amazing Grace in, and she can have a bit of a chat to Rich about her favourite TV programmes when Rich comes back, and I'll try and grab a cuppa for the team. 63 for 1. Azad has 31. Kimber has 1. Azad is on strike. Dane Patterson, the 1 wicket to fall this morning. This one's wide of the off stump. Andy Meal says that was a terrible clanger impression, by the way, Mr. Bracegirdle, and he says don't forget Mr. Ben. Do any of these at all ring any bells with you? What were your go-tos as a 5, 6, 7-year-old when you came home from school? Can we have the telly on, Mum, or didn't that happen?
I can't really remember.
No. Don't give me all this nonsense. You were straight out on the cricket field.
I'm not a big TV watcher, really.
No?
I don't really know what I get up to, but
Well,
I don't watch TV.
Okay. Patterson's in. Bowles, nice little push into the offside by Azad. He'll come back for... No, he won't come back for 2. Probably was 2, but didn't. 64 for 1. What, more computer games, that sort of things, or not? Just sit there doing your homework.
I actually don't know. No shows come to mind when I was a kid.
Dan White says morning. In fact, we've got Radio Nottingham with me. I'll come back to that in a second, Dan. Is there a ball issue here? What's yeah. I was saying yesterday we hadn't had a single ball issue. 64 for 1, so here is that radio update. Yeah, it's a real bonus that the sun is shining once again, and we got underway at 10:30. So been playing for an hour this morning. Nottinghamshire, remember, realistically need 10 wickets to win this match and defeat Leicestershire, who've been set a victory target of 499. Well, 1 wicket so far. That was taken by Dane Patterson. Sam Evans, who reached 50 not out in the first innings, this time was dismissed for 18. A catch behind the wicket by Tom Moores. Evans chasing after a wideish delivery when the score was 34. Stephen Mullaney just starting to rotate his bowlers. Brett Hutton's come on in place of Luke Fletcher. Dane Patterson still going at the other end though. Leicestershire 64 for 1.
Thank you for that, Dave. But of course you can get ball.
So 1 ball left in this over. I'll get out of the way and let Rich join Grace. But Dan says, morning Dave, I'm from the Stu Francis generation of Crackerjack. I could crush a grape, he says. Other notable programmes around that time: Run Around with Mike Reed as Patterson bowls and Kimber defends. It's 64 for 1. The Adventure Game and Joss's Giants with the great Sid Waddell. And don't forget John Craven's News Round. There we are. That's it from me. At Brace Cricket, at Grace Ballinger 2, at Foxers Cricket 2022. If you want to get in touch about absolutely anything, there'll be more from Grace, and she'll be joined by Richard Ray.
And it looks like it will be Brett Hutton to continue. Just the 2 slips in place, fine leg, square leg, both on the boundary. Relatively regulation field in play otherwise, as Hutton stands at the end of his mark. Comes in to bowl to Azad, and it's straight, it's kind of slow, and it just brings him forward into a defensive shot. Morning.
Good morning. Pleased to meet you. So I've only previously worked with Kirsty Gordon. We don't tend to get many third voices sent to us at Leicestershire at the Upton Steel County Ground, so hopefully we'll see you there before too long. Are you playing there soon?
Hutton's in again, and this one just left outside off by Hazard. It's my home ground, Grace Road.
I've only played there once, has to be said, in a charity game. That's the only reason they've let me on the ground. Have you presumably played here a few times?
Yeah, I've played for Lightning here. I've played for Leicester once and Lightning a couple of times at Grace Road, so it's a pleasant ground. Hutton comes in again and full, and slightly missed time by Hazard. It just trickles down to fine leg where a single is taken, brings Kimber on to strike.
Pitch looks like it has settled down so much. It did so much on the first day. Leicestershire grumbling to the match referee Will Smith about it and excessive movement and things like that, but days 2 and now day 3 has really settled down. It maybe just needed an extra few hours in the sun. I don't know why. It wasn't quite sufficiently exposed previously to the air.
3 slips in then for Louis Kimber's Hutton bowls, and this one's outside off, and it's driven off the back foot and will run away. Should run away for 4 to relatively short boundary, and he might have just about stopped it there. I think he has, and that's a very smart piece of field. I don't know if I suppose they don't check it, do they? Look kind of close, but smart piece of field, and then only 2 runs taken in the end, but well-timed shot by Kimber.
Yeah, he's been a real breakthrough season for Louis Kimber. I don't know if you've seen anything of him. Young man from Lincoln.
He scored a lot of runs, hasn't he? Actually,
he has.
I think he came through the university system. I'm at Loughborough. I think he came through the system there.
He did.
A couple of years before me, so yeah, it's good to see him scoring some runs. In comes Hutton again. This one fluttering straight and flicked nicely through to the leg side, and this one should run away for 4 to the longer boundary, and does. So 2 good shots from Louis Kimber. He moves on to 7 not out, and Leicestershire 71 for 1.
He will score his runs quickly, as you know, I guess, having seen him play for Loughborough a few times then.
Yeah.
Once he gets in, he's been very successful in white ball cricket. I'm not sure he scores in red ball. He did score his maiden first-class century at Hove earlier this season. Dearly love another one here.
Sutton again and brings his length back a little bit there and outside off, and Kemba just leaves it alone. Those 3 slips still in place. End of the over then, a good one for Leicestershire, 71 for 1.
Yeah, 104 against Sussex down at Hove off 149 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes. Followed it up with a 68 at home to Glamorgan, also a 54 earlier in the season. That was at home to Derbyshire. A couple of 30s and a 20, so as I say, he'd really love to go on here, and it's a chance. I know it's very early in his innings, but it is flattish out there. Time is not a factor. You can just bat and bat. Hutton will endeavour to put an end to those hopes. He's going to be bowling to Azad first off, though, from the pavilion end. Runs in and bowls. Azad just waits on the back foot. A bit late on it as he dabs down outside off stump, and the ball, having come off the face of the bat, trickles behind the stumps towards Hutton, who's at third slip now, who walks in to pick it up. There's no run. Azad 33 off 84. Beginning to pick up a few runs here and there. Kimber 7 off 15, 71 for 1. The Foxes looking to make Nottinghamshire work as hard as they can for their wickets, as Hutton is in, bowl straight on off stump. I beg your pardon, Patterson is in, bowl straight on off stump.
It's bowling from both ends.
Indeed, pushed back towards him by Azad. There's no run. They're not dissimilar in I mean, it's not an excuse, but they're not dissimilar in actions and pace.
No, they're not.
What they're looking to do, get a little bit of movement.
They're not. I've often got confused with the Notts bowlers, so I can't say anything at all.
Patterson bustles in very chest on as he bowls outside off stump to Azad, who lets that one go through. It's quite an elegant leave Azad has. He sort of lifts his bat over the line of the ball, and it prescribes a sort of parabola, as quite a few actually modern batsmen do, really.
He's been leaving it well today. I mean, he just needs to bat time, doesn't he? And he's looked to play a pretty sensible innings. Think he knows he needs to play a big role for the Leicestershire boys, and he's done a good job thus far.
One of the arts of the sort of old-fashioned opener, isn't it? To leave as much as you possibly can. Boycott used to talk a lot about that. Comes back round the wicket, Patterson, and again Azad is leaving it. Was quite wide on that occasion. Did look to move a fraction away from the left-hander, Azad. He too, a product of the Loughborough system in the end. Began here in Nottinghamshire. They released him, so he went to Loughborough to do his degree, first-class honours in chemical engineering.
Not a bad degree, that, is it?
No.
Sounds pretty difficult.
That said, he's been talking about going into law recently, so he's that sort of intelligence, really. He'd adapt to anything very quickly. In goes Patterson, bowls down the leg side this time. Azad steps inside the line, lets it go through 2 moors. Moving away to his right behind the stumps. Beautiful day now here.
It is very pleasant, actually. Much better than the forecast predicted, at least. Doesn't look like there's any chance of rain, does it really?
Not at the moment.
Looks set pretty fair.
Not at the moment. Looking at the flags, it's sort of fluttering fairly gently, and it looks to be away from the wind, such as it is from the sort of southwest rather than the west now, as Patterson is in to Azad straighter this time, and Azad, a bit thick inside edges, he plays that firmly enough out towards mid-on, where the Notts skipper Steve Mullaney picks up the ball and hangs on to it because it's the end of the over. 10. Dane Patterson has bowled. He's been the one successful bowler this morning, indeed, in the Leicestershire second innings. 1 for 18 for him. Brett Hutton at the other end, 8 overs, none for 15. So run rate, well, something of an irrelevance really, 2.45. But it's interesting. that Mulaney isn't going to bowl himself. He's going to see if Liam Patterson-White can get a little bit of turn. Parkinson did, but it was slow turn.
Bit of flight.
We've lost the feed. I don't know whether we can do anything about that. Brace girdle leaps athletically into action. Yeah, and it's back. There we go. Whatever he did was the right thing to do.
It was quick.
Like Ivor the engine going across a viaduct. Brace girdle there. What were the children's programmes when you were growing up?
We were just talking about this. I can't actually remember what I used to watch. Maybe the Tweenies. Do you know the Tweenies? I might have been a bit of that. Do you not know that?
Sorry. My boys, what did they used to watch? I can't quite remember actually. There was an Australian programme they were very fond of, but that was a sort of with real people in it. It wasn't a cartoon programme. Strange things happen. Go round the twist. That was it. Does that mean
Round the Twist? No,
yeah,
I've never heard of that one.
Okay.
Patterson-White went to begin his first over, but back to his mark and comes in now. He's bowled his first ball and it's a good one. Brings Kimber forward into a defensive shot. Didn't look like there was a massive amount of turn, but we'll give him a bit of time to get into his spell. One slip in then for Kimber. Deep square behind as this one's in and slightly back of a length and just pushed out to the shorter boundary where there is a deep cover fielder and just one taken.
Did pick up a wicket in his single over in Leicestershire's first innings, Liam Patterson-White. Michael Finan left one, absolutely flattened his off stump. It was as a cracking a leave as you could wish to see.
Did it turn or did he just left it straight
just went on with the arm and completely misread it. Might have a bit of rough to bowl into over the wicket to the left-hander there.
Comes in and that one outside off and as it just gets behind the line and defends it back to him.
I have to be brave and toss a few up here. Just see if you can find a bit.
Well, you don't. Nottingham won't mind them going for a few runs, will they, if needed? And that one's slightly quicker and brings Hazard forward into a defensive shot again.
Exactly, he's got loads of runs and overs to play with. See if he can buy a wicket.
Patterson-White in again, and this one again quite quick and just Hazard just hits it into the gap on the leg side. They probably could have got two if they were quick enough out to that deep square boundary, but they settled for just the one. The last thing Leicester need right now is a run out, so just the one brings Kimber back onto strike for the final ball of the over.
I do get that it's tough for spinners to switch over, having played so much white ball cricket.
Patterson-White in, and this one again a bit quicker and shorter and straight into City fielder, who I think is Hasid Hamid. It is, and end of the over, Leicester 73 for 1.
Just sort of switch from a almost purely defensive mode, and you are kind of pushing it through a little bit, trying to cramp the batsman up, to really giving it some air and not being afraid to be hit for 4. Brunty. Chorlton and the wheelies was a major factor in me becoming a racing cyclist. I used to whiz around my parents' house on my trike like a lunatic. Chorlton and the wheelies?
Unfortunately not.
No. I think it's one of those in-between programmes, Brunty. Too young for me, too old for Grace. Brett Hutton. He's going to. So they've swapped ends. It is Hutton now from the pavilion end. He is in round the wicket to Azad, slightly short of a length. Azad gets up on his toes, forces it away into the offside, wide of Patterson-White, who has to go sprinting back. He slides to make the stop around 4 or 5 yards inside the ropes there on the short side of the ground, and it is just a single as a consequence. 74 for 1. Azad on to 35. Kimber has 8. Change obviously in the field for the right-hander. Hutton is going to come back over the wicket. He comes and bowls to Louis Kimber. Again, it's a little bit short of a length. Kimber's pushing out into the offside, sees that James has a bit of ground to make up to his right, is interested momentarily in the prospect of a single. Azad isn't. Gary says, give Noggin the Nog a shout. Again,
No.
it's
I don't think I'm going to be getting any of these. Yet to get on the board.
And Lord Greystoke has been in touch. Richard Bryers did rhubarb and custard, not Bernard Cribbins. In goes Hutton, outside off stump. I bow to your superior knowledge, Lord Greystoke. I'm sure you're absolutely... You're right, actually. It was Richard Bryers. You are right. Richard Bryers was... I think he's still with us. An actor whose biggest success was a programme called The Good Life. It was massive, The Good Life. In goes Hutton and bowls, leans forward, in which he and Felicity Kendall explored self-sufficiency. They converted a garden in Surbiton and lived off the land. Ahead of its time in some respects. They had pigs in the back garden. I don't know whether they'd be allowed that these days. 74 for 1. Kimber, 8 of 21 deliveries. Hutton is in, bowls to him, and again on the back foot. Kimber is dropping it out into the offside, and an exploratory step or two down the wicket, but there was never the remote chance that Azad, who, as I somewhat implied, isn't the greatest runner between the wickets. His knees go up and down and his legs move, but he doesn't cover much ground very quickly. And he's aware of his limitations in that respect. Hutton, who's taken a little bit of the pace off it at the moment, looking for movement. They are going to go for the quick single there, because that one is pushed sufficiently wide of James, moving to his right to persuade Azad. Yeah, even I'm going to take one there. And he responds to Kimber's call. Kimber picks up his single, keeps the strike because it's the last ball of the over, moves on to 9. Leicestershire 75 for 1. Royal London Cup final here, coming up in a couple of weeks' time, he says through gritted teeth. Leicestershire having been eliminated in the quarter-finals. Really fancied that competition for the Foxes.
We'll beat Patterson White then to continue. Still one slip in play for Louis Kimber. He's brought forward and just turns that one into the leg side, but no run taken. Straight to Matt Montgomery at mid-wicket. Umpire's just having a bit of a inspection of the pitch there. I don't know.
Yeah, there is a bit of a few marks there, aren't there, where Richard Illingworth is stepping out. Naughty.
All as well as Patterson White into bowl again. This one a little bit slower and swept nicely by Louis Kimber. Was in the air at some point, but there was no one straight enough, and that runs away for 4.
Yeah, picked that up cleanly, but it shouldn't displease Patterson White, that. Short leg slide probably flashed before his eyes momentarily, but the fact he was prepared to go aerial, as I say, that should encourage Patterson White a bit. It wasn't so very far away from deep backward square, was it? And he will go for his shots, Louis Kimber.
Patterson White again then, see how he responds, and similar delivery, but this time just defended by Louis Kimber. Be interesting to see if he does flight one up, whether Louis Kimber will go straight, as there's a big gap there. It would be relatively low risk. So Patterson White in again, and this one a bit quicker, and again pushes Kimber forward.
I don't know how well you knew him, if at all, at Loughborough. He's a very sort of phlegmatic character. Nothing much seems to disturb his demeanour, Louis Kimber.
In again, and this one is punched onto that cover boundary where there's a sweeper. Just starting to get into his innings here, it seems. Louis Kimber just started to pick up his run rate a little bit, now on to 14 not out, and yeah, as you say, he's not going to hang about too much, is he, and face too many dot balls once he's in. But I think it's quite encouraging to have batters like that in your red ball side. I mean, ultimately Leicester are batting for the draw, but you still want batters to go in and play their game, don't you? So I think it's good to see. Patterson might in then to Hazard, and that one kept a little bit low, but he managed to just keep it out on the back foot and ends the over. Leicester 80 for 1.
Yeah, I'm saying that. I'm just looking at the sort of strike rates over the red ball season for the Leicestershire players. Coming into this innings, Kimber's strike rate was actually only 54.69. Azad's just 40. Highest, actually Lewis Hill, sadly absent because of a hand injury, with 70. Vian Mulder 64. Ackerman 53. Rishi Patel 43. Obviously, to a certain extent, a reflection of where they bat, but sometimes it's an impression that isn't borne out by the stats. Hutton to continue, starting his 10th over from the pavilion end, bowls to Louis Kimber, looking for a little bit of movement back into the right-hander, stays on the back foot and just works it as it comes back in towards his legs, out towards a deep backward square stroke wide long leg, jogs the single, moves on to 15, 81 for 1. Azad just checks his guard with umpire Pratt. Umpire Pratt nods. It's exactly where it's supposed to be. Looks to be about centre. He's waiting now for deep backward square Hamid to get into position. Now he takes guard, raises his bat as Hutton goes in, bowls to him down the leg side. Swings a little bit down the leg side, further away from the bat. Azad gestures at it rather than attempts to play a shot at the ball. Taken by Moores, falling away to his right. 1 or 2 more coming into the ground now. Encouraged by the surprisingly good weather. Surprising as far as the weather forecasters are concerned, anyway. It's not what was forecast. Hutton is in and bowls outside off stump, left by Azad. And there's no run. Looking at the Nottinghamshire batters' strike rates. Stuart Broad, in his 3 innings, strike rate of 93. Albeit 45 not out in 1 innings. Ben Duckett, though, scores his run very quickly. Round the wicket goes Hutton to Azad, straighter. Azad is playing firmly but defensively out as far as mid-off, and there's no run. In his 1,000 runs, just over, Duckett has scored them at a strike rate of 76. Just what you want from your number 3. Lots of runs quickly.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he, Ben Duckett?
May or may not get his chance in the Test match. I suppose Brooke is the...
I think Brooke's in today.
Logical. Oh, is he?
Yeah,
have they confirmed that, have they?
Yeah.
In goes Hutton, Fuller, but still waiting on the back foot is Azad, blocking it out into the offside. Slater comes in from the covers to field. Is Vian playing? Is Mulder getting a game for SA?
Let me have a look. I did see it earlier. I just saw that Harry Brook was debuting.
Hoping so, because he's earned it. As Hutton goes in, bowls to Azad, tucks him up a little bit. Azad is playing with an angled bat and asks Kimber whether he's interested in a single, but Mullane is slid across to his right to make the stop. There's the England side. If I flick it, will I get a South Africa side?
No.
Oh, okay.
I can probably find the South Africa side.
I was just wondering whether VN Mulders is playing for South Africa. Brought in. And it may delay his wedding if he is.
I can't see the side at the moment. Delay his wedding, did you say?
He was going to go back to South Africa to get married. Tell you about that in a moment.
It's Patterson White in, and this one's slightly more flighty than Kimber. Does come forward and hits it straight to mid-off and takes a run, but didn't look too threatening, but looked like it could have been a run-out chance for a split second, but
always
run was taken quite casually.
Always does with Haas. He makes me very nervous with his running, because as I say, there's lots of movement, but not much distance involved.
That sounds a bit like me, to be honest. Patterson White in then to the left-hander and brings him forward into a defensive shot into the offside.
Let me see if I can find it. The SA side, it might be on the BBC, well, it will be on the BBC Sport website somewhere. It's still full of the details about the sacking of Thomas Tuchel.
Patterson White in again, and this one slightly slower, a bit more flight, and just brings Hazard forward again. He's bowling well here, for 8 runs off his 2.5 overs, but created a couple of half chances.
They may not have actually named their lineup yet.
Bowls, and this one is ran at by Hazard, but hit straight to mid-off and no run is taken.
Likes to use his feet from time to time, Hassan, but it tends to be a bit premeditated.
Again, just brought forward into a firm defensive shot. Gets through his overs quickly, Patterson White.
Partnership is 48 already, of which Kidd has scored only 16.
Goes again and again, Hazard forward, but he really does run at it, doesn't he? He moves his feet quickly, which I suppose is important, especially if he's premeditating, but end of the over, Leicestershire 82 for 1.
But if he goes too soon, bowlers can sort of spear it one side or the other, and I've seen him stumped a few times doing that. Hence the wince when he charges off down the wicket. He's still there. 35 not out of 104 balls, 82 for 1. We've discovered that Notts have lost in these circumstances once in their history, when Middlesex made 506 to win in the second innings. Hutton is in to Kimber, who is solidly forward, back up the pitch to Brett Hutton, and there's no run. That was back in 1925, so were Leicestershire to score 499 or 500, it would not quite be unprecedented, but it certainly would be in Leicestershire's history, but not in Notts's. An unlikely prospect, I acknowledge, as Hutton is in past umpire Pratt and bowls. A little bit of shape back into the right-hander. Tall man is Louis Kimber, very solidly built, as the girdler has pointed out once or twice. Refers to him as the young giant.
How tall do you reckon he is? About?
He's 6'3" apparently.
Yeah, 6'3", 6'4", yeah.
Easy, who's who. When you see he and his brothers, as we did when we played down against Surrey and Guildford, as Hutton is in and bowls, that bounces and comes back in a little bit, discomforts Louis Kimber, hits him on the thigh pad, I suspect. Certainly he's not rubbing anything too sensitive, but they are all three big men. Nick, who plays for Surrey, and caught Louis in that Royal London Cup game. He hit a sky and Nick was under it, and their mum and dad were watching. As Hutton is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge, the one that came back, the previous delivery of that one went on, and Kimber played inside the line. Good bowling from Brett Hutton, not rewarded. None for 18 remain his figures at the moment. There is another brother who plays for Lincoln, whose name, shamedly, I've momentarily forgotten. Hutton is in and bowls. Louis Kimber's leaning forward into that one on off stump, defending it out into the offside, and there is no run. And Mrs. Kimber, she's listening, will be cross with me. Often do listen, if they're not actually at the ground, Mr. and Mrs. Kimber. Split loyalties on that occasion. I think Philip was in goes Hutton and bowls, and Kimber is defending on the off stump again. He thought that Nick should have caught that one. He said it would have been a bad one to miss. Off Louis, that is. End of the over. 82 for 1. We're coming to the top of the hour, so updates time. I shall desert you, Grace, and the girdler will come back alongside.
looks like there could be a discussion here between a few of the Notts players and captain Steve Mullaney about potential change, but in the end it will be Patterson White to continue. Takes his cap off, hands it to the umpire. Oh, tell a lie, it will be a change of bowl and it will be captain Stephen Mullaney having a bowl. Experiment of spin didn't seem to work.
Now the skipper's been very much on the fringe of things with regards to his bowling for much of his time as captain, but he had a fairly lengthy bowl yesterday morning before the start of play. I thought we might actually see him a little earlier today, but he's into the attack and begin the 36th over with Leicestershire 82 for 1 here. Just finishing up, and I know it won't mean anything to Grace, but Rach says the flumps was her favourite, and also potty time and hedge and mow. There we go, thank you. Rach, this is pushed up to Brett Hutton at mid-off. She says doesn't remember, or doesn't know of anybody else who remembers the latter. I don't remember any. Well, yeah, potty time with Michael Benteen. So there you are, all these TV programmes that you've missed out on, Grace.
Yeah, gosh, I'll have to go back and give him a watch tonight. It's my Wednesday evening sorted.
82 for 1. Stephen Mullaney round the wicket. Tom Moores is standing up to the Nottinghamshire captain, strikes him on the pad, and Mullaney gets Azad. Second delivery, 82 for 2. Where have you been, Stephen Mullaney? That looked out all day long, didn't it?
That looked very out indeed. And big celebration from Stephen Mullaney there. Is it a bit of a send-off?
No, I don't think it was that. I think it was you pointed it out, the lengthy discussion about who's going to have a bowl, who's going to have a bowl, and somebody persuaded Mullaney, or he eventually decided that was perhaps the best course of action, and it's just taken 2 deliveries. Sanazad much better in the second innings. Of course, he was seen off early on the first day. Made 35 at the crease for 2.5 hours. 106 balls faced, 3 fours. But as he goes, so too does Leicestershire's second wicket. Notts require 8 more. Colin Ackerman is going to be replacing him out in the middle. Fine player, Ackerman. But Stephen Mullaney picking up a rare wicket. Just looking at all sorts of bits of paper here, there and everywhere. Just his 12th wicket of the season at an average of 28 apiece. It's rather more than he's bowled over the last couple of years, but I'll be very pleased with that one, won't it?
Yeah, good start. Can't ask much more, can you, as a bowler? So encouraging to take a wicket early on in your spell. Kept a little bit low. It looked kind of just to skid on a little bit, but just
did look very, very out, I must admit.
It did, didn't it?
So Colin Ackerman, another one who was
championship match against Leicestershire at Trent Bridge as their opponents chase a big total. Let's get the latest now from Dave Patterson.
And as you join me, Leicestershire's number 4 batter Colin Ackerman is just taking guard. That's because he's fresh at the crease. Stephen Mullaney into the attack for the first time today, and second ball has done the trick. He's got Sanazad out, LBW. The earlier wicket was taken by Dane Patterson, who dismissed Sam Evans for 18. So Leicestershire, who've been set to score a colossal 499, highly unlikely they'll get anywhere near that. Nottinghamshire maybe in between the showers later on. I've got a couple of wickets that they need. Leicestershire 86 for 2. So Ackerman away with a boundary just while I was doing that update, driving it through the offside for 4. Lovely looking shot. Here is Mullaney in, and this is clipped on the leg side, and there's no run as Rich comes back. Are you into the which one have you connected? That one's that one. You've picked those headphones up.
Oh, okay.
There you are.
Beg your pardon.
86 for 2. In the 36th over, Ackerman off the mark first ball. Looked out, Rich.
It did. Yeah, it did. No question about it. Azad got himself in a bit of a tangle, didn't he?
Here comes Stephen Mullaney over the wicket now, across to the right-handed Ackerman, who defends this one.
Captain working the oracle for his side.
I must have 27 scorecards in there, and I can't find one when I want one. There we are. Ackerman caught Hutton bowled Fletcher for 2 in the first innings.
Yeah, it's one immense score aside. Unbeaten double century down at home. It's been a bit of a struggle for Colin Ackerman this season.
As Mullaney bowls to him, again rocks forward and defends. End of the over, successful one for Stephen Mullaney. Conceded a boundary, but that was the 3rd ball of the over that went for 4. The 2nd ball saw off the end of Hassan Azad after almost 2.5 hours at the crease. Leicestershire 86 for 2. Yeah, just quickly on that Ackerman and Mulder partnership. What was it? It was a record producing partnership, wasn't it?
You'll have to allow me to look back through my... No, it was a massive record. It was a county championship record for a fourth wicket throughout the history of the county
in terms of the numbers, it was 400 or so, wasn't it?
Yeah. Something, yeah.
And what did Leicestershire end up with? 700?
They did, which was a record as well. As in goes Hutton and bowls to Kimber. Grunt of effort as he did so, but Kimber solidly forward.
So you've seen, the big scores in that game, and of course the Sam North East innings at Leicester that we talked about a day or 2 back.
Yeah. Such are the shifts in fortune in professional sport of any kind, really. That can happen. Leicestershire very much on the receiving end. In goes Hutton and bowls outside off stump. Good bounce, but a little bit too wide, and Kimber can leave and does so safely. Hassan Azad went first ball in that innings, that record score.
Just what you need.
Off Stephen Finn, but and Kimber in that innings also made his maiden first-class century. Rishi Patel made 99 before being stumped. As Hutton comes in and bowls a little bit short of a length, straight though, and Kimber just on the back foot waits for it and works it wristily out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. He could have been run out on 71, Ackerman. That was pretty much the only chance he gave, really, and went on to score. He went past his previous best of 196 not out. Ended up, he says, looking for it. There's so many pages of notes on it, as in goes Hutton and bowls. Kimber is leaning forward, good length delivery. A bit thick outside edgy there. A record 5th wicket of partnership, I beg your pardon, for first class cricket, not 4th wicket partnership. Beating 401 by Malloy and Ripley, Northants versus Glamorgan. 277 not out Colin Ackerman made in that game. In goes Hutton and bowls. Fuller this time, but Kimber is being careful at the moment and leans forward, plays firmly but without any real aggressive intent. Out to Mullaney at mid-off it goes. 86 for 2 remains the score. Playing a really, at the moment, restrained and responsible innings, Louis Kimber. Getting an opportunity at number 3. And, looks determined to grasp it. Stands up tall as Hutton comes in and bowls to him. Again, it comes back in a fraction to him in a thick inside edge. Sees the ball run out towards mid-wicket. End of Hutton's over, asking plenty of questions and not giving away any runs, bowling like Brett Hutton, actually. 12 overs, none for 18 for him. Leicestershire 86 for 2.
Stephen Mullaney's going to hand his cap over to the umpire and have another over. Graham Rowley says, morning folks. I think we just drifted into afternoon, haven't we? But it was certainly morning when Graham sent it. Sorry to drag the subject back to cricket from TV programmes, he said. Just wondered on your thoughts on the long overdue recall of Alex Hales to the England squad as Stephen Mullaney comes into Ackerman and he defends. I think, long overdue is certainly right. There's been times, I think, Graham, over the last couple of years, at various times where I've thought it's been a bit of nonsense. He's been in such good form that it clearly was personal that he was not being picked, rather than a form issue that's pushed in to the offside, and there's no run. And obviously this time it wouldn't have happened. The squad was picked, the squad was named, he wasn't included, but then things have changed with Johnny Bairstow dropping out, and I think it's long overdue, and let's hope he goes well as Mullaney bowls edged through gully. It's gone for 4 by Ackerman. This was a false shot, but it's brought him 4 runs, doubles his total from 4 to 8. It was a catchable height as well, 90 for 2, but it wasn't a false shot, certainly.
Yeah, when he's got brilliant changes of pace, Stephen Mullaney. Sometimes it's really gentle, but when he's got the ability to just push one through every now and then, and that one skidded and bounced a little bit, and it got big on Ackerman. Took a thick outside edge, and it was in the air, as you say, when it went through gully. And there is now a gully, having previously been a second slip.
Mullaney in to bowl to Ackerman, and he's whipped this wristily onto the leg side. They'll just get a single, 91 for 2. I'm not entirely sure, Rich, you would know which member of the Leicestershire squad it is. Just getting a bit of a beasting from the strength and conditioning coach away to our right on the grass between the rope and the Smith Cooper stand. But whoever it was, it was almost like one of those drills they used to do with the US Marines. He was having to run with his knees up, hop, 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 but at the same time his arms were stretched high over his head, holding a little bit of ribbon in each hand. Keep those arms up straight and keep those knees up high. 91 for 2. It's almost like a little bit of a beast in the poor fella, as Morse takes the next one. If you can make out who it is over there in the training gear. Ackerman has 9. Louis Kimber has 16. The men out this morning. Evans for 18. Azad for 35. As Stephen Mullaney bowls to Louis Kimber, and again he defends. End of the over. Suzanne says nice wicket there for the skip. On a related note, my kids' TV memories are Inspector Gadget and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and there was also a niche radio series we enjoyed on Trent FM, a parody of X-Files with Agent Sulky. I didn't catch up with that one, Suzanne, and I certainly didn't watch either Inspector Gadget.
Radio, not local rivals.
Or Trent FM, yeah.
If they're still around.
Did you see who it was getting a bit of a beast in over there?
Excuse me. I think it's Alex Evans. That's a spotted Alex Evans. It's not one of the members of the current side. That's
like he was, as I say, in the US Marines, wasn't he? Up, 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 up. He was having to run with his knees as high as he could.
Patterson. Interchangeable with Houghton, it seems, because he's coming back on at the pavilion end. Wicketkeeper and slips a little bit further back as Patterson bowls outside off stump, rolls his fingers across. It gets some good bounce, but it's too wide to play out. Springsteen's been in touch. Hello, Springsteen. Sorry, I didn't see the tweet until read. He's wondering whether Grace is related to Stuart and Brenda Ballinger. No, says, well, they're unknown to Grace anyway, so no is the answer to that. I'm afraid I don't know who Stuart and Brenda are.
You don't know Stuart and Brenda?
The only Ballinger I knew before Grace was Doug, of course. Doug the Rug. In goes Patterson outside off stump. And it is left again by Ackerman.
Was that not Bollinger? Oh no, that's a drink, isn't it?
The Aussie, you know.
I know who you mean.
Who used to play for Worcester. Yes. He played left armer, wasn't he, for Australia?
Yeah.
Was it
Ballinger?
It could have been Bollinger. It could have been Bollinger.
It could have been Ballinger as well. I'm doubting myself now.
I think you're probably right. Patterson, with a straight run, bustles in, chest on, and bowls straight, and Ackerman leans forward elegantly. They tend to play quite elegantly and pushes it back down the wicket. To mid
with
on.
an O.
It is Doug Bollinger, so apologies. And he's also come up with a few alternatives for our children's slot. He says Bill and Ben.
Well, these were more the lunchtime, weren't they? Watch with
this
Mother.
but we'll get. Were they? Yeah, Tales from the Riverbank he mentions.
Oh, well, Hammy
but
Hamster.
That was, yeah, Hammy the Hamster, but they...
Ratty the Rat.
They were real-life animals. God knows what the RSPCA would make of that these days. In goes... it's Patterson and bowls on off stump and on the back foot.
Did Johnny Morris voice
out
those?
Into the offside.
He did Animal Magic. Did he voice those as well?
That poor hamster was stuffed into a little model speedboat, wasn't he? Sorry.
You having flashbacks? He's gone.
Well, I mean, obviously, as a child, you're kind of thinking, well, that could happen. But when you think back on it, what they used to do to the creatures, I don't know. It's Patterson and bowls down the leg side. It bounces down the leg side, but Ackerman drops his hands, makes sure his bat is well out of the line of the ball.
I used to like Animal Magic with Johnny Morris. It was terrific, his voices and whatever.
He kind of put voices to real films, didn't he, of animals. They weren't being manoeuvred into speedboats.
Is that what happened?
On
Tales of the Riverbank?
He was, he used to drive a speedboat, but well, you know what I mean.
Clever hamster.
He was. It was probably like Skippy the Kangaroo. There were probably about 18 of them. In goes Patterson outside off stump again, too wide, and doesn't require Ackerman to play a shot, and he doesn't. Lets it go through. End of the over, 9 off 14 for Colin Ackerman, 16 off 44 for Louis Kimber. If Leicestershire are going to go anywhere in this game, probably both these two have to make big hundreds.
What's that skip? Mary's falling down a ravine 18 miles from here.
That was the one. Yeah, that was Skippy.
Clever kangaroo.
He also mentions the wooden tops and Andy Pandy.
Yeah,
so
that was Watch with Mother, wasn't it? Was it 12:45, 1:45, something like that? It's this push to backward point, and there's no run, and then Camberwick Green and Trumpton also followed on.
There was Rupert as well about that time, wasn't there?
Rupert the Bear with his check trousers. Was that in Nutwood?
He was, yeah. It was a good theme song. In fact, theme song was the best thing about it, wasn't it? Really?
Well, it was a hit single, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Rupert the Bear.
What was her name?
Mulaney. Bowls! This one has just nipped back and struck Kimber in the nether regions. Runs out on the offside. Squeezy Crip says, yeah, Johnny Morris. I don't know what I said, but yeah, Johnny Morris. Did I say something different?
No.
91 for 2.
Whether he did Tales from the Riverbank, I don't know. He certainly obviously did Animal Magic. But
see, Bristol Zoo's closed this week, hasn't it? Next one is pushed into the offside, no run. Not that I've ever been to Bristol Zoo. But
it's moving to a...
Is that what they're doing?
It's a city centre site, and they're moving to a much, much bigger. So it's better for the animals.
I like a zoo. I mean, there's some animals you think, well, they should be out in the wild, but there's others you can understand why they're being looked after in captivity. I mean, they're all obviously very well looked after. Nice looking drive catch at mid-off by Fletcher. Mulaney's got another one. Kimber couldn't resist and has just coughed up a catch to Luke Fletcher, and he doesn't spill those. It's 91 for 3. Kimber goes for 16. Tame end, really. Rich just pushed at Mulaney, whose change of pace has no doubt undone him there, and well, buckets at mid-off there is never going to drop one as easy as that. Kimber batted for an hour and 20 minutes or so, 48 balls, hit 2 fours, and goes caught Fletcher bowl Mulaney 16, 91 for 3 now. Leicestershire Notts need 7.
I said not much phases, Louis, but he'll be hugely disappointed about that, because he really had applied himself for those previous 47 deliveries, restrained himself. He hadn't looked really, except on one slog sweep that he played off the spinner Liam Patterson-White, hadn't hit the ball in the air. He'd been really responsible. Only 10 minutes now until lunch, and I can't help feeling he probably checked that shot a little bit. He knew he shouldn't really be playing it. He went for the drive and stopped on it, and it gave Fletcher a catch that I think Dave you and I might have fancied that. To be honest, we'd have
Well,
given ourselves a chance anyway, wouldn't we? Really, because it just perfect height for Fletcher, round about chest height. Wasn't going particularly quickly. Just looped nicely to him, and thank you very much. And Mulaney again, the destroyer, 2 for 9.
I'm sure I'd have managed to break or dislocate a finger taking one, even as simple as that. But Rishi Patel's on his way out to the middle, and I'll tell you what, you've got to have a cold heart not to wish Rishi Patel a few runs here. He's had a bit of a stinker. He's dropped 4 catches and got a second ball duck in the first innings. Are we ready for Rishi, folks? 91 for 3. Rach says, once again, speaking of children's television, yesterday at Trent Bridge, somebody walked past me who was the absolute spitting image of Peter Glaze. It took me all my willpower not to shout out, Crackerjack! Crackerjack in earshot, just to check it wasn't him.
And Mrs. K has been in touch. I thought she might be.
So there's Stephen Mulaney. Bowls to Patel, goes through to Tom Moores. There's oohs and ahs, they're very animated now.
She'll still be bitterly disappointed, as will Louis, but the middle Kimber is James, she reminds me, and another childhood favourite TV programme, she says, was Mary, Mungo and Midge. Mary, Mungo and Midge. I do remember it.
I'm guessing Mary's a little girl, was Mungo a... I think Midge was a mouse, was it?
It was a dog of some kind,
oh, right.
With big ears. Not Mary, the Mungo.
Mulaney bowls to Patel. He's survived 2 balls here. 91 for 3. Andy says, re that 540 slot as Mulaney gets applause. His figures 3 overs, 2 for 9. Can't believe you've not yet mentioned the Wombles and the marvellously psychedelic Crystal Tips and Alistair. Something straight off the Sgt. Pepper album cover.
It was. I think they were probably, without us really realising it as kids, some quite a subversive programme that were going on there.
Straight from Woodstock, that, wasn't it?
Yeah. As I say, Dylan was permanently stoned, wasn't he? That rabbit.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Nick says, given how Knott's popped up a couple whilst batting, Mulaney's pace and changes well suited to this pitch, I reckon. Yeah,
Patterson is in, bowls full, and thick outside edge there from Ackerman. Just kept the ball off his pads, off the stumps as well. Squirts out towards James at backward point. Ackerman. Well, this is it, really. In fairness to what is to come for Leicestershire, Harry Swindles is, I guess, the first of the all-rounders is due in next, but that's very high. Batting at number 6 for Swindles. These the last 2 front line batsmen. Patel yet to get off the mark, is watching as in goes Patterson, bowls to Colin Ackerman, who leaves outside off stump, then walks off towards short leg. I think that Notts would have taken 3 this morning.
Yeah.
I think they'd be pretty happy with this, especially with the weather set fair.
Well, it's been tough in both mornings. Only 2 wickets went down on the first morning, and then we had 18 in the rest of the day. Only 1 went down yesterday morning, and 3 so far today. Apologies, I know that there's many of you out there who just love us to stick to the cricket and cricket only.
As in goes Patterson and bowls. Good line and length on off stump. Ackerman equal to it, leans forward and defends out to mid-off.
But we sort of say things and then people come back in their droves, and we are very, very, very grateful, including Caroline, who says her favourite was Saturday morning television, and also she used to enjoy, she says, Daktari with Clarence the Cross-Eyed Lion. There was a programme, she says, called Why Don't You, and also used to love Mary, Mungo and Midge, Pipkins and Chorlton and the Wheelies. Thank you, Caroline. Lovely memories. Yeah, Daktari.
That was on. That in goes Patterson and bowls. That bounces and comes back in, but that is going on down the leg side. And although Patterson turns in frantic appeal almost to umpire Pratt, even from here that looked to have done a little bit too much. Ackerman was looking to turn it into the leg side. It was going in that direction. The appeal therefore is turned down. Was Daktari not? Did that not feature as part of the Banana Splits programme as well?
I don't know. Honestly, don't.
They had about 3 programmes within that framework of the Banana Splits. Fleagle, Meagle, Trooper and whatever his name was. In goes Patterson and bowls on off stump, and Ackerman leans forward and blocks it out to mid-off, and there is no run. Towards the cross-side line, yes.
I hope you're going to spend lunchtime finding me a photograph of that hamster driving a speedboat. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
I don't think my memory's playing tricks, but it really was. They used to... how they used to tie the poor thing down, I don't know. Anyway, Patterson is in outside off stump very wide, and at this stage Ackerman is not going to be tempted. The fact is, I think Leicestershire had to get through to lunch with no more than 1 down, and they haven't managed to do that. They are 3 down for 91.
Make it about
2 more overs?
Yeah, I was going to say about 4 minutes or so to go until 1/2 by my watch and laptop. So probably a couple of overs. Mullaney greedily hands over his cap and asks for the ball to come in and try and build on figures of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. It's Mr. Sanazad LBW and Louis Kimber. Now he's into Patel. Pushes it and he's off the mark. From Rishi Patel. He might get a boundary as well. Luke Fletcher's after it. He might have to dive here, Luke Fletcher, and he has dived. Drags it back just inside the rope. Think it was okay. He's got up and hurled it in, and they do take 3 anyway. Rishi Patel has 3, 94 for 3 is the score.
I think in the context of Leicestershire needing an over 400 still to win, there's going to be too many issues with the odd single here or there. David Hutchinson has been in touch. He knows that Ivor's had a mention, but has Thomas the Tank with Ringo Starr.
Mullaney bowls it, got him surely, yes. Mullaney's got a 3rd, and it's Ackerman. This one did nip back off the seam, and Ackerman done. All ends up for 9. What a terrific spell this has been by the Notts skipper. He's got 3 wickets and he's only sent down 20 deliveries. And Leicestershire, who were they were 82 for 1, are now 94 for 4.
Yeah, that's a huge blow, and the Notts skipper has blown the game open, really. Not that it kind of wasn't open anyway, but it looked like at one stage when, as you say, Azad and well, first Evans but latterly Kimber had sort of battled their way through to, you know, an hour and a half, and it looked like it was going to be really hard work for Notts, but Stephen Mullaney introduced himself to the attack, and what a difference he has made with his little cutters and seamers. 94 for 4.
It'd be interesting to know if you know, that just before he came on to bowl, there was a right old chinwag with him and some of his senior advisors, a little bit of counsel sought as to whether he should come on to bowl maybe, but it was certainly the right decision as Harry Swindles comes out to bat at number 6. So may just, with that wicket, may just have ensured this was the last over. We'll have to see. Probably will be time. There's 4 balls left. Swindles in at 6. Number of other people have been in touch. Squeezy's been back. The double entendres in Captain Pugwash are now urban myth, says. Gary, the Arabian Nights, was on the Banana Split show. Thank you very much for that. Mark, Tales from the Riverbank was his favourite as well. We'll come back to that after lunch, but Leicestershire have had a wobbly 10 minutes here. Stephen Mullaney with 3 wickets now, 3 for 12. Harry Swindles, he's out there, he's taking guard but doing a little bit of pitch prodding. Rishi Patel went down and might have had a change of gloves. He was certainly greeted by a 12th man. Not so calling for a helmet. It's going to be Hamid going to go in there close on the leg side, just in case a bat pad opportunity is popped up. So 2 slips, short leg. This one is defended by Swindles. Lyndon James also in there, very close at shortish mid-wicket. There's terrific stuff this from Mullaney. 94 for 4. Ground bathed in sunshine once more. All the weather forecast that I've seen suggests that this part of the world might be hit with a few showers this afternoon. Hopefully nothing too bad. As Mullaney bowls again to Swindles, brings it back into him. Swindles defends. Mullaney made a gesture there to second slip just to move a little wider. 2 balls left in this over. I think it will be the last act of the session now, this over. As the drilling goes on away to my right, in front of me, Stephen Mullaney bowls. Swindles is going to get at least a run. In fact, it will be a run. Matthew Montgomery, who had gone wider at Stephen Mullaney's suggestion, hadn't quite gone wide enough, and he still had to throw himself to his right. Got a hand to it. The ball did run away though, and they took a single. So Swindles is off the mark, and I think there's 1 ball left in the session. Rishiv Patel down at the business end, and Stephen Mullaney just reinforces that slip cord, and Lyndon James pops in there now. So 3 slips, a short leg, short mid wicket. There is Mullaney to bowl to Patel. 95 for 4, and it's deflected down towards long leg. Dane Patterson with a bit of a chase after the ball. They'll just, I think, settle for 2. 97 for 4, and that is lunch here at Trent Bridge. Patel 5, Swindles 1. Stephen Mullaney will have lunchtime figures of 3 for 15. We've had 42 overs. Just waiting for an update from Radio Nottingham. We'll just start the card. Sam Evans, Court Mooresball, Patterson 18. Hasanazad. I'll come back. Yeah, the players are just leaving the field now. What a last 10 or 15 minutes to the session it was for Nottinghamshire, because Leicestershire were 82 for 1. They're now marching off 97 for 4, and that all came about because the skipper, I think he deliberated once or twice about bringing himself on Stephen Mullaney, and an instant impact. His second ball got rid of Hasanazad. In his next over he removed Louis Kimber, and now just before lunch he's got rid of Colin Ackerman. So Stephen Mullaney, the star of the show so far. He's got 3 of the 4 wickets earlier. Dane Patterson with the other one. Leicestershire set to score 499. That's not going to happen. Nottinghamshire needs 6 more wickets to win. At lunch, Leicestershire 97 for 4.
Thank you, Dave, and of course, when play resumes.
So we're just started the scorecard there. Evans, Court Mooresball, Patterson 18, Hasanazad, LBW, Mullaney 35, Louis Kimber, Court Fletcher, bowled Mullaney 16, and Ackerman, LBW, bowled Mullaney 9. They're the 4 to be dismissed. It's lunchtime here at Trent Bridge. Thanks very much for your company this morning and all your correspondence. Keep them coming into myself, Rich, and to Grace, and the 3 of us will be back when play resumes in round about 40 minutes time. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge in reasonable time for the resumption of the afternoon session. The umpires and players almost a little reluctantly making their way back out to the middle. In the Leicestershire camp, maybe it is a little reluctantly, because had a very decent, an hour and 40 minutes this morning. 82 for 1, Sanazad playing nicely, Louis Kimber watchful, and then the last 20 minutes of the session it certainly went downhill from there, from 82 for 1 to a lunchtime score of 97 for 4. Stephen Mullaney in three overs picked up 3 wickets and has 3 for 15 as he winkled out a Sanazad, Louis Kimber and Colin Ackerman. So the Foxes set a, shall we say, a nominal target of 499. Need 402 more at lunch. They're 97 for 4. There are talks of showers this afternoon, but right now it's fine, it's glorious. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester will be with us before too long. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham, and here alongside me, lightning fast bowler, amazing Grace Ballinger. How are you, fella?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm not sure if fast is a good word to describe my bowling, but a bowler as such. But it will be...
You're fast? What do they say?
Medium.
Left arm fast, medium?
Left arm medium, we'll go with. Luke Fletcher to bring the first ball of the second session, and Harry Swindles to face. And the first one is outside off and left alone through to Tom Moores.
Did they catering meet approval?
Yeah, it was good actually.
Good.
It was nice.
Good.
It's always nice here, isn't it?
That's all we can hope for.
It's nice over in the players' bit as well. Have you ever eaten over there?
As if they'd want me over there, Grace.
It's good over there as well. Look forward to being here next year as well. Obviously play some bad games here. Fletcher is into bowl again, and this one slightly back of a length, just flicks into the leg side for a quick single. Takes Swindles on to 2.
It was I guess a reminder, a demonstration if you like, that no matter how well you play for most of a session, things can just go away from you if you just have a few bad moments. And you know, Nottinghamshire, if they'd gone to lunch 1 down, okay, they'd have said, you know, we've got to be patient. But they, you know, the game just flipped, didn't it? And there was the last few overs there as Mullaney brought himself on.
Fletcher in, bowls to Patel, and this one again outside off, bit fuller and left alone.
And I guess on the field you'll have experienced it, a change in momentum, an uplift in, you know, the noise out there, the general feel-good factor. Once you get on a little bit of a cycle of wicket going down, it's very hard then for the batting side just to arrest that momentum.
Yeah, definitely, and I actually think it makes a really big difference the way the field acts and how the team acts with batters coming in, just how they feel as Fletcher comes in again, and this one on the stumps and brings Patel forward into a defensive shot. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously if you're coming into bat in whether it's a difficult situation or not, if there's a team around you giving you a bit of grief or they just feel like they're on top, I think it does make quite a big difference, and I think people do neglect that a lot, the effect it can have.
Yeah, unless you're an opener, obviously you're going out there off the back of a wicket falling, which is, you know, given to a greater or lesser degree a little bit of confidence to the bowling side.
As Fletcher bowls again and outside off and left by Patel. 3 slips in place there, just looking to get that nick.
But there are, I suppose, more intimidating situations to arrive in than not, and if 2 or 3 or 4 wickets have gone down in quick succession, then it can be quite a daunting task your first few minutes at the crease. Mullaney's whirling his arms around at mid-off, and why wouldn't he? His figure's now 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 15. He's got to keep going, surely.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Found the right pace to bowl, hasn't he?
Yeah, it looked like it was a lot of deliberation about whether he'd bowl or not, but I mean, definitely made the right choice, as you say, as Fletcher bowls again, and this time a bit straighter and flicked into the leg side, but good piece of fielding by Lyndon James means it's just a single, and end of the over, Leicestershire 99 for 4.
Yeah, a couple of runs from that over. Rishi Patel will keep strike. He's on 6. Swindles has 2. One other wicket to go down this morning was taken by Dane Patterson. but it is going to be Mulaney, who's picked up the last 3 to fall, who's going to resume from this Radcliffe Road end. Tom Moore's standing up, and again, plenty of close to the wicket catches. A couple of slips, Joe Clark and Matthew Montgomery. Short leg of Mead, and Mulaney to Patel, right on the mark. First ball from Stephen Mulaney after lunch, and Rishi Patel guides it into the offside. Lyndon James in the covers does the fielding. No sign yet of the promised rain showers. Mulaney in once more, and just playing in front of his front pad there. Patel stretched a long way forward. There's a long gap, wasn't it, between bat and pad there, and pushed it out into the offside again to Lyndon James.
You get a few fire engines and things going past there, haven't you? I've noticed.
Yeah, there's a lot. I think it's a police car this time, but emergency service vehicles always going past the ground as Stephen Mulaney bowls again to Patel. Watchful, guides it for the 3rd time in the over out into the offside to Lyndon James. No run.
Pressure certainly on the batters here. I mean, as you say, lots of fielders in close proximity, only one on the boundary, and that's down at deep square behind the batter's eye line, so it's pressure on Patel here.
Yeah, Dane Patterson down there, just at the end of the overall. Lots have thrown the ball away here. They're trying to get it round the circle, and Fletcher's ended up missing it at mid-off, so he had to run nearly to the boundary rope to fetch the ball back. Balls to Mulaney, and wide of the off stump through to Moores. In fact, I can do the other scores right now at the Aegeus Bowl, where they've lost a lot of time in this game over the first couple of days. Hampshire 400 for 9 declared. Northants struggling in reply. They're 124 for 5. Similar story at Canterbury, where Kent are now 160 for 9, replying to Essex's monumental 573. There's Mulaney in again to Patel, hit back, and it was very close to a caught and bowl. It was in the air for a while, just to the left of Mulaney. I think it had dropped to the ground, but just almost seemed as if it was going to present him with an opportunity. The Roses game at Old Trafford, Lancashire 276, Yorkshire closing in on that, but they're 9 down now, 233 for 9. And at Taunton, they're in the 3rd innings of the match there. Gloucestershire batting for a 2nd time. They're 49 for 1. That's an overall lead of 144 over Somerset, as Mulaney once more deflected wide of the diving Hamid at short leg, and there'll be a single, and that will bring up the 100 for the Foxes. Patel will keep strike, as it's the end of the 44th over. He's on to 7. Swindles has 2. 2 other games going on. They're both in Division 2. They're not playing, they've not come out after lunch at Cardiff, where it is raining. Glamorgan 172 for 5, replying to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. And down the road at Derby, they're also into the 3rd innings of the match there. Derbyshire 62 for 2 in their 2nd innings, leading Durham by 145.
Three slips in then for Luke Fletcher to bowl his first body over to Patel. And that one is full and just brings Patel forward into... Looks pretty strong there actually, doesn't he, Patel? On the forward defence. He's getting into line with it well.
We've really felt for him over the first couple of days. Wherever he went, the ball followed him. He's, we think, put 4 catches down in the game, and then got a 2nd ball duck as well. So... Lady Luck, Dame Fortune, call her what you like, certainly owes him a run or 2 today, maybe.
Fletcher bowls an outside off and left alone, and doesn't look like it missed by too much. Maybe just going slightly above the stumps.
Just bowls that nagging line, doesn't he, there or thereabouts, top of off stump Fletcher. police car goes down the Loughborough Road away from us.
It's a proper long road, that is, isn't it?
Mm.
Fletcher in at the crease and bowls, and again just left, and only just missing off some very close. Still getting a bit of movement here, Fletcher.
He's leaving it on length, isn't he? Confident that the ball will, even if it does nip back a little bit, it will go over the top. But there's not too much margin for error there if you're not playing a shot. Notts requires 6 wickets, Leicestershire. Might need a little bit of help from the weather.
It's Fletcher in and left again, and similar results, slightly wider this time, but seems happy to do so until forced not to, I think, here, Patel.
Not entirely sure how many deliveries Swindles has faced since lunch. Might just be the one, because Patel's taken a single each of the last 2 overs, the last ball. There's 2 left in this one.
Fletcher bowls again and again, left this time on line, wide of the off stump.
So there's 1 ball left. Fletcher coming to the end of his 13th over, none for 35. And again, cricket, it's funny, isn't it? He was 4 for not very many in the first innings, knocked over the first 4 just like that, no problem at all. Give me the ball, I'll get you a wicket. And this time he's now toiled through 13 overs without a wicket.
Yeah, not very often you see Fletcher wicketless, is it? And he comes in and this time makes him play and brings Patel forward into a less convincing defensive shot. Maiden over then, Leicester 100 for 4.
Did have a little bit of an update on what we were talking this morning during the lunch interval. Apparently the reincarnation, and we do accept this, means absolutely nothing to Grace whatsoever, but the reincarnation of Crackerjack wasn't with Dick and Dom, it was with Sam and Mark, and we got that from our very own Aaron, who you will have seen, those of you who watch the live stream, before and after the day's play, out on the field doing the interviews and previewing the day, because he said he used to work with Dick and Dom. There we are. What about that? Here's Mullaney. Bowls. This is Swindles now on strike. Guides this into the offside. Said he worked with them on a programme called Get Your Own Back with Dave Benson Phillips, if that means anything to anybody. Apart from Aaron, 100 for 4 Leicestershire, so 399 more would be the stuff of dreams. Mullaney in once more, and Swindles again rock solid in defence, guides it out into the offside. I think there were most judges yesterday felt that Notts could have pulled out a lot earlier. They didn't need to go on to get that lead of 500 that they got, all but 1 run. Could have pulled out much earlier and maybe had an hour and a half more to bowl at Leicestershire yesterday, but that's not how the skipper saw it. He's in again, and there's going to be probably a couple of runs here to Swindles. He's just had a little bit of a fiddle on that one, opened the face and just eased it on its way down on an angle of 45 towards the Hound Road stand, and they do take 2 runs, 102 for 4, and Swindles on to 4. Mullaney now 3 for 18. Comes Mullaney again bowling. Swindles defends. Stephen Mullaney used most of his bowling options this morning. We had an hour of Dane Patterson from the Pavilion end and Luke Fletcher from the Radcliffe Road end. Brett Hutton and bowled, replaced Dane Patterson. At this end we had a little bit of Liam Patterson-White before, almost as an afterthought, Mullaney brought himself on. Just found the right pace to bowl on here, and again a testing delivery outside off that Swindles Can want some, again, meat with the full face of the bat now. Run.
Quite like to see a bit more Patterson White today, I think. Pretty soon, I think he bowled quite well and could entice the batters into some shots.
Yeah, generalising, I know, but the lower order often tend to struggle against the spinners, don't they? Next ball is pushed into the offside. 102 for 4. Not that you know anything about going out there at 9, 10 or 11, but is there anything in that generalisation? A spinner comes on and the old tail ender, the eyes light up.
Maybe. I'm definitely a bit weaker against spin than seam, but I don't know if that's just me really.
You like a bit of pace on the ball?
Yeah. Not too much, but just enough, you know. Used to be an opening batter back in the day.
Nodger or a nerdler, or a bit of a stylist? You know, do you just chop the ball down to?
Nah, none of that. None of that. And it will be Luke Fletcher then. As he comes in, bowls. This one on the stumps, and Patel comes forward and defends it into the leg side. Into his 14th over, Luke Fletcher.
So a mighty smiter. Might we find you on the 6 hitting chart?
No. No, I score relatively quickly. Strike rate's normally pretty good, I think, but don't hit many sixes, you know. Keep it on the ground.
Keep it on the ground.
Or get caught, one or the other. Don't need to hit it in the air, do you?
No, you don't.
In comes Fletcher again. And outside off, and I don't know if that was an attempted leave that just ended up hitting the bat by Patel, or he's guided to third slip who stops it. Not sure what happened there really.
You're right, I think the initial interpretation of Rishi Patel was that it was going to be wide enough to leave, and maybe didn't get the bat out of the way, and as an afterthought thought, well, just maybe I can just run this away for runs, but Brett Hutton dived across and stopped it. Dot ball in the end.
Fletcher bowls, and again on the stumps, and Patel just comes forward and defends it back to him. Not really looking to play any sorts of shots here, either of these two. I mean, understandably so, but it's very, very defensive cricket at the moment.
Crowd engrossed, aren't they? Just sat quietly watching the cricket, many of them in the sunshine.
It's actually quite warm, isn't it? It's quite
pleasant.
Fletcher in again, then, and this time slightly down leg. Patel goes to play it, but gets nothing on it, and a good stop by Tom Moores.
The knots have made their way down the card. Got rid of the top 4. This they will see as the important wicket to take now, and then that lower order, which begins with Ed Barnes at 7.
Cool. Fletcher in, and this one driven but straight to mid-off. Slightly uppish and not all that convincing, but dot ball. It's not good if you're saying the tail starts at 7.
I didn't say the tail starts at 7 because I wouldn't be that disrespectful, but I think Richard Race has sort of suggested that perhaps...
That's what you just said, the lower order's at 7.
Well, I guess once you've got past 6, you are technically into the lower order. That's what.
Surely not.
No, that's well. It is in you know, the upper order is 1 to 5, isn't it? The lower order is from 7 to 11.
What's the middle order then? Just number 6.
Yeah.
Just on its own, and slightly short by Fletcher, an attempted cut, but straight into covers hands for dot ball.
Don't go putting words in my mouth, but it is, isn't it? 6 has got to be the middle order.
Don't put any words in your mouth.
6 has got to be the middle order.
Just 6 on its own.
Well, yeah, it's got to be the middle of a run of numbers from 1 to 11.
No, I'd say 5 to 7 is the middle order.
Yeah.
Maybe even 8. Lower order is 9 to 11.
Okay. Stephen Mullaney to bowl. Got the commentator's cam in here today. 102 for 4. There we are. Look, there we are. There we are. It's her. There's Mullaney bowling to Swindles, who's on 4. John says, what about a time for Monty to have a bowl? Maybe even then the killer combination of Slater, Hamid and Moores later. No, I don't think it's going to be one of those games, John, like we had against Middlesex earlier in the season when everybody had a bowl. 102 for 4 as Mullaney comes in. Bowls a good delivery this time. Swindles was certainly defending that off-stump line, making sure he wasn't going to be bowled there, but just went past the outside edge through to Moores. I was doing some bits and pieces just before lunch when I was off mic, and yourself and Richard were sharing the commentary. Did I hear you right? 110 for 4 as this pushed into the offside that you'd heard that Ben Duckett was playing in the test?
No, not Ben Duckett. Harry Brook.
Right.
Debuted,
Brooks playing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well deserved, I think. I think he's a good player.
For a year or two they've sort of been saying he's going to be one of those clamouring for a middle order slot. So presumably Ben won't be involved then tomorrow.
Don't think he is, unfortunately, for you Notts fans.
And Stephen Mullaney bowls, and this one into the pad of Swindles, who's looking to hit it away to leg. It was always swinging down leg side. Some noise from the 2 slips, but not from anybody else. 102 for 4.
Pleased to see Alex Hales back in the T20 side.
Very much so, yeah. Pleased for him, and pleased that the whole sort of saga is at an end of why isn't he being picked as Mullaney bowls and it's defended, because certainly there's it's been obvious there has been times when he's deserved a slot or a spot on form, and if if that's not going to be the criteria you're using, then let everybody know. But anyway, let's say he's overdue a return 3 years out of the international side. Let's hope he goes well. Here's Stephen Mullaney bowling to Harry Swindles, pushes us into the offside, no run. 102 for 4, Mullaney 7 overs, 2 mains, 3 for 18. There's been 1 or 2 Hales innings that I will always remember as long as I live, and of course he was very much front and centre of Notts' 2017 Lords One Day Cup final win with that 187 not out to steer Notts to victory. It's been a wonderful player and still got plenty to give, so let's see how he goes. He's always done well down in Australia as well, so I think it's a little bit of a bonus for him and for England that he will be there for the World Cup. Just slight delay once the 2 batters have a bit of a chat, and then of course there's a T20 tour of Pakistan, isn't there, before then. 102 for 4 as we start the 49th over of the innings. Fletcher bowls clipped into the leg side, soft as you like. Rishi Patel has just tossed his wicket away, just chipping that up so gently to mid-wicket, and Fletcher's got a wicket and he didn't have to work for that one at all. That is the softest one of the day, I'm afraid. It really was. Catch, and he did. And Liam Patterson-White, well, he'll never get an easier catch. Rishi Patel caught Patterson-White, bowled Luke Fletcher for 7, faced 27 balls, and well, I don't think he can scarcely believe what he did there. That was really was catching practice. I've only got to take one glance at Richard Ray, who's just settling down to my right to know what he thinks. It's a combination, no doubt, Richard, of disappointment and disbelief.
Yeah, as you said, David, soft as you like, I'm afraid. She hasn't been in great form of late. He battled away. He'd faced 26 balls before that one, but really simple catch, just chipped up to mid-wicket. Started to looked to try and be a little bit more forceful, but that wasn't the one. And that's the last of the frontline batsmen gone, I'm afraid. Harry Swindle's out there already, and now Ed Barnes, who generously can only be described as a bowling all-rounder. I think a bowler who bats a bit, really, like most of them at the moment. He's got potential, but he's not a number 7.
Yeah, Grace was just giving me absolute daggers for saying number 7 was sort of the start of the lower order, but you'd agree it probably
Foxes,
is.
I'm afraid. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate in some sides it isn't, including Grace's, but unfortunately for the Foxes, it definitely is at the moment. Patel caught, Patterson White bowled Fletcher, and I think once again, Dave, we could have been in the game there if we'd have been on the field in the right place at the right time.
Oh, I'd have dislocated
Simple
another
catches
finger.
First for Fletcher and now for Patterson White.
He bowled 14 overs, Fletcher, and he's got a lot of good deliveries, but he didn't have to work hard for that wicket, did he?
Didn't. But he'd say all the rest of the deliveries that have sort of put the little bit of the pressure on the batters. He earns it. He bustles in, the big man, from the pavilion end and bowls outside off stump. Barnes leaves. Appreciate we're at a slight angle here, 4 or 5 degrees probably, but didn't look so very far away from the off stump. So a good leave.
Since 82 for 1, Rich, it's 20 for 4.
Yeah.
Either side of lunch, 3 wickets to Mullaney and now on to Fletcher. Or 4 for 20, depending
I just said to BBC Radio Leicester that there's a horrible feeling of inevitability about it, the way things have gone. And they've gone in this match, and it does feel to be the case. Fletcher is in and bowls outside of stump. It balloons through to Tom Moores as Barnes steps away, having let it go through outside off stump.
Don't want to pile on the pressure, he's obviously not listening to me, but he's on a pair. LBW Brett Hutton for 0 in the first innings. 0 from 23 balls. I think you did make the point that he can normally hang out and put a high price on his wicket. I seem to have ended up with your book over here. Oh, and I forgot to bring your book in. I've got a book for you, but I didn't bring it in, so I'll have to give it you next time I see you.
Season,
maybe
possibly.
Tomorrow.
Goes Fletcher and bowls. That's a straighter delivery. Barnes manages to get behind it one way or another, pushes it back past Luke Fletcher. And you asked just before lunch, Dave, you wanted physical evidence of hamsters being stuffed into speedboats, and I sent you a picture with 2, courtesy of Brunty.
You did.
One hamster driving and the other one, poor thing, with a bonnet on. I have to show that to Grace. What passed for first-class entertainment as children. It's basically animal cruelty, essentially. Fletcher is in with the sun glinting off his pate outside off stump and allowed to go through by Barnes. But yeah, it really did happen, folks.
That's Hammy the hamster.
It was, yeah. Tales from the riverbank. And Hammy and Mrs. Hammy, obviously, 'cause I didn't realise there was a Mrs. Hammy, yeah. It's an extraordinary picture, isn't it? Just so you, it really was the case. That was a children's programme, believe it or not. And they used to putter up and down the river. So it wouldn't be allowed now. Computer generated would manage to do it without cruelty. Fletcher is in and bowls outside off stump again, and Barnes can leave, as he's been able to do 4 of the 5 balls I think he faced in that over. End of a successful over though for Luke Fletcher, his first of the Leicestershire second innings. 1 for 35 for the big fella now. Leicestershire 102 for 5. They've reduced the target to less than 400 in terms of runs needed, but they have lost 5 wickets in so doing.
Still going to be Stephen Mullaney, stomping his way back to the end of his mark. Receives the ball which has been lobbed to him by Brett Hutton. Not seen that much of Brett Hutton today. Comparison to Patterson or Fletcher, or indeed Mullaney, is now starting his 8th over either side of lunch. On the spin, bowls to Harry Swindles, and the Foxes wicket-keeper again gets everything behind it. just to keep it out. So due in. We've got the card here from
Walker.
first innings. Yeah, Roman Walker, Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright, and the last man, Michael Finan, as this is guided into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, scorecard's got him down as NG Finan, but I think that should be an M, shouldn't it? Probably.
Yeah, it is Mike. Mikey, he seems to be already known as by his team.
Caught up with him yesterday, didn't you?
We did, yeah.
102 for 5. Here's Mullaney. 2 slips and a couple of leg side close in catches as well, and it's defended. The whole first class cricket, the whole professional cricket experience, I guess, is one that is taking to and learning every day.
He said he was tired yesterday.
We're all tired.
Fairness, he'd been charging in, hadn't he, and whacking the ball into the pitch. Yeah, was he bowled? Have a quick look at the scorecard.
There's Mullaney. Balls get all deflected. Don't think it was catchable height anyway. Had it been exactly square of the wicket where Asib Hamid is at square leg, just behind square, I think. But don't think it was meant to go there. 103 for 5. Single to Swindles brings Eddie Barnes back into the firing line to face Mullaney. Well, in fact, down to face him. This is for the first time, of course. Here comes the not skipper, past umpire Illingworth, tosses it up there and just pushed out onto the offside.
Lovely delivery
pace,
that was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Little pace off the ball.
Clever,
just got it to
clever.
swing nicely, didn't he?
Clever delivery. In a way, despite the fact obviously he's bowling seam up, he sort of beat Barnes in the flight as much as anything.
Yeah, he's enjoying this, Stephen Mullaney, you know, in his comes Mullaney, bowling, pushed into the offside. It's as if somebody was knocking at the door. 103 for 5. No. 50 overs gone in the innings, so the run rate just effectively 2 and over. 103 for 5. You don't know which button you're on now, do you? You've gone. You're back.
There we go. He's got a couple to move extravagantly off the pitch. Leap, and he's enjoying himself. 3 for 19 from 8 overs. Yeah, Michael Finan bowled 14 overs in the second innings of Nottinghamshire yesterday. 2 for 98, so he went at plenty, 7 runs and over. Picked up a couple of wickets. Luke Fletcher is in and bowling to Harry Swindles, who's leaning forward into that one, defending on the front foot out to Mullaney, who walks in to pick it up, not exerting himself, and then as he does so he points to Asib Hamid and then points to short, straightish extra, very much on the, well, he's not that far off, silly mid off to be quite honest, a sort of silly extra cover. He's just 2 pitches wide. Asib Hamid was rather plunging at that one. Harry Swindles, as Fletcher is in to him, this time he leaves outside off stump. Fletcher trying to bring it back in.
Just to say that there is a planned talk by the Heritage volunteers again on the Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire links between the two sides, set for tomorrow lunchtime, but they're going to do it at tea today, and if the game is going on tomorrow, they'll do it again tomorrow. But if the game's still on or people are still around at tea time today, you'll be able to go along to that in the Day Randall suite.
Fletcher is in, bowls, again rather reaching for it is Harry Swindles on off stump, but defending it successfully out to Hamid. Watch you, Lily, who is listening to us. And Grace, of course, I'm listening to you in the lunch break of the Roses match, she says, and loves listening to Dave And she says, my fellow Yorkie, Richard, so she remembers.
She's
that,
a Notts fan.
Where I was born.
She's a Notts fan, Lily. Don't let her give you all that White Rose nonsense.
Well, she's a Yorkshire. She can't be. She's from Yorkshire.
Big Notts fan, Lily.
No, it's not possible. Not possible. In goes Fletcher and bowls thick inside edge. Hesitation between the batsmen as Barnes goes through for the single. Took a couple of steps, then he stopped. Always a big risk, but Swindles eventually went through it because Patterson White had a long way to run from mid-wicket to square leg. There was certainly a single there, as was evidence for the fact they hesitated, then went and made their ground anyway. But you're always nervous with hesitation like that. Swindles on to 6. 25 balls he has faced. Barnes, long-sleeved shirt for Ed Barnes, short-sleeved for Swindles. Neither of them particularly big men though. Barnes just bobs at the knees. Another Yorkshireman is waiting as in goes Fletcher. He's pulling him, he's clothing it, and it bounces twice before going out to Patterson White at deep square, deep backward square. Could easily have top edge that one. He was falling away from it as he went for the pull/hook and got at the top part of the bat. Square leg. It would have been one of those goober catches that we've seen already twice today.
He's avoided the pair. He's off the mark for the match.
He'll feel a little bit better for that. I don't think anybody in the Leicestershire camp will be feeling particularly good at the moment as Fletcher is in. Two Swindles, who's using his feet to step across and out of his ground and then defending it with an angled bat, and it bounces down towards Hutton, who falls to his right at third slip to make the stop. End of Fletcher's over, his 16th, one for 37. His figures, and weather continues to be set fair. The new building away to our right continues to grow in size as every time we glance to our right there seems to be another pillar up there. And the sun continues to shine on Nottinghamshire's fortunes.
Yeah, they're certainly cracking on with that. Did tweet a photograph of it at lunchtime at Brace Cricket. If you want to have a look, what we keep referring to as we look, there's a building going up from our viewpoint. The back of the William Clark Stammer, it is over the road as Mulaney starts a new over, bowling to Barnes, who defends. Just had a little look. Notts and Leicestershire in first-class cricket haven't met that much, as we were saying, over the last dozen years or so. Stephen Mulaney before today has only ever taken 6 wickets against the Foxes, with a best of 2 for 16. Well, he's added 3 more to that tally today, and whatever happens, these will be his best figures against Leicestershire. They're currently 3 for 19. Then he comes again and bowls all down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 byes, I think. Don't believe there was anything on it. There wasn't. 4 byes, just a quicker ball down the leg side. Tom Moores couldn't or didn't get anything on it, and away it goes. 4 to the total. 109 for 5 then, and extras goes up to 17. Had a good old match, extras. We're buying a round of drinks afterwards. Been plenty of them. Mulaney just trying to get the line right. Comes in and bowls and slapped into the offside, and back-to-back 4s for the Foxes. This time off the bat of Ed Barnes, who moves on to 5. 113 for 5. I think it's been one of the slightly strange things that Stephen Mulaney, now into his 169th first-class match, he's only once taken 5 wickets in an innings. He's often come on. He's been a great partnership breaker. He's had a number of wickets. You know, that over before lunch, sometimes in the past when Chris Reed was the skipper, he'd give him the one over before lunch rather than a spinner. Very nearly chopped on, but chopped down into the ground, and the ball bounces up and is caught by Joe Clark. That slip there. 113 for 5, but certainly in more recent times, last year or two, he's very often been the 5th seamer, and as a result he's not bowled at all. But with Lyndon James not currently bowling, he's assumed the mantle again of 4th seamer, and he's very much relishing the role today. Bowls again, and Barnes throwing the bat at this one, drills it straight to Lyndon James on the bounce, and there's no run.
Just to give Leicestershire listeners a sliver of hope, perhaps. Barnes and Swindles had a stand of over 150 against Somerset at Taunton a couple of years ago, but under somewhat different circumstances. Patterson White warming up at Leg Gully.
Spotted it as Mulaney's in again. Barnes turns it past Patterson White down to Dane Patterson. Comes in and lobs the ball into the gloves of Moores. It's 114 for 5, and Ned Barnes will keep strike, and it's a pint for the marker. Both Barnes and Swindles are on 6. The board says Leicestershire require 385 more runs to win. Good luck. Not still -1 on the over 8 as well, so they'll have to attend to that as something somewhere falls over that we can pick up on the FX microphone.
Patterson is going to replace Fletcher at the pavilion end. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 18. His figures thus far in the Leicestershire second innings. Pulls a couple of looseners to James, who's at mid-on. 3 slips. Clark, Montgomery and Hutton alongside Tom Moores behind the stumps and Harry Swindles as Patterson is in, and I beg your pardon, Barnes is cutting and cutting well. He waited for it. It was a little bit of a loosener from Patterson. It was shortish and wide, didn't really get up. It was half pace as well, and Barnes leant across. Did have to reach for it a little bit, but he got on top of it and cut it away down to wide. Third man for 4.
Going for him. 9 off the last over, 4 from the first ball of this one.
It's a long time to bat to save the game, isn't it? So they kind of, I guess there's a feeling of
take what's there.
Absolutely.
Help
But
yourself
don't
to a
give it
few.
away.
No.
You know, as you know, Rishi Patel has, as I suppose Sam Evans did, and in goes Patterson and bowls, and Barnes is going to pick up more runs. It was a slightly wide delivery, not as wide as the previous one, and it bounced a little bit more, but Barnes, leaning back this time, managed to get on top of the bounce. Didn't middle it, but managed to get it wide of Hutton at third slip. James again goes running back, picks it up around 15 yards inside the ropes, and a single is taken. Barnes is actually into double figures. He's on to 11 from 16. Swindles 6 off 26. Patterson is in, and bowling brings Swindles forward, bat quite a long way in front of Pads as he blocks that one back down the pitch to Dane Patterson.
I don't think he's getting an awful lot of assistance, is he, Dane Patterson? The ball's 53 overs old. Wicket's certainly flattened out a bit. Mulaney bowling at a lesser pace is getting it to wobble around a little bit, but he generally does. But seems to be coming through pretty much bullet straight from Dane Patterson at the moment.
Bowls and looking to force in the offside, gets a thick inside edge there, Swindles, and wasn't sure where that was going. It went behind him, square of the wicket on the on side. Rolls out and Patterson White runs across to pick it up. Swindles takes his single, but a fortuitous one, certainly not where he was looking to hit that one. And the odd one does come back in still off the seam. Mulaney has got a couple to move quite extravagantly still, but the pitch is a very different colour to 48 hours or so ago. Barnes waits as Patterson is in, bowls to him, he tenses up at the short ball, looks to turn it on the leg side, gets a leading edge that lobs up into the off side. No fielder within several feet of the ball as it landed, but that won't make Dane Patterson think, well, I won't bother trying any more bouncers.
No, could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Really could, and might get 1 or 2 more short deliveries. Barnes, he actually, in fairness to him, he usually plays the short ball reasonably well. When it has been banged in from that pavilion end, it has tended to stop a bit and leap up. In goes Patterson and does bowl a short ball, and it is pulled effectively by Barnes. That one came on quite nicely, and he turned his wrists on it. Umpire Illingworth stepped neatly aside like a matador evading a charging bull. There was something of the cape about the way he stood to one side. And Patterson White was the fielder on the square leg boundary. One is taken, and then Patterson White will presume, well, he looked like he was going to be bowling, but he isn't actually. It is going to still be Mullaney, it looks like.
Yes,
Pointing away, they're not skipper. Yes, and takes his cap off. As you say, perhaps he fancies a first-class career best, which is currently 5 for 32. Do you remember against whom he might have got that? Actually, I can find out for you very easily.
I would say Gloucestershire.
Well, I'm looking
here. He comes in and bowls hit him on the pad as he got 4, asking the umpire not out. There was a high degree of confidence, it seemed, out there from bowler keeper and associated and assorted sundries, but the umpire with the best view said not out, and Ed Barnes remains undefeated on 12, 121 for 5. Gloucestershire here?
You are perfectly correct. Gloucestershire here in
2017. It must have been,
it
because
was
it's sort of the only year we'd played them up until this year in different divisions for so long. Next delivery, Mullaney brings it back into Ed Barnes, pushes it into the offside.
Interestingly, he says the most underrated player in county cricket is Callum Parkinson. What do you mean?
Well, no, you could have had 50 guesses, couldn't you? And I'm sure you'd have been the same. You could have had 50 guesses.
Yeah, it just sounded as though he was.
Yeah. No,
hasn't had the greatest of season, Callum's, but he's a good player.
Mullaney bowling now, and this is pushed into the offside. But you know, on the face of it, that is a strange one. Was Notts and Leicestershire haven't played that much. You know, whether there's going, you know, the Lancashire connection.
I was going to say fellow Lancastrian, but
you know, different sort of age groups, weren't they?
Mullaney hasn't played 100, has he, with him or anything like that?
Well, that would have been in the winter, wouldn't it? So
last season, because Callum played last season as well for the
next ball on its way, and mistimed shot outside the off stump by Barnes. You know, they'll have played against each other in the blast a dozen times or so, and maybe
I guess he's seen him dismiss Alex Hales a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah,
things like
maybe,
that.
yeah,
so
yeah.
It stayed in his mind, perhaps.
Yeah. Usually, you tend to go with a teammate. Usually, don't you, when you're asked for that sort of thing? So nice to see a break from the obvious as Barnes again nudges it out into the offside. Patterson White doing the fielding. 121 for 5. One ball left in the 54th over. Didn't play it all through the month of August, Stephen Mullaney. Didn't bowl in the first innings. Just needed a second delivery today to get rid of a Sanazad. This is pushed into the offside. Or one loosener, and then he got a wicket with his second ball. That's not a bad return to action, is it, for Mullaney? 121 for 5 at the end of that over, the 54th. Just had he's chatting to Tom Moores now, but he was chatting to Brett Hutton. I wonder if Brett's going to get a go at this end. Keep an eye on Hutton through the course of this over. We had a chat to Brett at the end of that over.
Still making things happen.
Yeah, he may well have said, I'll have one more, mate. It
was a decent shout, that.
He's waving to the Notts dressing room. Look, Stephen Mullaney. Pads, yeah.
Yeah, so it does look like it's going to be Patterson White. But at the moment, it's going to be Dane Patterson from the pavilion end. Bowls 2 Harry Swindles, again a bit thick inside, edgy as he looks to defend that one. It comes back in towards him off the back foot. It rolls out towards Patterson White, who's at mid-wicket. Not convincing, there is still something there for Patterson, it seems. He only ever takes one ball, if that, to sort of settle into his line, doesn't he? And he has done already.
He's a clever bowler, he really is.
1 for 25 at the moment. head up as he runs in and bowls, and clipped in the air, and he's caught at mid-wicket. Swindles has given it away in much the same way Patel did. He fell across his stumps there, chipped it in the air. Patterson White had a bit of work to do on that occasion in that he had to take a step or two to his right, but again it was around about waist height. Again it was a comfortable catch, and another Leicestershire batter comes and goes in disappointingly short order as far as they are concerned.
Yeah, it was it was a different bowler and a different batter, same catcher, but it was almost a repeat, wasn't it, of the Rishi Patel dismissal. Just a little bit of a tame chip to mid-wicket, and Liam Patterson-White gobbles it up, and Leicestershire are 6 down, 121 for 6, and again, I've been sort of saying the 3 down, it's the top 3, the 4 down, it's the top 4, then the top 5, and now it is the top 6, so we'll have 7 and 8 reunited with just 9, 10 and 11 to come.
39 for 5 then, since 82 for 1.
Yeah, yeah. Knocking on the door at 2 o'clock. We've still got decent weather overhead and around as Rich heads next door. I'm sure he'll be back before too long and be joining Grace as Roman Walker makes his way out to the middle. .21 for 6. Could be a short day for you, Miss Ballinger.
Could be, yeah. Well, it depends how this Leicestershire lower order hold out. It's interesting, isn't it? All the top 6 have gone. Normally you have
somebody sticking around.
Yeah, a set batter of some sort, but no. What's been the top score this innings? Was it 35?
Sanazad's 35, yeah. There's Patterson then to bowl to the new man, Roman Walker, who lets it go through to the keeper. In the first innings, when there were 93 all out, there was only Evans that reached double figures, apart from extras. Extras has had a very healthy contribution throughout the game. There's been a lot of no balls. 21 for 6.
Front foot no balls, is that?
Yeah. Players, I say players in some instances readjusting to first-class cricket, bowling with a red ball. But I guess in Michael Finan's case, because he's bowled more than anybody else, it's his debut as Patterson comes in and bowls and it's just pushed onto the leg side. There's no run. I mean, could be the nerves, the anxiety of, if you like, of making your first-class debut. There could be, they always talk about the practice issue, don't they? Make sure you have your foot in practice where you'd want it in a game. I mean, is that something that's heavily emphasised to you and your team? You're going to practice, make sure you don't bowl no balls in practice, and you won't bowl them in the middle. Walker on strike. Patterson bowls to him and chopped down. Good stop, diving stop at third slip by Hutton.
Yeah, well, it's interesting actually. I had a really bad front foot no ball problem for about 4 years, and it's probably only this year.
4 years?
Yeah, but it's probably only this year that I haven't bowled any. I put in a little marker for my takeoff, and I haven't bowled one this year.
You know that white line there? Isn't that the marker?
you know like where the little circle that people put at the end of their mark.
Yeah.
I put that on my takeoff point.
121 for 6. Patterson bowls again, chopped down, and again Houghton at third slip makes a diving stop. Got Radio Nottingham in our ears, so they'll be updating just a second. Wicket in that over for Dane Patterson. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 25. And it's 121 for 6. Now is Mullaney, I think he's going to have another one. So at your take-off point, you're talking to by the umpire, yeah?
Yeah, I think no one else really does that, but I just had to stop the problem. You can't be bowling front foot no balls. I don't think there's really an excuse for it.
There isn't.
There's no excuse for it, so I had to find a way to stop it, and that's the only thing that worked for me. Tried loads of things.
Is that something you've come up with, or a coach?
I actually came up with it.
Oh, we'll just do this update for Radio Nottingham.
championship match at Trent Bridge. DAY3 is watching.
And Nottinghamshire now need 4 wickets to pull off a very convincing win here over Leicestershire. Should they get there, really will stretch their advantage at the top of the Division 2 table with 2 games to go. Leicestershire currently 121 for 6. The Not skipper Stephen Mullaney is in a fine spell either side of lunch. He's taken 3 for 24 at the moment. Dane Patterson has just picked up his second wicket as well. There's been another one for Fletcher since lunch. Leicestershire set a victory target of 499 and now 121 for 6.
Thanks, Dave. So full commentary.
As Mullaney bowls to Moores outside the off stump. Yeah, is that something that you worked out for yourself, or with the help of the coaches?
Yeah, well, obviously I had a lot of coaches try a lot of different things over the time I was like struggling with it. When I say I struggled with it for 4 years, it wasn't that I couldn't bowl for 4 years. It was just that I'd bowl the odd one every so often, and yeah, I just thought let's try putting something physical in, and that's the only thing that actually ended up working for me.
There's Mullaney. Tosses it up, driven into the offside, fielded by Liam Patterson-White. And there's no run. Bring Rich back in to join you at the end of the over. 121 for 6. To what extreme? Just once or twice every game, or you know, was it almost the equivalent of the golfer's yips? Did you have a really bad day where you bowled a 13 ball over or some such?
Yeah, I did that when I was a bit younger.
There's Mullaney bowling and defended by Barnes deep in his crease. What, you've had bowled a 13 ball over?
I had one game when I was about 15 playing for the Warwickshire second team where I just couldn't get my foot behind the line. I shortened my run up. I tried to it wasn't good. But
and it was what, no balls and wides? Or?
Nah, no wides. Don't bowl wides.
You don't bowl wides?
Bowl wides, just front.
Well, that's a start.
Never bowled wides, me. Just no balls.
But you'd shortened your run and you were still bowling no balls?
Well, when I was younger, yeah.
Next one is nicely played, nicely timed by Barnes into the offside. He's played some lovely shots, actually, and we'll get full reward for that shot. Caressing it through the offside for 4 to take him to 16, 125 for 6. We've noticed this before as well. You're one of life's permanent doodlers as well, aren't you? You're a doodler. Are you a drawer? Are you an artist?
Not at all.
Oh, but you do like a doodle, don't you?
I do, yeah, I do.
Nothing wrong with it. You carry on doodling.
Yeah, I will.
I'll sell it when you become even more famous. 125 for 6. That's a nice shot from Barnes. We'll get you to comment on it after this delivery while I get out of the way. As he's worked this on the leg side, and had he not got bat on that, obvious to say, but had he not got bat on that, he'd either been LBW or he'd lost his middle stump. Good delivery from Mullaney, who ends his 11th over with 3 for 29, 126 for 6. Barnes 17, Walker 0, and here's the doodler Grace Ballinger, and she'll be joined by Richard Ray.
Yeah, Leicestershire now 6 down, obviously needing to stick around, but it's looking like just delaying the inevitable at the moment. Ed Barnes putting up some sort of show, looks to be playing quite a nice shot, scoring quite nicely, but needs someone to stick around with him. Now got, who's it in with him? Callum Parkinson in with him now, so they'll be looking to stick around a bit, and you'll be hoping for them to stick around, won't you?
Yeah, it feels a bit as though the writing is on the wall, doesn't it? It'd be a good one to win from here, that's for sure. 373 needed with 4 wickets in hand.
Patterson in to Barnes, and that one's short and flashed, but wide of third slip, and will run away to 4. This is no third man. Guided, do you think?
Yeah, I think we can give Eddie the benefit of the doubt there. He's decent prospect as a batsman. I think he could be a genuine all-rounder. When he first came, I don't think he is anymore, but when he first came, and you'll see why immediately, Callum Parkinson christened him the coat hanger, because he sort of walks around with his shoulders sort of a little bit like that, and it's just a sort of physical mannerism. But every time I see him now, when he's just the body language, his shoulders are slightly slumped, and it always makes me smile. But he's a cricketer of a lot of potential, Ed Barnes.
Patterson in again, 3 slips in play for Ed Barnes, and this one straighter and left, and can't have missed the stumps by a lot there, maybe just above, and not the most convincing leave of the day.
It was a close one, a close shave. Are they still wobbling slightly in the breeze?
Clearly knows where his stumps are. Good leave. Patterson in then 2 wickets so far in the innings for him as he bowls, and this one just outside off and just hit into the offside but straight into Hasib Hamid.
It's a good eye, Barnes. He gets into line. And he has some shots. Sometimes he gets out once he starts to play shots, like a lot of sort of decent tail enders, lower order batsmen. Sorry, he's very good at keeping it out. But once he starts to try and be a little bit more aggressive, try and score some runs, then tendency is to sort of sometimes to hit the ball in the air, as you've seen, and so he can get in and get to 15, 20 or more, and then get himself out. But perhaps not this time.
Passing in again, and this time he comes forward into a drive, but straight to mid-off. That was a bit more convincing.
You said you were a Birmingham, so Eddie Barnes is a huge Leeds supporter. He's a North Yorkshireman and a season ticket holder at Elland Road.
Can he get to many of the games, the cricket season and the football season?
Well, he's tended not to. They do a little bit, yeah. He's obviously hasn't been too busy over the winters up to now, but as a young man, he was certainly a season ticket holder.
Passing again, and this one's short and hit into the air, but just a one bounce to, who's that out deep square? Liam Patterson-White. Looked like it could have been a chance at one point, but nowhere near carry did. It was relatively safe in the end. Whether or not he actually meant to hit that in the air, I'm not sure, but 1 run scored.
At a period when I used to get sent to Birmingham City quite a lot to do reports for the newspapers. But the press there, the box is in the old stand, the only one that's left, the old stand. There's 3 good stands, aren't there, that's sort of at St Andrews these days?
What, the Gilmerick stand? Patterson in again, and good ball, brings Walker forward into drive, doesn't get all of it, and end of the over, Leicestershire 131 for 6.
The press box is up a really tiny, sort of little rickety set of wooden steps that is almost a spiral, and it's absolute fire hazard. If there was ever any problems like that there, we'd all be very crispy. Always a good atmosphere though, usually a good atmosphere.
God, it's hard to be a Blues supporter.
At the moment.
For the last 5 years, probably more. Useless. Got a new manager now though. He's doing alright, I think, so that'd be good.
It was the former Charlton chap, was it Bowyer for a while?
Yeah, we had him for a bit.
Okay.
They come and go.
Right.
We stay at the bottom of the championship.
As long as you stay in it for the time being. Patterson-White steps in and bowls. Forward plunges Barnes, pushing the ball back to him. I mean, as in don't get relegated rather than get promoted,
That would be shocking if we got relegated. Nearly happened last year, mind.
It's hard to get back once you do. A little flick of the feet from Patterson-White before it goes in and bowls. Again, a bit more air, but it's drifting on towards middle and leg, thick inside part of the bat. Sees the forward defensive Barnes push it out towards mid-wicket. Patterson-White steps in and bowls. Slightly flattish delivery, bit wider. Barnes goes back, tries to play a delicate late cut. Got a little bit too much of it in a way, and it went quite slowly towards short third. Fletcher, who's out there, moved to his left to make the stop. And there is no run. See, Brunty's been in touch again. This might be something about Birmingham. Let's have a look-see. As Patterson-White bowls, Barnes is forward, big stride, a big howl of frustration from Mulaney at slip, not quite sure why. Patterson-White just a couple of steps and bowls, brings Barnes forward again, but he does get very much to the pitch of that one. Back down the wicket it goes. Richard, he says, if you want to know what St Andrews looked like in the 80s, he said, go there now. That's a bit harsh. It's got 3 good stands. In goes Patterson-White, bowls on towards middle and leg, and it's pushed to mid-wicket, where Montgomery is the fielder, and there is no run. It hasn't changed much, I must admit, since then. 131 for 6, Leicestershire. I'm right in thinking that.
It's all right.
Three quarters, okay.
Yeah, it's all right. I remember when we were in the Premier League, the glory days, and when we won the, what was it called, the Carling Cup?
Was that the League Cup in those? What was the League Cup was called then?
Every
Briefly,
year,
yeah,
doesn't
it did seem to. Yeah, does seem to. Some of us remember the days of Trevor Francis and people like that.
Super Trev.
Bob Latchford.
Will be Patterson to bowl to Walker, and this one is left outside off and carries through nicely to Tom Moores actually.
Really lovely late summer's day here. It's amazing, just completely contrary to what was suggested. Even as late as this morning, we were supposed to be under heavy showers by about 1 o'clock, but absolutely no sign of them.
It's quite pleasant. Some dark skies this morning actually, but they seem to have gone away as Patterson's in again and brings Walker forward into a drive to the offside.
England's women's football team, 10-0 yesterday.
Yeah,
Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, yeah. Up in Stoke, wasn't it?
It was. 33,000 apparently.
Oh,
so it's
good.
pretty much a
Brilliant,
sellout,
yeah.
essentially. To see the European champions.
World Cup as well coming. Well, that's the men, isn't it? Coming up in the upcoming months. Patterson's in again, and this time short, and again just guided through that third man region, this time by Walker, and that gets him off the mark. 4 runs. Again, I think that was guided. Give it to the batter. Full control of the shot.
Gets him off the mark. Walker too is a more than useful prospect as a batter. You kind of have to be now, don't you? If you earn your crust as a bowler, you've got to be an effective batsman.
Yeah, I suppose that's the thing. Everyone has to bat, don't they? So if you can make yourself a bit less one-dimensional, and whether that's being like a gun fielder or handy with the bat, it's useful. Lower order runs are always good. So Patterson's in again, and this time just turned into the leg side for a single through that mid-wicket region by Walker. Well played. Especially in the shorter formats, if you can offer saving a few runs in the field or scoring useful runs at the back end, adds to your value quite a lot, I think.
Make the difference between being in the side and not sometimes if there's not much in it from a bowling point of view. Brett Hutton's been taken out of third slip and he's going to go into, looks like square leg, just in front of square. He's just asking for a bit more guidance. Well, there's been 2 catches in that region. He's a bit squarer than where the 2 catches were held. It's a fairly conventional, just in front of square.
Patterson in again, and this time short, and just hit in front of where the 2 fields are and races away for 4 to that short boundary. Well, the plan was in place, but maybe executed slightly wrong by Patterson and gets 4 runs, but I suppose Notts don't really mind them playing their shots and probably encouraging signs, to be honest.
I think they'd rather that almost. That was an uncomplicated pull and an effective one from Barnes. Onto 26 now, Eddie Barnes. I've mentioned his best of 82 not out, I think it was, against Somerset at Taunton in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Passed in again and again short, and this time pulled, and it's gone for 6 straight into the stand. And he's certainly timing him nicely here. It's an expensive over, I think it was 15 from it.
Yeah, dug that one in and Barnes swiveled and got plenty of it. It is the short boundary over there, and directly over the head of Liam Patterson, a long way over his head. Good shot, Eddie Barnes moves into the 30s, 32 to him now, 146 for 6. A little late defiance from the Yorkshireman. Touches gloves with the Welshman, Walker. Will be on strike now to Liam Patterson White, who takes his cap off. Hands it to another Yorkshireman, Richard Illingworth. Dries his hand on the crease. Again, not particularly quickly, but there's something there for Liam Patterson White. It's good enough to beat Walker. Waits with bat raised as Patterson White is in. Bowls, he goes back this time, slightly riskily. Wasn't too short a length, but played it off the pitch down into the ground. Bounced out towards mid-wicket. No run. Patterson White is in and bowls. That is a little bit short. Walker goes back with a little bit more justification on that occasion, but then just defends it out into the offside. It's a curious little sort of start to his run just to get himself going, Patterson White. He sort of kicks up a heel slightly with his right foot before going into bowl. Tosses it up a fraction, but it's a bit short. Walker goes back and cuts it away down to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Sometimes Ben Slater out there. Can't quite see from here. Either way, he makes the stop, just one taken. Brings Barnes down on strike. Again short from Patterson White. Barnes goes back this time, looks to guide it down to the point area. Gets a little bit too much on it, hurries on to him a fraction and steers it more or less straight to Luke Fletcher at that backward point stroke, short third position. End of the over. He did beat Pat Walker once, and there's a little bit of something there, but he just may need to give it a bit more air.
I think so. He needs to give it a chance, doesn't he? A bit more flight maybe might also entice them into playing their shots. I mean, these two haven't been particularly defensive, have they? So
no.
They might get enticed into coming down or playing a loose shot of some sort, I think.
I agree. I think if there were a lot of dark clouds around, they might be a bit more defensive in the hope that the weather was going to help them out, but looking around, they probably think there isn't much point.
Patterson to continue then from the pavilion end as he's in, and that is edged again, and I'd say guided again. It will run away for 4 to that third man region. It's the third time in the last 2 overs that the Leicestershire batters have found that gap and got the full reward for it. 151 for 6.
Partnership 30 off just 35 balls. So I don't think it's going to make much difference in terms of the game as a whole, but a little bit of welcome late resistance being shown by the Foxes.
Takes a bit of momentum away from Nottinghamshire as well, which I think is good. We were speaking about that earlier and about how it feels coming into bat, and wouldn't have been an easy time to come into bat here. They were pretty in the mud, so I think it's been good for them just to shift the momentum a little bit, even if it is just for a short time. Patterson in again, and this time the same thing is done, and it beats the gully fielder, and again will run for 4. Lyndon James holds his head in vain. So that's gone past him again, and yeah, good show from these two here.
Do you post a third man, or doesn't it? Again, 344 more needed. It doesn't really matter too much, does it? But
throwing in his bowling figures.
Yeah, exactly. The bowler might be muttering to himself a little bit. Nobody likes conceding runs.
Don't bowl it there. No way hit it there. Clever batting though. See if Patterson will hold his nerve or if he'll put one out there.
Bet you're a tough captain, aren't you? The bowler says, oh, can I have a third man? No, just don't bowl it there. fair comment, absolutely.
Passing in again, and he bit straighter and shorter and just flicked into the leg side, into that square leg gap. Rotates the strike, brings Barnes back onto strike. 32 not out, Walker 15 not out.
I used to have a club captain up in Yorkshire. He used to not setting up expletive, deleted field for a bad ball, essentially, if you ask for anything extra in terms of cover. And he was right.
Two slips and a short third in, then almost a gully and he bowls it outside off full, but left alone this time by Barnes. He's not enticed into trying the shot, and through to Tom Moores.
Over 61 overs almost bowled with this ball, so in that respect, it's a good time to bat, I suppose. The bowlers will be a little bit tired now, and pitch is flat, and it's an older ball. Opportunity for these two to make a little bit of a mark.
Passed in again and again short and picked up by Barnes, but will just go to the fielder at square leg. Ben Slater, I think that is out there, and 1 run. Well timed though, by Barnes. Looks like.
Hutton warming up, is it? Mid wicket.
I saw Matt Montgomery's number. No, I did not. He's in second slip. Patterson in again, and this one flicked round, but out to that short boundary where deep square is, and 1 run taken. End of the over. Leicestershire 158 for 6.
That's a nice shot as well. He's got the shots as Walker correct as well, if that makes sense. Barnes can look a little agricultural on occasion. Witnessed a couple of those pulls. Walker looks like he's been properly coached, if that makes sense. It is going to be Hutton who's dancing to his mark.
I've been really enjoying his warm-ups actually. He's been offering a few in the field, I've noticed. A few jumps, skips.
He's quite a big chap as well, isn't he? Broad-shouldered. Brett Hutton yet to pick up a wicket in this innings. Picked up 7 against Leicestershire in the Royal London Cup. His best List A figures. Only a couple, feels like 2-3 weeks ago. It was 2-3 weeks ago. That's why it feels like 2-3 weeks ago. The season,
that would make sense.
it would. Yeah. The season does start to sort of blend into one at this stage a little bit. My excuse. Changes to the field. Fletcher is running across to mid on because short leg is in, and they've decided that Walker might clip it in the air. He's gone in at quite a short mid wicket as Hutton goes in and bowls short to Walker, but Walker in complete command of the situation, gets up on his toes and just drops the ball back out into the offside very correctly.
Interesting field really, isn't it? They've got just the 3 on the offside, massive gaps to that short boundary, maybe enticing that drive with I think
They've got a long leg, deep backward square, deep square as Hutton is in, bowls a bouncer. I think Walker would be less, who does duck out of the way, but is less inclined to take on the bouncer, but Barnes sometimes can't help himself, so they've decided. Let's see if they can get him out hooking a bouncer, I suspect. Square legs in there close as well. Short leg, short mid wicket. Almost a body line, and it is a short ball, but up on his toes is Walker, who is blocking it down the pitch. Straight back down towards Hutton. So he's less inclined to attempt to hook. Barnes wanders down and has a word.
Don't want to bowl it full with this field, do you? Can't afford to. He's going to have to keep hitting that back of the length short.
Unless it's the old sort of bluff and batsman he stays on the back foot and it goes through him, something like that. But yeah, Hutton is in short again, as Grace said, and up on his toes again is Walker, blocking it out into the offside. And again, there's no run. He's kind of bowling this at the wrong batter, you feel, in a way. Hutton. No slips, just a gully. Third man gully, and Montgomery in the covers are the only fielders on the offside as Hutton is in, bowls a bouncer down the leg side this time, and Walker sort of moved into position but kept his bat down, stepped inside it, let it go over his left shoulder. He's played the over pretty well, Roman Walker. 16 to him off 23 balls. How are we doing for time? Almost updates time. 1 ball to come in the over, so I shall play with fire and describe it before heading next door. In goes Hutton and bowls again a little bit short, and again Walker plays it very competently off the back foot out into the offside. It goes, a maiden over, but not necessarily the sort you might have expected Hutton to bowl at this stage.
Yeah, interesting plan, I think. I mean, it's made it pretty clear what they're trying to do, and it's just up to the batters whether they take it on or not. I mean, don't think they will. There's not really any need to, but looks like spin will be returning, and Liam Patterson-White, this time from the pavilion end, gonna have another go at it.
Just rotating his bowlers now, Mullane, isn't he? Just trying to find the one mistake or the one golden delivery that can break this partnership. Move on then and try and knock over the bottom three. Sure end. Doodler.
Patterson-White in to bowl his first delivery in short and just defended off the back foot by Barnes. It's a pretty innocuous delivery to start, wasn't it?
Second highest partnership of the innings. 37 they've put on from just 47 balls.
It's Patterson-White in again, and again, a bit back of a length, but brings Barnes forward. He's kind of darting him down, isn't he? I think he does need to try and give it a bit more flight, Patterson-White.
He'll just mix it up in various speed and, as you say, a little bit of flight, extra flight now and again.
Similar ball to the last, this time just brings Barnes forward into a pretty confident defensive shot, just back into the hands of the bowler. Just two fielders out, sweeps on either side, and Patterson-White comes in again and again. Barnes comes forward and just pats the ball back to the bowler.
I think Mullane is in play at slip.
Patterson-White in again and again. Barnes comes forward and pats it back to the bowler.
Mm.
Last ball of his over then, and again, same as the last, just brings the batter forward into a defensive shot, and it was a quick over. 63 gone in the innings, Leicestershire 158 for 6.
Do you know any of them?
Knew the first one, don't know what it's called though.
What's the first one? Quick, 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 quick!
Get us on.
We can hear music from BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears. They're having a little bit of a musical mashup, trying to identify what the song was. I had no idea. Go on, I could look ever so clever here, Grace. Come on, what is it? Oh, here we go.
Not easy that, I don't think.
No, it's not. 158 for 6. I've no idea. I'm just trying to work out your mashup, just having a little listen there, and I think back in the day one of those tunes was fairly familiar, but I've no idea what it was called. Long time ago. After a little bit of rehydration, maybe. We might be celebrating here later on. That's if the weather holds, because Nottinghamshire need just 4 more wickets to win this game. They've got Leicestershire at 158 for 6, but this 7th wicket partnership just holding them up now. They've been together for about 45 minutes. Barnes and Walker, they've added 37, and that's after just before lunch Stephen Mullane took 3 wickets just like that within the space of a few deliveries, and straight afterwards Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson added 2 more. Did seem as if we were heading towards a very early finish, but Leicestershire scrapping away here. They've been set a victory target of 499, so that's not going to happen, but they are making knots work for these wickets. 158 for 6 as I go back to thinking about your mashup.
Yeah, exactly. And what a turnaround it's been this week for the cricket. It just shows, doesn't it, how the game can change over the days.
Well, I'm reluctant to say it just in case we do get a downpour and we don't get any more cricket, but everybody keeps saying, you know, oh, you'll get no play today, you'll get no play today. It's been fine here.
Well, good Dave, thank you. If you do want to hear 4 ball by ball...
A no ball there. We had an awful lot of those earlier in the game. Not entirely sure. We've had many today. I think Luke Fletcher bowled one, but Brett Hutton bowls a no ball there. 160 for 6, just whilst I'm blathering away to Verity Cowley on the afternoon show on BBC Radio Nottingham. Is it the Whispers or something like that? That doesn't mean anything to our listeners who couldn't hear the music, but had a little bit of disco music and asking the audience to identify the artist. 160 for 6 as a bouncer is bowled by Hutton over the head of Roman Walker, who's on 16. Brian could hear it in my ears, and Brian says the first one of that mashup, Dave, is Forget-Me-Nots by Patrice Rushton. Not sure of the second. Oh, that's brilliant, Brian. That's brilliant. I'm guessing though somebody will get it. I wish I'd had that a moment ago or noticed. Thank you, Brian, as this is pushed into the offside. 160 for 6. Is that what you were thinking? Forget-Me-Nots?
Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
Are you in that? Are you just browsing through the cricketers' who's who?
Yeah.
Are you in there?
No, I don't think so. Don't know.
You don't know? You didn't look for yourself first?
No, I was looking at the men's ones.
What are you eyeing up on the men's ones?
Just looking at this team.
160 for 6. Here's Brett Hutton. Bowls, nice looking push into the offside by Roman Walker for a single. 161 for 6. And Barnes back on strike on 33. Walker 17. Partnership now worth 40. One ball left in the 64th over. It's very much the most popular booker around at the moment. You've just had a good thumb through it. Now Richard's come rushing in just to check some fact or statistic. He's eager to get out to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. What page is he on? Have a look. What page is he looking at? What page is he looking at? What's he? As Hutton bowls, and this one's punched away through the offside for 4 more by Ed Barnes. Moves on to 37. Is it Ed Barnes he's looking at?
He's not. He's not.
Who's he looking at?
You look and see if I was in there. Yeah, no, I think it's just the centrally contracted ones. Sad. I'd quite like a page in there.
Would you?
Yeah, I would.
And what secrets would you reveal? What sort of questions? Let's imagine. Let's just imagine you were Sophie Eccleston. So, Sophie, who's the best batter, keeper, all-rounder in domestic cricket, excluding teammates? So
what, you want me to answer that now?
Yes, so this is on the women's side. Sophie Eccleston gave her answer. What's yours?
The best batter on the domestic circuit.
Yeah.
No one in my team. Oh, then they can't have played for England.
Well, it doesn't say that. I'll tell you what Sophie said. She said Eve Jones, Ellie Threlkeld, Alice Capsey and Lindsay Smith. I mean, crikey, she's...
They were all uncapped at the time.
Most underrated player in domestic cricket.
Patterson White comes in.
Pushed away, yeah.
Just push for one. Most underrated player in domestic cricket.
Yeah. You can't do this when the Who's Who editor rings you up in the winter.
I don't reckon it'd be on the spot interview.
You think you might have time to mull over it?
I reckon so. Who did she say?
Sophie's. Sophie has said another Sophie.
Patterson White in and brings Barnes forward into a drive.
So which other Sophie has Sophie suggested? Sophie Luff.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Luffy, she's good. Played with her down in London actually. Patterson White in again and again. Full, just bringing Barnes forward.
Here's one that you can't copy. What are your hobbies?
My hobbies. Watching the county championship with Mr. Bracegirdle.
Wow.
That's my favourite hobby. Patterson White in again and 2 full and just driven back by Barnes.
Top marks. Sophie Eccleston has just put Everton Football Club.
Oh yeah, she loves it, doesn't she? Patterson White in and bowls, and this time slightly short to bring in Barnes onto the back foot, but again a defensive shot.
I've got 2 more for you then. Who would you most and least like to have a net with? And she's put gents, so you can...
What, blokes?
Well, yes.
Okay.
They're gents, yeah.
Yeah.
Who would you most and least like to have a net with?
Patterson White comes in and... he's bowled a front foot no-y. I can't be having that as a spinner.
Everybody's bowling no balls. Don't know why you'd say least, but
least probably like a fast bowler.
Yep.
Mitchell Stark.
Right, and most who would you most like to have a net with?
Who would I like to bowl at? Oh, someone good.
End of the over, 166 for 6. Sophie Eccleston put she'd most like to have a net with Jo Root, she'd least like to have a net with Jimmy Anderson.
No.
And the last one, what is your one prediction for the future of cricket? And Sophie's put women's test matches will be played over 5 days.
Good one. That's a classic. What's the other classic? Domestic red ball cricket coming in. I reckon that one's in there a few times.
Well, it's not going to help you, is it? You have not seen a red ball since you were about 6. When did you last bowl a red ball? Exactly.
No, I probably bowled one last year.
168 for 6 after that. LPW no ball. Extras up to 21. Walker has 18. Barnes 37. The partnership worth 47 now. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester, Richard Ray, Dave Bracegirdle, and the captain of Team GB, Grace Ballinger.
I might get myself one of these. I'd love it.
They'll be listening in the shop. Have you got a complimentary copy for Grace? It's the cricketers' who's who. Is this my end? Brett Hutton.
It is.
Into bowl to Roman Walker, and off the pad, I think. Yeah, it'll be another one to that ever-growing extras column, which moves to 22, 169 for 6. Brings Ed Barnes down onto strike on 37. He's now the top scorer in the Fox's second innings, gone past Hassan Azad, who made 35. Roman Walker has tied with Sam Evans on 18, and Louis Kimber's 16, the only other one into double figures. Fletcher being moved from the offside to mid-on. Stephen Mullane going square on the wicket. And now we have got 6 on the leg side for a right-arm bowler bowling to a right-handed batter. 6 on the leg side. As Hutton is in, he'll bang it in short and Barnes bobs down. I think that was the most obvious short pitch delivery since the game began. The game, as in cricket, he's set the field for short pitch bowling here, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the plan's pretty visible. It's just whether Barnes and Walker are tempted into giving it a go. They've not been as of yet. Maybe Walker once or twice. But
there's also a long stop down there almost for the up and over. Oh, he's popped it up and gone. Asiba Mead with the catch, and you've got to feel a bit for Ed Barnes. He's played beautifully there, but he's been knocked off his feet by just the intimidatory delivery from Brett Hutton, which just got up into his face, and he left the ground and just proffered up a simple catch at short leg there as he just tried to take evasive action. First wicket of the innings for Brett Hutton. Ed Barnes out for 37, batted for just over an hour, 61 balls, 6 fours and a 6, caught a Mead at short leg, another catch that Richard would have gobbled up but had probably a spilled off the bowling of Brett Hutton for 37, 169 for 7. What do you make of all that, Grace Ballinger?
that's a good wicket you'd like to see as a bowler, isn't it? Just as I was saying, they haven't been tempted into it. Just looked like he got done by a good ball, really. He didn't try to take it on, did he, particularly?
It's all that don't make me angry sort of thing, wasn't it? They certainly weren't disguising their tactics there. Notts, even yours truly could sort of see what was about to happen there. 6 on the leg side and somebody down there, just in case he tried to ramp it over the keeper, and was literally knocked off his feet with the accuracy of it from Brett Hutton. Just proffered up a simple catch at short leg to Asiba Mead as Callum Parkinson comes out with his side 7 down.
I enjoyed that wicket, actually.
You did?
Now I think about it, yeah. Very good.
You're going to put that one in your book of tactics, are you? That's your plan C or plan D go-to delivery.
I'm not sure if I quite get it down at the same pace, unfortunately. Maybe next year, eh?
Do you have a winter plan, a winter goal, a winter schedule? Increase more pace, bulk up, build up, grow 6 inches in height? What are the winter plans? Improve your batting?
Yeah, that as well. Fielding. Big winter for me this year.
Improve your fielding?
Yeah.
How do you do that in the winter?
We field outdoors in the winter, we do. On the rugby pitch at Loughborough.
How flat is that?
It's Astro.
That's pretty flat then, yeah.
4G, yeah, pretty good. Pretty true.
And you will, right the way through the winter, be going in, what, once a week?
Probably
twice a week, once a fortnight? What's
3 times a week, probably.
As Hutton starts a new over down the leg side, cries of catch it. Moores does catch it, tosses the ball skywards. Nobody else interested, although there was several shouting catch, but must have just brushed the pad of the Foxes captain, Callum Parkinson. On the first day, he made one, caught by Tom Moores from the bowling of Dane Patterson. Callum Parkinson, who won the toss, remember, at 10 o'clock on Monday morning. And by tea on Monday, his side had bowled knots out for 201. There's Hutton. Bowls again, Parkinson happy to defend, 169 for 7. The clouds are plentiful, but they are more white, fluffy and cotton wool than slate grey or filthy black and threatening rain, as we have had on a time or two that have just drifted over. Yesterday in particular, Hutton bowls and he goes to ground now. 6, 7, 8. He's beaten the count. He's up. It's the end of the over. 169 for 7. And Brett Hutton with, I think it was a wicket maiden. 15 overs, 8 maidens. 1 for 25 for Brett Hutton. Purely intimidatory tactics from the start of the over, and it paid off straight away.
So the spinner will be continuing, Liam Patterson-White from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I guess it's the ideal combination, isn't it? Pace off at one end and a little bit of aggression at the other. Second new ball may or may not become a factor, still 14 overs away, but the Leicestershire lower order certainly won't like to see that up on the board as well as they close in on the second new ball.
Patterson-White's in and just hits the outside edge of Walker's bat, but drops straight to the ground, no threat of being caught. Just the one fielder out on the rope, and that's a deep cover, almost a deep point. So everyone in on the leg side, and that one's bowled pretty straight and just tapped into the offside to Luke Fletcher.
So it was what, once or twice a week?
I'd
the
probably
winter
say
nets?
maybe about 3 times, to be fair. Quite often we're in the winter nets. Not for October, we get a bit of respite in October. Patterson-White in again, and this time short and again cut, but Luke Fletcher gets round to prevent any runs being scored. Yeah, October we normally get a bit of time off, probably go on holiday. Well, I've got uni as well.
I was just going to say, is there going to be any gainful employment, anything that's going to benefit the country involved during the next 6 months?
Patterson-White in and another full ball just driven. Yeah, no.
What are you taking at uni?
English literature.
Right.
Yeah.
Favourite author?
Don't have one.
Favourite book?
Dostoevsky Brothers, the Russian author. It's a good book, that. Patterson-White again bowls and just takes Walker back onto the back foot into a defensive shot.
Speak Russian?
No.
Speak any language?
English
Very
only,
good.
Exclusively.
Very good.
Bit of French back in the day. Patterson-White comes in and again bowls at the stumps, and Walker happy just to keep him out, and that's the end of an over, a quick one.
Might there be a pre-season tour in the offing? I know one or two of the women's sides got out to La Manga, didn't they, last March, April time?
I mean, I did request, but don't know if it's in the pipeline. Some of the Lancs girls went to Dubai.
Nice there.
Yeah, I'd quite like to go there.
Have you been there now?
No, I haven't.
Nice there.
So, Chris, guest, if you're listening, Lightning head coach, he knows that I'm keen for a trip to Dubai.
It's going to be Brett Hutton again to bowl. Where are we time-wise? 10 to 3. Tea should be at 10 past 3, but 10 overs to go. It won't be at 10 past 3 as Hutton comes in, bowls to Parkinson, who bobs down underneath. I think Leicestershire would be having that as a target, certainly, to ensure they at least take it to the tea interval and then don't think it probably at any stage have sort of contemplated this turning into an unlikely victory, but they will still harbour hopes that with a little bit of weather they might just be able to get through the day. And who knows? Yeah, who knows? Richard sits down alongside me with his rose-tinted. No, it's not rose-tinted, is it? You're not one-eyed or blinkered, but your hopeful spectacles on then. 169 for 7.
No, it is just getting a little heavier away to the west, where the weather's been coming from in this game. Ooh,
7 down. It was the old-fashioned
chance to talk to Grace about the brothers Karamazov.
Oh, right.
Fyodor Dostoevsky.
Is that Dostoevsky?
Dostoevsky, yeah.
Oh, there's Hutton. Bowls and drops it on the leg side. You might want to do that. Do you want to do this? Oh, it's nearly finished. No, that's unfair.
Should it have been me?
I've absolutely no idea.
You finished it. You finished this one.
I was just playing my favourite game, Interrogate Grace, and she was playing Ignoring Dave and Doodling. We're gonna save that bit of paper in front of you. That's one day.
A game played by commentators across the country.
What, Ignoring Dave or Doodling? She likes a doodle.
Another close fielder. That was an effective piece of bouncing out from Hutton on poor old Eddie Barnes. We've got 2 short legs, so short leg and silly mid on. Wait, it's just a wide short leg, isn't he? Really, two short legs.
Here comes Brett Hutton. Banged in short, nicely played by Parkinson.
He won't get himself into a muddle like Barnes did, I don't think. But boy, was that a muddle.
It was indeed. Just wondering what sort of cloud that is up there, Rich.
A little bit of a strange one. Just sort of shooting out of the white cloud, a column of fluffy white stuff. So we've got forward square leg, backward square leg, and 2 short legs. Body line.
Hutton bowls, cut away. There'll be probably a couple of runs here for the Foxes. Oh no, just one. Just one. And comes the return. Lots have been at it in the field today. They've chased everything down. I was going to say they've caught everything, but in truth, as you said, you'd have been what, 4 for 4 today.
I've had a fancy 2 of them myself, but yeah, Leicestershire haven't helped themselves. But as I say, it is an old ball now, and Hutton is kind of having to bang it in almost to try and flog some life out of it. But he's doing a pretty effective job. Eddie Barnes won't want to. That might become a meme, that Barnes dismissal.
It's never nice to get out, but to actually be laid down in the dirt, dumped on your backside, as those around you are celebrating, as Hutton comes in again, nicely played by Roman Walker, rocks forward and blocks it. He's on 18. Yes, end of the over, 170 for 7 after 68 overs.
If you get the chance, have a look at that dismissal on the NV Play website or something like that, because Eddie rather lost control of everything there, didn't he? Bless his heart. Batted really well.
As one other famous Eddie would say, it was a bit of an up and under.
If you go in at number 7 and you reach 37 not out, you're entitled to expect a barrage of short balls, and he got them. Especially when you've shown an inclination to hook, not quite automatically, but well.
My complete and utter total lack of an education lets me down once again. Mark Modelang says everyone knows The Master and Margarita is the best Russian novel. There we are. I'll read that this weekend, Mark, thank you. Not familiar with it, are you?
Patterson White steps in, he says, quickly changing the subject as Parkinson reaches forward. No, the Brothers Karamazov is it is a really good book, obviously a great book, great novel, but there's 1 or 2 passages when they're describing the various relations and the relatives and what have you, cousins and brothers, and they're quite effective at sending you off to sleep, to be honest. In goes Patterson White, bowls a little bit short, up on his toes is Parkinson, got a squat figure, working it out into the offside.
It's another one from Mark actually saying, if Notts go on to win, given that Middlesex and Glamorgan have still got to play each other, are Notts now guaranteed second spot?
Patterson White is in a leave that, oh my word, that was close. From Parkinson.
Not done the maths, Mark. We'll do it in between the fixtures. Of course, Notts don't play next week. Glamorgan and Middlesex, as you say, do play each other.
As Patterson White steps in and bowls, Parkinson solidly behind that, just a little bit too short from Patterson White. He can stay on the back foot and defend.
Essentially, didn't think Glamorgan would get whooped by Worcestershire as they are doing.
Patterson White bowls again a little bit too short. If I have a criticism of Patterson White, it has been that he hasn't really been too prepared to give it too much air. He's hardly gone for any runs. He's coming to the end of his 9th over and he's only gone for 12, but he hasn't picked up a wicket. And he goes, and again a little bit flat and a little bit fast, and it's worked by Parkinson off the back foot out as far as mid on. I've got the replay of that Barnes dismissal up just to have another look at it. Let's have a look at
He went down like a sack of coal, as they say.
Not funny, but it is quite funny.
It's Brett Hutton, the bowler, and
he stepped back, gave himself room to, I don't know whether he was trying to do, maybe carve it over third man or something. Hutton followed him with the bouncer, and Barnes was completely discombobulating, wasn't it?
And as he dusted himself down and looked up, there was Richard Illingworth with his finger raised to confirm his fate. Here's Hutton then, bowling to Walker. Again, that close-knit field. Ooh. And deflected down between Hamid and Slater. Very nicely played indeed by Roman Walker. Again, a well-directed bouncer by Brett Hutton. It's not. It's Matthew Montgomery who's in there. I beg his pardon. It's not Ben Slater who's gone in. You often see Ben in there close, particularly for the quicks, but it's Hamid and Montgomery who've donned the helmets and close in there. Hutton might try that again. It nearly came off. He's into bowl to Roman Walker, who goes to pull this away and has pulled it straight into the hands of Lyndon James, out behind square on the leg side. And again, you'll have to say Nottinghamshire's tactics are working. Might not on another day be quite so successful, but that was catching practice once more, and I think we've said that a time or two today. Second wicket for Brett Hutton. Walker caught by Lyndon James from the bowling of Hutton for 18, and the Foxes have just 2 wickets left. They're 170 for 8.
A very different sort of bouncing out. He didn't make an idiot of himself. Not an idiot of himself. He wasn't really exposed as Barnes was, but he'd played so well, Walker, so sort of solidly in dealing with the short balls, and in fact dealing with every delivery, that just seems such an unnecessary way of getting out, having gotten to 18 in those circumstances. Just pulled it straight to James at deep backward square. The trap was set, and he walked straight into it. It was not well hidden, the trap. It wasn't sort of camouflaged. It basically left it open there, said, go on, you see if you can walk straight into it, and he obligingly did.
Up to Leicestershire's lower order now as to whether we're going to get tea today or not. Grace might already be heading off to to get one of the scones and jam.
A scone or 3, yes. Well, it had crossed my mind, I must admit.
Chris Wright is on his way out to the middle. Dismissed, caught Liam Patterson White bowl Brett Hutton for 0 on the first day. So none of the other ducks have managed to convert that or been subjected to a pair today. So let's see if Chris Wright can get off the mark early on and settle down into his innings. We've got 7 overs after this one before the tea break as we near 3 o'clock. And Chris Wright will have 4 balls, or prospective 4 balls left in this over to face, because he might get down the other end. But I suspect he knows what might be about to come his way. It's not haven't changed the field. Too close to the wicket, short leg catchers, and then behind them sort of 2 more almost in a line, like a square leg and a deep square leg and a long leg. It's been very much the tactic of late, and it's worked with Hutton picking up 2 for spit in his recent couple of overs. He bowls again, hit up into the air and down the ground, and is it going to plug or is it going to come all the way now? Luke Fletcher's after it, and this ball is inching closer to the ropes. Will it touch? It just touches before Fletcher can get there. He throws his hands up in the air, puts them on his cap, and then leaves the ball alone for a second as it's touching the rope, and points to it just to say, well, it's just touched the rope for 4. And Chris Wright doesn't get a pair. He's off the mark. First ball for 4. Striking Brett Hutton up and over, and he's gone for 4. 174 for 8. And it's a nice way to get off the mark. Chris Wright on strike. 2 short legs in still. Bouncer down the leg side. Tom Moores takes it. And that's another one gone. And once again, Brett Hutton has delivered. Been kept out of the attack for much of the day. Chris Wright, a 2-ball 4 he's gone for there, helping this down the leg side. And Tom Moores takes the catch. And I don't think there will be a tea break today, because Leicestershire are 9 down. There's still 7 overs after this one to go before tea, and of course with them being 9 down, they will also play on for another half an hour if they get that far. So the end, folks, is very much in sight. 2 wickets in the over. Chris Wright caught Moores, bowled Brett Hutton for 4. And the figures say it was a very brief stay. Minutes at the crease 2, balls faced 2, 4s hit 1. Wright caught Moores, bowled Hutton 4. 174 for 9. So the last man, Michael Finan, on his way out to the middle. To join his captain. Finan was bowled by Liam Patterson-White. Rather inglorious exit in the first innings. Shouldered arms to a straight one, but just demolished all his stumps. It's never a good idea to leave alone a straight delivery. And he paid the price. Michael Smedley says Brett Hutton's doing a bit of a larwood here, a bit of leg theory. 174 for 9. It certainly hasn't been disguised, and it's certainly been very effective. One more wicket required by Nottinghamshire. Brett Hutton figures of 3 for 30 now. Mullaney also with 3 wickets. Here is Hutton trying to end it. Bowls to Finan. He's gone on the pull, out onto the leg side, and it's dropped at the 3rd time of asking by Lyndon James. It would have been the 3rd wicket in the over. It would have been his 2nd catch. He had it, he dropped it, he had it, he dropped it, he had it, and he dropped it at the 3rd time of asking as he's falling forward. Terrific effort, couldn't hang on. Probably should have taken it, but it's resulted in a single for Michael Finan. Shouldn't make a difference in the end, but I think Brett Hutton would very much have liked to have done that. That would have been 3 wickets in 4 balls. What a way to end the match. They took a single. 1 ball left. Parkinson on strike. Hutton bowls and Parkinson defends. Fast and fury and frenetic. Well, I should just be saying that Nottinghamshire have just won this game, but a pretty routine catch has just been spilled by Lyndon James. In truth, he spilled it 3 times out on the deep square boundary, got under it, caught it, dropped it, caught it, dropped it, and again had another attempt just before the ball hit the ground. That's because Leicestershire just lost their 8th and 9th wicket in that same Brett Hutton over, and they're very exposed now. They're 175 for 9. Notts are going to win this game sometime very soon, you'd imagine. Remember, Leicestershire Leicestershire set to score 499 was never going to happen. Before lunch they lost 3 wickets to Stephen Mullaney, and now Brett Hutton in the last few minutes has picked up 3 himself. Leicestershire 175 for 9 as Notts look to win this in the next minute or two. Liam Patterson-White bowling to Michael Finan. First ball is pushed back to the slow left armour. He's taken a couple of catches today, but no wickets. He's in his 10th over. Finan will take a single, driving this into the offside. And Dane Patterson fields 176 for 9 is the score. So Callum Parkinson back on strike. It was nearly all over, Gracie.
Nearly, but not quite.
He had it, he dropped it, he had it, he dropped it, he had it, he dropped it. Patterson-White bowls. Callum Parkinson defends. 71st over. I don't think they're going to be spending money on a new ball either.
No, I don't think so. Went straight to him, that catch.
He's falling forward, wasn't he? Rushing forward from the fence, and this one's hit down the ground cleanly by Parkinson. He will get a couple of runs. 170. Do come back for 2, so 178 for 9. Grace has just turned into Richard quick as a.
That's unfortunate for you, isn't it? There you go.
Not at all.
It was. I thought that was it.
She gives me more of a hard time than you do.
He seemed to have it, James. All 4 times he seemed to have it. In goes Patterson-White and bowls. Forward goes Parkinson, defends it back up the pitch to him. Should be you, Willie.
Oh, we're not.
Are you not? You get used to wins, don't you? Now, Leicestershire, we're approaching a first win of the season. I'd be insisting, but no, you crack on.
178 for 9. Liam Patterson-White bowling and Parkinson defends. But there's been periods today where Leicestershire almost resisted and resisted and resisted everything that Notts have thrown against them, and then the plan, it was just so obvious what Notts were about to do, wasn't it? And
that's the disappointing thing, I think, from Leicestershire's point of view. It always had a chance of working against Barnes, because obviously he can't help himself having a hook at the ball, and it was a good bouncer from Hutton, but Walker had played so well and hooking that way. Right, I suppose, a bit unlucky, isn't it, to be caught down the leg side. A little bit of a strangle.
And then Michael Finan
deposited it straight into James, who juggled and juggled and juggled and juggled. Couldn't grab it.
Would have been 3 wickets in 4 balls, wouldn't it? They've swapped them over as well a little bit as Hutton comes in to bowl to Finan. He defends. Oh, go on, you take this over.
But it could be a long job, couldn't it? When Leicestershire saved the first game against Worcestershire, poor old Dave Bradley, when they needed just 1 wicket, and Leicestershire managed to bat out 26 overs. Dave Bradley commentated for all 20.
Is that what they did?
Basically, we were waiting for it looked like that was going to be it with every single delivery, and somehow Hassan Azad and Bjorn Hendricks hung on. In goes Hutton and bowled short, pulled in the air, but he's pulled plenty of it as Michael Finan there, and that is going to fly down to long leg for 4. Got it between James at deep backward square, and is that Mullaney down there at long leg? Looks sort of a bit.
Dane Patterson.
There's Patterson, thank you. He's quite a solid figure as well. That's not meant to be a judgment on Mullaney, but you know what I mean. Slightly barrel-chested. Although Patterson-White is the one known as Barrel, apparently.
Yeah, because anyway. That's double-barrelled name.
Oh, I see. I thought it was to do with his shape.
No, double-barrelled name.
Sorry. In goes Hutton, bowls, short-edged, but leading edge drops out towards short point, well short of double-barrelled named Liam Patterson-White, because he's a solid figure, as you always assume it's an appearance.
He's gone out there, LPW. Slater,
so is that
Slater at backward point now. Yeah.
Backward point now.
They've had a right old switch around.
And 3 men waiting for the skied pull as Hutton is in. 2 Finan, who obliges, hits it in the air, but over all 3 of them. 4-4, just short. Don't know why Patterson, one of them's not actually. James maybe ought to be back on the boundary, to be quite honest. But had one of them, particularly James, been back on the boundary, he might have been able to move along and take that. But they were all sort of 10 yards inside the ropes, and although it flew between them to a certain extent. It was in the air for a long old time.
I'm not saying that they're already expecting the end to be not too far off, but Aaron Lord, who picks up when we finished on the commentary, is already down on the boundary edge with his microphone ready to do his interviews. So if you're watching the live stream, a reminder, just stay and Aaron will bring you whatever interviews he can get as soon as the game is over.
Some serious dark clouds away, building up over the stand as in goes Hutton. Bowles pulled out and it's caught! No, it's not caught. I thought he'd got there this time. Patterson White coming in, looked to have taken it, didn't take it, and it bounces over the ropes for 4 more. Finally, did he get there? I think he did. The way he's reacted suggests he got 2 hands. He was only probably 6 inches off the ground as he came running in and got his 2 hands underneath it. But Hutton, although to a certain extent he'll be amused, I think 90% of his emotion, 90% of his emotion will be extreme irritation at the moment, because Finan has slugged him for 14 runs off 8 balls and Leicestershire 190 for 9. Finan into double figures in first-class cricket for the first time. Hutton is in, bowls to him, a bouncer that it goes over the top of the stumps. He tries to ramp it over wicketkeeper Tom Moores and misses it by a good foot. End of an eventful over from Brett Hutton, and I said 10% was probably an overestimation in terms of his amusement, because there's no smiles on his face at the moment.
Not exactly fair to say he's been the difference, but he's certainly speeded things up, and we've all been at games, I'm sure you have, but I certainly have, where rain is forecast and it doesn't, and then you might have won the match, you might have lost the match, but sort of 10 minutes after a match is over, then the heavens open and it's the end. Here is Liam Patterson White into bowl. This is just blocked by Callum Parkinson. Can't imagine he's going to go after any big blows, Callum Parkinson.
A bit surprised.
Short leg, silly point, very close in, slip as well. Again, he's happy to block. 190 for 9. Recent Brett Hutton overs have been eventful, to say the least. Things have happened. He's bowled aggressively, and most of the batters have tried to take him on. This one's just fiddled away behind square, and Luke Fletcher does the fielding. Fletcher had a bit of a chase, didn't he? Chris Wright's first ball, it just touched the rope.
Rested against the rope, didn't it?
And then he was out second ball for 4. 190 for 9. Patterson White bowls, and Parkinson does use his feet to come towards the pitch of it, but just punches it to Slater at mid-on, no run.
It amused Mulaney no end, didn't it? He thought it was hysterical. Well, Fletcher had to run all that way.
Get the big man up to full tilt, and he still couldn't get there. Again, nicely defended by Callum Parkinson. 190 for 9. Stephen Mulaney's one to watch, or most underrated cricketer, or whatever it was in your book of knowledge.
He's playing that way, isn't he, at the moment?
Next delivery is blocked, and that's the end of the 73rd over of the innings. There are 36 overs remaining in the day. I'm not entirely sure how many those we'll get, but we won't be going off for tea in 4 overs time. That's a certainty, unless the weather drives them off, and so far it's okay.
Not the first time that Callum Parkinson has captained Mikey Finan. He captained him in Lancashire's age group when they were both playing for the, apparently, under-17s.
Yeah, because he's not a wet behind the ears teenager, is he, Michael Finan?
No.
And Brett Hutton, he'll be even less amused now about that drop in the last over. In fact, the 2 drops that have gone down off his bowling, one by Lyndon James, one by Liam Patterson White. He's out of the attack, and it's going to be Dane Patterson just trying to put the cherry on top of the icing on top of the Nottinghamshire cake. Look at him out on the leg side now. 5 out on the leg side.
In goes Patterson and bowls a bouncer. Finan hooks and misses, and it goes above the bat, above his right shoulder, through into the gloves of Moores. 1 for the over, says umpire Illingworth. It might not be the last.
It's a strange old field, isn't it?
190 for 9. Finan 14 off 10. He's tried to hit just about every ball he's faced out of the ground, hasn't he?
Career best.
Yes, it is. In goes Patterson, bowls, and he's pulling that one, and he's pulling it pretty effectively as well. 4-4. It somehow threads the needle between three players. Patterson White, who is out on the boundary, James, who is out on the boundary, probably no more than 15 yards apart, and also at square leg is Montgomery, and it shot past him. He had no chance of getting there, but in doing so, it also bisected the two fielders on the leg side boundary. Fine and on to 18.
I hadn't noticed before, but Nottinghamshire's over 8 is now plus, so they haven't got to worry about that either.
Patterson is in short and outside off stump, and helped by Finan over backward point. Should pick up, well, would have picked up 2, but he kind of just jogged the first, watching really as Slater ran back and put in the slide and picked up a yard or so inside the ropes down there at wide third man. Single to Michael Finan, moves on to 19 off 12.
Yeah, knows which end of the bat to hold, we'll say that about him.
Doesn't back away, does he?
No.
And like a good Lancastrian, although probably Parkinson is the more stereotypical, if you like, isn't he? Sort of a nuggety little fighter who's not going to give it away, and he's going to play properly, whatever the situation. Patterson is in I'm saying that to him, and he bowls it in the slot rather. He was back in the crease and he drove it in the air straight back over the bowler's head. Didn't get all of it by any stretch of the imagination, and this time Luke Fletcher's pursuit of the ball is not in vain, because it's more or less come to a stop about 10 yards inside the ropes. So 3 to Callum Parkinson, but the end could come any ball, you feel, as the fielders retreat to the leg side boundary. Long leg, deep backward square, and deep square. Square leg's quite deep in himself. They're almost in a line, those two. Fletcher at mid-on has gone back a few yards. Slater's going to go down to a sort of deep fly slip about 10 yards inside the ropes, if that makes any sort of sense. And there is also a deepish backward point. In goes Patterson, and he's pulled by Finan through mid-wicket for 4, and that was probably the best hook he's played. He saw that one early, got on top of it and cracked it away. What a shot.
200 up, 202 for 9.
Tell you what, getting darker and darker over there.
Yeah.
We could yet be back tomorrow with 1 wicket needed if that lot explodes from the sky.
Yeah, we've still got sight of the tower, but it's very black beyond it.
Patterson was ready to go, but Patterson White was sort of still running back into position, having gone to get the ball from deep mid-wicket. He's going back to deep square on the boundary. Patterson is in and bowls a bounce, and this time Finan, who is on 23, ducks for the first time, I think. He lets that one go through, and this will be becoming irritating in the extreme. That 4 brought up the Leicestershire 200. Long way from being respectable, but they've also brought the total needed down to under 300, so it all looks just very, very slightly better, but not much.
Yeah, 28 this partnership from 23 balls. It's currently the 4th highest partnership of the innings. A couple of 48s there between the 2nd wicket pairing and the 7th wicket pairing. There's a shot. Those who are watching the live stream will just see what Rich was talking about. The impending Armageddon from our right. Here's Liam Patterson-White to bowl to Parkinson, who's blocked the first one. Don't be at all surprised if we see that shot again and again during the remainder of the over. Mid-on and mid-off are up, though. We've already seen he likes to hit down the ground. There we go, and he has hit it 2 mid-off, and it's over. Brett Hutton leaping high. Couldn't get a fingernail on it, and Parkinson's just got away with it, and once more the ball will pull up just short of the ropes, and they'll come back for 3. 205 for 9. Oh, a foot further back, Brett Hutton, and he'd taken it, hadn't he?
I thought it got, first of all, I thought it was straight to him, absolutely clothed straight to him, and then maybe Hutton did as well, because he kind of didn't move too much before then leaping into the air, and you just wonder whether he slightly misjudged it a step or 2 backwards, and there you go.
Finan on beg your pardon, Finan on strike on 23. Parkinson with that 3 has gone to 9. Next ball is hit by Finan all the way along the ground to Brett Hutton, who Might just be a pace or two deeper. Let's see how Finan approaches the spinner. Happy to block him. Nice triangle around him. As well as the wicket keeper, there's a short leg, a silly point and a slip. That's LPW round the wicket bowls. LBW shout. Well, the umpire raises his finger. Umpire Pratt, member of the Durham Pratt cricketing dynasty, keeps his finger down. 205 for 9.
Was it pad first? Because if it was, it must have been fairly adjacent. Clearly it wasn't.
In again comes LPW bowls. This one swept into the leg side, and straight away the fielder out there, Ben Slater, turns and looks high into the stand and then says, can we have a new ball please, folks? Because I think that's disappeared round back, as they say in these parts. That's disappeared over Bill's mother's. 211 for 9. That was a lovely shot, wasn't it, from Finan, who goes on to 29, slog sweeping Liam Patterson White somewhere out towards the city centre. Ben Slater's disappeared in that little gully between the Fox Road stand and the Larwood and Vose stand. Will he come back? Will he ever be seen again? But they have gone to get a new ball requisitioned.
I think Slater hurried because he's being over there. He's looking back over towards the heavy weather that's heading our way, and he knows that lots don't want to be held out. It could be another half an hour away.
Well, I was just going to say exactly that. Graham Rowley says, according to the radar, Dave, the wet stuff's due to hit you between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. Thanks very much for that, Graham. So
well, that should
25 minutes.
Enough time the way things are going, but you never quite know. 211 for 9. So what's the partnership now worth? 26 and 11 is 37.
Ben Slater's got a taxi back and has just rejoined us.
5 overs away from a new ball.
They're not happy with the new ball.
It's got battered.
The replacement ball.
Landed on concrete, I would imagine, over there on the Fox Road.
Well, I don't know if he came back with it, but they've already done this. They've already gone through this scenario of the suitcase being brought out and they selected a ball. And maybe they've had another look at it and decided it won't go through the gauge, the circular thingy-mabob.
We settled on a name for that. A gauge is as good as anything, isn't it, really?
211 for 9.
We should have done, given how many times we saw it in the first half of the season. Umpire's most important piece of equipment for the first 3 months.
There's some headphones in front of you, Grace. You sat next to us. We might as well have some more thoughts from the only one of us that's played cricket in the in living memory.
I can remember playing.
I can't. See if you can get a wicket this over, Grace. Have a go. We've tried.
Okay. Patterson into Parkinson and just brought forward into a defensive shot.
It's very correct, Parkinson, isn't he, when he plays like that? Everything's neat and together. And
what's his best, roughly? I'm not asking you to look it up. Roughly,
75.
Very good. Roughly.
I think it was at Worcester. A couple of 3 seasons ago.
2 slips in then for Parkinson as Patterson's in, and again just keeps it out well, defending it into the leg side.
Tactics have changed, haven't they? I know predominantly it's been when Michael Finan's been on strike that they've had this bit of leg theory, and before that 1 or 2 of the other players, but certainly for Parkinson they've abandoned the short pitch ploy.
Patterson bowls, and this one slightly back of a length, pushed nicely down to fine leg by Parkinson to bring Finan on to strike.
It was at Canterbury against Kent in 2017. It was at Worcester where he took his best bowling 8 for that same year. It was a good year for Callum Mack.
How old is he, Rich?
26, 27 now, is he?
We've got all the answers in that book.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Born October the 24th, 1996.
Oh, so it'll be 26
in October.
Yeah, next month.
Patterson in again and edged by Finan, but runs down to third man where it's picked up just one.
He makes an interesting prediction for the future of cricket. Callum, he says Afghanistan will win the Men's World Cup within the next 10 years.
Oh.
That might not be a bad shout, actually.
If he believes that, he ought to stick a pound on it, didn't he?
I bet he has.
Not encouraging gambling, but... Oh, you think he might have?
Patterson in and again just full and straight, and Parkinson manages to get a quick single in the gap on the offside.
Though it does look like the end of the world's coming. If you just, well, I was going to say, if you look
at slipping away, isn't it?
if you lean further forward, it's
kind of moving down.
It's more comforting, yeah.
Between Nottingham and Leicester.
It's off to Newark, definitely off to Newark.
I thought Newark was over that way. So well, he says, but it's a bit
over
too
there.
visual for radio.
It's over there.
Last ball of Patterson's 19th over and slightly back of a length, and that's standing on the helmet, it seems. And
where's the ball gone? I know. Let's hope he's okay first and foremost.
Point.
Okay. I think it struck him on the helmet, and they are going to no doubt quickly ask for the physio to come out. The medics will come and just check him out. He's taken his helmet off, Michael Finan. Yeah, let's just hope he's okay. He's not gone to ground or anything, and under his own steam he's taken his helmet off, he's talking to everybody. I think he's okay, Rick.
It does look as though the helmet has suffered damage, because they're all looking at it most interestedly. Finan, Parkinson, Stephen Mullaney made sure that Finan on his first class debut was alright. He won't forget his first class debut, Michael Finan. Hang on, he might yet get a half century. What is he, 30 not out off 20?
Well, he keeps a not out if he retires hurt as well, doesn't he?
I'm sure that's not remotely in his mind. I think he's fancying the chances of a maiden half century on debut.
He seems to be okay on the live stream, because we had Tom Moore's retiring hurt with 9 wickets down in the match at Leicester, didn't we, a couple of months ago?
Yes. Yeah, there was an innings left to go in that game, wasn't there? We're Finan to walk off that.
That would be that.
Do you like a bouncer, right? You don't mind the odd one?
I don't, but what, batting or bowling?
Either, actually.
I don't mind short ball actually when I'm batting.
No.
I don't bowl it, really.
Good decent pitches.
Give him a snarl.
Yeah.
Do you give him a snarl if you bowl a bouncer?
I don't bowl a bouncer. Oh, if I'm batting? Nah,
no, I meant if you're bowling.
I never bowl.
Have you got a bit of a snarl though? Have you got a bit of a sledge, a stare?
Yeah, I have.
Have you got that death stare?
Yeah, sometimes. Depends who's batting.
I can't imagine this. Is there a lot of sledging?
Depends who's on the pitch, really. You get a few.
Do you?
Yeah.
And don't they laugh at you and go, give over, Grace?
Gordo's a good one.
Give over. Is she?
Yeah. Gosh, you should hear her on the pitch. She's funny.
I don't mind a funny sledge, but
yeah. Oh no, there's nothing nasty. No,
right, okay.
There's never anything nasty. Not in my experience, anyway.
A lot of time being taken to examine and repair the helmet. Callum Parkinson's helping out. Michael Finan is doing it himself, it would appear. It's a new visor, I think, that is essentially being, or grill, that is essentially being attached. You don't have visors anymore, do you, really? They're all metal grills.
Yeah.
Umpire Illingworth, who had marched off towards square leg, is now marching back, and the two umpires are having a word. Oh, update's done.
Been update for BBC Radio Nottingham. 214 for 9. Just waiting for the helmet to be popped on. Going to be doing an update for Radio Nottingham in a second when when Verity comes to me. I think we're going to get underway in a moment or two. They've had 76 overs. Liam Patterson-White will carry on, hearing all about Fat Bamboo. Not yet, no. It's 214 for 9, but since Leicestershire have been 9 wickets down, Notts have dropped 2 chances here. So with looks, and make that 3. This has just been edged to Stephen Mullaney at slip, got a hand to it, and down it went. We're looking out towards East Midlands Airport, Verity, and the rain is definitely on its way. So there is a little bit of a need for haste here for Nottinghamshire if they want to get it done now. Of course, there's still all day tomorrow left, even if it rains from now until 6 o'clock tonight. But Notts would want to polish this off. Leicestershire 216 for 9, but Notts aren't helping themselves with these drop catches late on in the day. And just very quickly, Verity, if you don't mind, your mash-up thing, last time you came to me, one listener just heard a clip of it in my headphones coming through the microphone and said, please find out if that first one was Forget Me Not by Patrice Rushton. That is brilliant then, isn't it? That is brilliant. Yep. Oh, and I can tell you an even greater update, there is lightning now away to our right. So there you are, from West Bridgeford, the rain is on its way, folks. 216 for 9. So there we are. What's a huge flash of lightning away to our right as Callum Parkinson defends. He's on 13. I know you're watching the cricket. Rich has just gone in the box next door and he saw it as well. So let's hope it doesn't get here yet. Just yet. Next delivery is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. 77 gone, Grace. You can imagine they'll maybe get the hurry up from the dressing room, won't they? Let's turn around and let's get this wicket.
Yeah, they don't want to be hanging around, do they? 3 drop catches. To be fair, the third one wasn't easy by Steve Mullaney, but
a little bit of licence whilst you're on air with Radio Nottingham. Oh, that's gone down. A third drop. It got his hand to it, though, didn't he? It was definitely a chance.
Yeah, but they need to sort themselves out. It looks like it's about to tip it down.
Fine and on 30 on strike. You feel whenever he's on strike, it's either going to go long or going to go straight up, don't you?
He's batted well, in fairness to him.
He has.
He's batted really well. It looks impressive, and looks like Patterson will be continuing from the Radcliffe Road end as he comes in to find, and then that's wrapped him on the thigh guard, and no appeals, is too high.
Sai says Thunder and now chucking it down near Derby. Hope Notts can get it done before it arrives your way. Graham says good news, Dave. It will blow through by 10 to 5, although you are due a very heavy downpour coupled with lightning. Well, yeah, we've seen the lightning already, Graham. Thank you for keeping us updated. Really appreciate that. One good ball, as they say.
Patterson comes in again and short on the leg side and just turned to the fielder down at the fine leg by Finan. $217 for 9. The score largely immaterial. The fact that the ground staff are all now hovering by the hover cover, if we can have 2 hovers in the same sentence, isn't good news, but understandable. Patterson in, Parkinson to face, and hits it into the gap on the offside, just guided between second slip and gully, and does run away for 4. Well, don't know if they're not supposed to just took their foot off the gas a little bit, but they're certainly paying for it now. Partnership moves up to 47 off just 47 balls. That second new ball is a couple of overs away, though. Might just be that they do have to take it after all. That noise you can hear, that leaf blower type thing, is pumping air into the hover cover. Passing in again and brings Parkinson forward into a defensive shot. Nicky at work in Dunkirk says it's just started chucking it down here. Thank you, Nicky. Not too far away. Just hope it skirts round the ground. Leicestershire 9 down. Notts need 1 wicket to seal the victory, move even further away at the top of Division 2. Passing in again, and again Parkinson stands firm, gets forward and gets in line with it and defends it.
That's the voice of Grace Ballinger, has been with us today. Here in the commentary box, Lightning player and London Spirit player as well. 2:21 for 9. Have you had your fair share of crispy potato snacks over the last 2 or 3 weeks?
Didn't have any actually. You'd be surprised to hear. Not from the Brandon anyway. Patterson comes in and takes Parkinson onto the back foot. No run scored, hit straight to Patterson White.
So it's the end of the over. Notts are pressing for their 7th win if they do get over the line here. This is the 12th of 14 matches. There again, those of you that are seeing the pictures will see on the live stream a shot there of what is heading this way. Whether it, as sometimes it does, we have seen it many times, it just skirts round the ground and leaves us alone, or whether it comes and gives us a right old sploshing remains to be seen. Liam Patterson-White trying to finish the game, bowling from the pavilion end. Michael Finan blocks this one. Just seems to have gone into his shell a little bit, Michael Finan, doesn't he? Seem to get to 30 fairly quickly. Perhaps it's just the fact he's not seen that much of the strike lately that's made me think that, but certainly he was taking on fire with fire. Maybe it was the fact he was struck in the helmet. That's guaranteed to slow you up a little bit, isn't it? As the floodlights come on here as well. 2:21 for 9. It's Liam Patterson-White wasting no time to come in for the next delivery. Punch to mid-on, no run, already halfway through this over. 9 balls time. Notts can have a second near ball if they want to take it. 2:21 for 9. We're into the added on time before the tea interval can be taken as Finan drops this on the leg side. Mead lobs it quickly back to the bowler.
Brunty says, can I ask Grace if she's ever faced sledging from Catherine Brunt?
2:21 for 9. Next ball. It's a good question.
He asks that because he's curious to know if he's the only potty-mouthed Brunt.
Very good. A single taken by Finan, dropping it on the leg side past the Seba Mead. They scampered through and got home, and it means the Foxes, well, they're contributing to their own downfall here because they found themselves on 2-2-2, double Nelson. As Patterson-White bowls to Parkinson, but he defends. End of the over. So what's the answer, Gracie?
Don't think I've ever played against her actually, really. I think she does give it a little bit from what I've heard from other people, but
I've heard a few people at Barnsley tell me that she wasn't afraid of the odd verbal suggestion as well as...
It seems she doesn't like
bouncer.
a drop off a bowling either, does she?
Gosh,
Don't
no.
think any bowlers do, really. 2-2-2 for 9, so the 80th over to be bowled, and I can already see Notts' plans being formulated because Luke Fletcher's got the nod to loosen up, to warm up, so you'd imagine they're going to take the second new ball. Did you see that crack of lightning out there? Is that what you were waving at me at?
Absolutely did, yeah, absolutely. Is Patterson going to bring an end to proceedings? Runs in from the Radcliffe Road end and bowls to Michael Finan, who hooks and misses, and it bounces through over the top of the bat to Tom Moores.
That's the Michael Finan we've become to know and love.
Indeed. 32 not out of 28 balls.
Lord Greystoke says 9 wickets down. It was all fine and dandy, Dave. What's gone wrong? The number 11's turned up. He has indeed.
What's the partnership now?
48.
42,
Joint highest of the innings.
In goes Patterson, bowls a bounce, and this time it's going to bounce over the wicketkeeper and go down to the boundary for 4 byes, and that is the 50 partner. Did he get something on that?
I think he ramped it.
Did he? I
Whether,
thought he was ducking out of the way of it.
Well, I was going to say whether it was deliberate or
Let's have
not.
a look at the replay on that one. I thought he was just sort of getting out of the way of it, and it might just have flicked. We're not going to get a replay, it seems, but he didn't seem to play any particularly aggressive shot at it. It just, the bat seemed to be resting close to his shoulder. Must have flicked it, gone over the top of Moores and to the boundary for 4. So
poor old Michael, he's not got his photograph taken yet on
50,
the board.
50. Well, he's taken part in a 50 partnership in his first class game. He's pulling that one, and he's pulling it over the boundary at mid-wicket all the way for 4. Somehow he's evading the fielders down there, and Well, this isn't funny as far as knots are concerned. Leicestershire move on to 230 now for 9. The partnership moves on to 56 of 59 balls. Again, you don't feel it's going to make any difference to the result of the game, but you never quite know. The ground staff are by the cover at the moment, just in case, and it's dark and dark over there. But it may be drifting away to the south as in goes Patterson and bowls short up on his toes, Finan, who is making a pretty good case as he drops it out into the offside for promotion from number 11, I would suggest. He's handling himself rather better than one or two of those who went in quite a lot earlier.
When he hits it, it stays hit.
It is the old ball.
Yes.
And presumably Fletcher will take it. You know, it is a soft.
Yeah, he's still getting himself
ball.
ready. Chatting to the ground staff who are over there by the hover cover.
Patterson is in. Finan is swinging it past Fletcher, who can only turn jog. One of the ground staff very effectively fields it on the other side of the boundary. Finan on to 44. Leicestershire 234 for 9. The Fox has still got a little bit of bite to it.
The running Foxes.
Oh,
partnership of 60.
Rotter.
Don't you like that?
Some of the members are not overly keen.
Look at that leg side field for a number 11 on debut.
Patterson, last ball with the old ball, and he's hooking again, and Moores sells me a dummy, as indeed does Patterson himself, with a sort of half-hearted appeal, but it's a sort of half-hearted appeal that could have implied it was so obvious that it was just required confirmation, but no. End of the over. 234 for 9. The umpires.
Have you got the ball? Have I got the ball? Have you got the ball? Who's got the ball? Well, I didn't think we'd need a ball. Have you got a ball? Somebody's got to have a ball. That might be what they were chatting about. I don't know. So let's have a look. So we've had what, Rich? 3 of the 8 overs. It should have been tea with 32 to go. We've now got 29 to go. So there's another 5 overs. And another 5 overs. And tea will be taken. There are some light refreshments at the back.
I went down to snaffle the scones just because those gannets down there in the press room might have otherwise nobbled a lot.
Wow.
Just in case.
You're a magnificent man. Grace says she doesn't want one. I haven't had one all week. Can you?
Oh,
can you take 3?
I better take two back down
well,
to the press
we
room.
might have a celebratory one depending if the end comes. Here you go. Go on, Grace.
Fletcher in and first ball. I don't even know what happened there. Did it hit him on the pad?
No, thick inside edge as he went forward.
They've taken it, haven't they? They've taken the second near ball because it's up on the board. So if we get to the end of the 85th over, by rights they should go off for tea, shouldn't they?
Be interesting if Leicestershire insist on those rights if they get to that point, because
Well, they should, shouldn't they?
Well,
it should be 8 overs.
It could rain for a day in a session.
Yeah.
Fletcher in again. 3 slips in place for Parkinson, and that is just turned into the leg side. 1 bounce to square.
Been 2 catches there for mid-wicket and almost a third.
Tom Laywood says can't see the power station now from Clifton. No, you can't see it from here either. In fact, it could be the middle of the night, couldn't it, over there by the airport.
Fletcher in again, and this one left outside, off by Parkinson.
Another good leave, as they say.
Partnership of 60. The 3 wickets just before lunch by Stephen Mullaney. Leicestershire went in at 97 for 4. Brett Hutton got 3 wickets within the space of a couple of overs as well.
Fletcher in again, and just pretty straight, and Parkinson just turns it round to fine leg. Gets a single.
We had a lot of runs yesterday afternoon, 180 odd, scored by Nottinghamshire. We've had 138 runs this afternoon.
David Hutchinson beginning to reflect. He says, as this match and red ball season tails away, what reasons to be cheerful do Fox's faithful have? It's been pretty rough. Making a serious point there, David.
Have we pointed out that Finan is now the highest scorer in the innings at number 11?
Don't believe we have.
2 fielders on the leg side bound for Finan, who just pats Fletcher's delivery into the offside.
He gets into line though, doesn't he? Springsteen says there's a massive storm in Rugby heading our way. Thunderstorm in Shepshed, says David. Tell the lads to hang in.
Thunderbolt and lightning. Well, we've got the lightning representative here in the box.
No context, Leicestershire. We're just not very good at red ball cricket at the minute.
Fletcher in then, final ball of the over, and is that an edge? No, it's not. Just evaded by Finan, and another unsuccessful over for Nottinghamshire. Leicester 235 for 9.
You love a doodle. I bet you spent time doodling the lightning logo, haven't you?
Can't say I've ever done that one.
I bet you have.
I haven't.
I bet you have.
You're looking at, if you're watching on the stream, you're looking at the dark clouds and the flashes of lightning at the moment, but the ground staff have been poised for the last few. Well,
say whether I'm just trying to be a little positive. Once again, it does seem as if
we can't see behind us, though, can we, Dave?
It's almost as if there's a no-fly zone over the ground, because it certainly does seem to be skirting a little bit. There's Brett Hutton, 18 overs under his belt. He's in bowls. This delivery to Parkinson, I think it was. That's the Thunder, and we've got Grace as the Lightning. 2-3-5 for 9. Yeah. It does seem as if it's going to be apocalyptic as and when it does come. One of our correspondents, Graham, I think, said somewhere between 3:45 and 4 o'clock, as this is nicely clipped onto the leg side, and they will come back for 2. Fletcher doing the fielding, 2-3-7 for 9. It's interesting that Brett Hutton with the new ball has opted for a more conventional field, as if it was top 3 or 4 pair of batters out there rather than the last wicket pairing. Got 3 slips in. Here he comes, bowling to Parkinson now. Hutton in, Parkinson just nibbles at that one, goes through to Moores. No run.
If Notts do have to come back tomorrow, they'll only have themselves to blame. They have dropped both these batsmen. Finan off his very first ball. Didn't seem to matter at the time. Lyndon James had 4 grabs at it, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he seemed to have it at the 4th, and it popped out.
It's Hutton in again once more outside the off stump, just tempting the batsman. One of our weather watchers did say it is actually supposed to have blown through and beyond us from about 10 to 5, but also pointed out that we were due to get an awful lot between 4 o'clock and 10 to 5, so might be too late to save this day, as Hutton nice and full but drifting down the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't think they'd clear it up in time to get us back out there on that basis. The ground staff looking very concerned as they look towards the weather.
But perhaps like me, they are thinking and commenting that might just be skirting round. One ball would do it. Can Brett Hutton, with the final ball of the 82nd over, do it? Of course, there is that tea break potentially to come into the equation. He bowls, driven through the offside for runs, 4 of them. Nice, clean connection from Parkinson. That'll take him to 24 and take Leicestershire to 241 for 9. This partnership to 67. Brett Hutton 19 overs, 3 for 49. So we've had 82 overs. And there are 3 overs, I make it 18 balls before, if my reading of the regulations is correct, we'd go off for tea.
We have to have tea. If we do, I'm pretty sure they'll put the covers on.
Well, now they're having a chat.
It's not so dark, actually.
Caroline absolutely pelting down in Sandy Acre near junction 25. Thunder and lightning everywhere. Thank you, Caroline.
3 or 4 miles away.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like that would be it if it arrived, wouldn't it, for the day, which would necessitate us Oh, you could do it tomorrow with that one ball, couldn't you, by yourself?
Tomorrow, a reminder, folks, if you're in the area, if you know, if there isn't any cricket here and you're craving your sport, remember the Tour of Britain cycle race now comes through Nottinghamshire, and it starts in West Bridgford in the town centre there at 11:15 tomorrow morning.
Fletcher into bowl then. First one driven nicely through the offside and should run away for 4. Brings Finan on to 48 not out on debut at number 11.
Yeah, I think they may away out towards Newark. I know vested interest that they're going to go through the village of Cornton near Newark, due to go round about 11:20, make their way around the county, ending up in Mansfield. So look out for the cyclists across the county in Nottinghamshire tomorrow.
Fletcher bowls again and straight ball, and brilliantly played, straight passes, and should run away for 4 dead straight. Even if it doesn't, it does, and that brings up to 50 for Finan off just 36 balls on debut at number 11. Leicestershire 249 for 9.
Very well batted, Michael Finan. Not only has he gone to 50, but he's gone to 52, which means he's got the top score by any of the Leicestershire players in this game, going past Sam Evans. First innings 50, 37 balls it is, 10 fours and 1 6. 10 fours and 1 6, that's a fairly high percentage of meaty blows in a half century, but well battered. What do you make of that, Rich?
Hugely impressed.
Fletcher in again, and this one left outside off by Finan.
You could say, you know, obviously there's been a certain amount of luck. Obviously could have gone first ball, should have gone first ball. But there've been an awful lot of good shots as well.
Yeah.
Brave shots. He hasn't backed away from a single delivery. He's taken on the short ball, and for the most part, he's hit it incredibly cleanly. Partnership is now up to 75, believe it or not.
Fletcher runs in again, and this one back of a length and just wraps Finan as he plays it into the leg side.
Parkinson will be impressed at the other end, watching all this. But he won't be unfamiliar, as we say, with Michael Finan. Played with each other in Lancashire age cricket. It's maybe Parkinson's best score of the season, actually.
Fletcher bowls again, and good ball, just gets a outside edge by Finan, and 1 out to square leg boundary.
Brings up the Leicestershire 250 in the process. No applause for the milestone, but I guess less required than scored. 250 scored, 249 required.
Fletcher in again, 3 slips in for Callum Parkinson, and bowls it 2 straight, and it's flicked round to fine leg for 1.
It isn't his highest score. He has a 49 to his name this season, Callum. But he's had a run of low scores, so this will be doing him a certain amount of good as the umpires consult again.
Stephen Mullaney look loosening up right beside them. They're going to just have a meter reading here. I don't think it's as dark as anywhere near as dark as when they went off. I don't know about you guys. I know we've got the floodlights on, but I don't think it's as dark as when they went off yesterday for a few moments.
Off we go.
But off they go. So they will take tea. 251 for 9. And Michael Finan and Callum Parkinson have played a gem of an innings so far between them. They've put on 77 from is that 80 deliveries, with Finan 53 not out, Parkinson 25 not out. Tea will be taken, and we just hope, well, I guess depending on whose colours you're sporting, we wait to see what the next 20 minutes and indeed the remainder of the day, the remainder of the next day and a bit bring, as to whether we are out there sooner rather than later. On comes the hover cover. Don't think it's raining at the moment. It will be put on as a protective cover, but that is going to be tea. 2:51 for 9. Well battered to Finan and to Parkinson. So it's going to be tea at Trent Bridge. We'll bring you updates and hopefully we'll bring you some more cricket around about 20 minutes time. Well, everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Mate, you thought we'd gone. We thought we'd gone. There's going to be play at Nottingham. If you've been following the live stream or you've left the BBC Sport website or app on, we thank you for your commitment. We thank you for hanging around with us. But play is going to get underway in the next minute or two here at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire are playing Leicestershire. Play will start at 6 o'clock. Now, there's every chance, assuming Notts can get the wicket, of course, that this can be concluded as a contest this evening, because Leicestershire 251 for 9. There are 6 overs left, and if Nottinghamshire aren't able to get the last Leicestershire wicket in those 36 deliveries, they could then still claim the extra half an hour. It is a regulation in the laws, permitting sides to do that if they think they can finish a match. So there's potentially 14 overs if the weather holds. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. I've got Richard Ray to my right looking skywards.
Yeah, that's the big word, isn't it? If the weather holds. It's gone very dark again, looking across, especially down there to the south. But that isn't where the weather is coming from. So are we going to be lucky? Are Leicestershire going to hold out, or are they going to hole out? What do you reckon? Forecast tomorrow isn't bad. I better go and tell Radio Leicester.
OK, more from Richard in a moment or two. Brett Hutton has the ball in his hand. So just a quick recap. Leicestershire's 10th wicket partnership is currently worth 77 between Mikey Finan and Callum Parkinson. Brett Hutton, it's going to be who's going to get us underway, bowling to the Foxes skipper, and a single is taken, and a run already to add to that partnership, now worth 78. So Parkinson moves on to 26, Finan has 53, the score is 252 for 9. Leicestershire, remember, had been set 499. Let's not even sort of enter that into the equations. There is a full day left tomorrow. I wouldn't have imagined anybody would want to come back tomorrow unless they really had to, as Finan pushes at this outside the off stump. But it is, I guess, all about just how determined Leicestershire are to potentially take it into a final day. And who knows, wake up tomorrow morning and it has rained and rained and rained and continues to rain through the day. Or maybe this 10th wicket partnership will go on and on through the day. But anyway, there's Brett Hutton trying to finish things, bowling to Finan, who's played some lovely shots. Dropped this on the leg side, off the face of the bat, with Tom Moores appealing for LBW. I think he thought it had got through and was close to sneaking through. 253 for 9. Can tell you that the ground staff are right by the hover cover, and it does seem as if there's a sprinkling in the air. Callum Parkinson, the Leicestershire skipper, is on strike. The partnership's worth 79. Brett Hutton in again. Bowls and down the leg side, taken by Moores. The slip cordon all appealed. It had gone down the leg side. They maybe thought they heard something. I can tell you there are spots of rain. It's actually blowing towards us at the Radcliffe Road end, because it's coming in through the open window here. 1 or 2 drops. The ground staff are ready, and this is a real old shame. You feel for the ground staff, forget the cricket, but the ground staff and the spectators don't deserve this, as this is pushed back to the bowler. The spectators that have stayed have done terrifically well. Their commitment over the last 3 hours, well, certainly a couple of hours, is to be applauded. 253 for 9. It could have been over, this match, just after 3, when Leicestershire were 9 down. Notts then proceeded to drop Finan twice and Parkinson once. Hutton bowls and Parkinson defends, stays on 26. That's one of the initial 6 overs. 253 for 9. Who's going to bowl at the far end? Dane Patterson it is. Hands over his cap to umpire Pratt. Notts getting around quickly. I won't say they absolutely sprinted. They will obviously feel the rain out there. A little bit of light drizzle. Stephen Mullaney has just had a word with the umpire. And they're back out there now. Leicestershire resuming 253 for 9. The scenario is that Notts have got 6 overs to try and finish this off this evening and could also claim an extra half an hour. But they've got out there. They've had 1 over of play. Still not got this wicket, but it is starting to drizzle again. So this is very much in the hands of, well, the weather, if it eases up, or the umpires, whether they want to leave them out there. Notts desperately pressing for this last wicket so they don't have to come back tomorrow. Leicestershire's last wicket pairing already put on over 80. A boundary takes the score to 257 for 9. That was a nice pick up and clip away by Finan onto the leg side. Sam says it's chucking it down on the top of Musters Road, which isn't very far away. Nick, thank you. Filthy again in Beeston. It is drizzling. There's Patterson. Finan on 58. Bowls now through the forward press of Mikey Finan into the gloves of Tom Morse. Just waiting for the feed to drop from BBC Radio Nottingham Studios. Here comes Patterson to bowl to Finan, nicked, and Montgomery's caught it. Now, was it off the pace? Giving him out. Finan, in fact, was walking. I think Mikey Finan has made up the umpire's decision. It was a good catch from Montgomery at second slip, and Patterson with the wicket as the drizzle falls here at Trent Bridge. Leicestershire are all out for 257. Notts have won by 241 runs, therefore, and it is Mikey Finan who's last out, edging to Matthew Montgomery at second slip from the bowling of Dane Patterson for 58. Patterson finishes with 3 for 92. 3 wickets also to Brett Hutton and Stephen Mullaney in this innings. And on in the nick of time comes the hover cover with the drizzle falling. So it took 10 deliveries for Nottinghamshire to wrap it up after they'd got out there. The last Fox's wicket went down just after 3 o'clock, and just after 6 o'clock they lost their last wicket. Richard Ray just back alongside me just to see the actual last act of this 3-day chapter. Good catch by Montgomery. Ironically, a slip catch. There's been so many go down in this game, but it is done and dusted, Richard, in 3 days.
It is, and it probably is how it should have been, really. Notts will certainly feel that they did miss several chances to dismiss both Finan and Parkinson much earlier, and it would have been frustrating for them had they had to come back tomorrow. The forecast actually isn't too bad for tomorrow, so the odds are we would have got plenty of play and it would have come to an end tomorrow. Well played, Nottinghamshire. Well, Paul Johnson said on air yesterday, didn't he, that they shouldn't be in this division, and the way they have played in this game, despite missing as many players as they are at the moment, including leading scorer Ben Duckett, suggests that is the case. Leicester shows a bit of late defiance, but their red ball problems continue. Thank you very much to Nottinghamshire for their usual excellent hospitality, and to you, Dave, as well, for your company over the last 3 days.
Thank you very much, Rich. Always enjoy sharing the commentary box with you. Safe travels, not only home this evening, but around the grounds over the next 3 weeks. The Foxes have got 3 games left to play. Notts have hey, wouldn't you know it, after 6 weeks without a game, they've got a bye week next week, and then we resume in a fortnight's time at New Road against Worcestershire, and then back here at Trent Bridge for the last act of the season, a home game against Durham, when Nottinghamshire will be certainly hoping that by then they've going into it they've secured promotion, and by the end of it at least they have won the Division 2 title, if not before. Notts have won by 241 runs. Thank yous from me to the wonderful camera crew that we've had throughout the game, round and about the ground in all sorts of weather conditions, and to Kirsty and Aaron, who look after the production side of things. Special thanks to Kirsty, who's kept us on air throughout. To all the guests that have popped in, Grace Ballinger's been with us us today, and we've had lots of guests earlier on in the game. A reminder, if you're watching the live stream, please continue to do so, because Aaron Lord is already down on the boundary edge, microphone in hand, and he will get whatever reaction he can to this. But Notts have got their 7th win of the Division 2 season. They will extend their gap. Other games, of course, going on at the moment. We'll have to see how Glamorgan finish tomorrow in their match against Worcestershire to know how far clear Notts are, but it's looking good certainly for that Division 2 title. From myself, Dave Bracegirdle, many thanks to everybody that's been with us over the course of the game, and to everybody that's sent in your correspondence. It really is appreciated. Try and give as many shout outs as we can, and also thanks to all the Leicestershire supporters that have also been in touch. It really is appreciated, and we wish you all the very best. Rain's falling at Trent Bridge. If you're listening on the BBC Sport website and app, I'll say goodbye. If you're following on the live stream, as I say, stay tuned as we hand back over to Aaron.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a last few hours we've had here on Trent Bridge Live. First of all, I have to say a big thank you to Steve Burks and his crew. They've done an amazing job to get some play in at the end there, and even as it was raining literally when the lads came back out, it has managed to be worth it, because Joe Clark in the slips held on to that catch, and Nottinghamshire have taken the wicket. My apologies, it was Matthew Montgomery apparently. So Monty, I am very sorry. Joe Clark, you've got another chance in the next game. But yes, the main thing is really Notts have got that victory, and what a crucial victory it could be. We are going to try and speak to Stephen Mullaney, the captain, but as I'm sure you could imagine, there'll be some words going off up in that dressing room, because the players went off about 4 o'clock, and to be honest, I don't know how we managed to, not go off before then, because it was absolutely pitch black here at Trent Bridge. But 2 hours later, the lads came out and they did get that victory. But we are going to try and speak to Steve Mullaney very, very shortly, so do stick with us. I've just heard the celebrations. I've watched a lot of cricket, Mull. You've played a lot of cricket. Just explain those last 2.5 hours to us.
Very strange from obviously Brett bowling that spell where he got 3 very quickly and then dropping a catch, Linden the first ball of the number 11, and then for the number 11 to go on and top score with 58. I thought he actually played really well after we dropped him, and he kept sort of every gap we had, he kept hitting it. So fair play to him and Parkinson sticking around. But you know, we knew that we thought that we only, if we'd have got on for 1 ball, we'd have backed ourselves to win, and we got on for I think 10 in the end. And luckily Monty held on to 1, and we managed to get 20 points, which could be a huge 20 points in our season. Just
a word for obviously Steve Burks and his ground staff, because I mean it was pitch black and there was this massive cloud over there, thunder, lightning. I couldn't really work out why it hadn't absolutely tiddled it down, but they've done an amazing job to get you boys back out.
Yeah, especially the quick turnaround. You know, he's had a busy month as Steve and his team, but yeah, for us to, I think it rained heavily for a little bit, 10 minutes, but it wasn't, you know, drenched. So, and he was getting messages up to us that it would take him about half an hour. So, you know, credit to them, and we obviously thank them. But I just want to say, I think to win in 2.5 days, I don't care who you're playing against or what game you're playing in. To do that when you get bowled up for 200 on day 1 is a magnificent effort, and credit has to go to everyone in that team.
I was just going to say, I mean, looking at the scoreboard up there, it's been one of those games where potentially at times you feel up here, then down here you feel a little bit frustrated, and like you've just said, to win it in the manner that we have, 20 points as you say, I mean, there's 2 games left, but it feels very much like with everything that's happened in the last couple of hours, it could have been a crucial day here.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we've just had a chat as a team there. I think we basically, everyone said we played nowhere near as well as we can play bat ball or in the field, and that's a positive really, that we've beat, you know, a decent side coming out. I think we got called the noisy neighbours a couple of weeks ago, so it was nice to put one over them on that. But I think if you know, to win trophies, you obviously need a bit of luck every now and then, which we might have got tonight with the weather. But you also need to win, you know, not nice games and grubby games, and that I thought that was one of them. I thought, you know, the wicket, it got better and better. It was actually quite nice to bat on today, I thought. So that's why we went with the bouncer theory to try and take the pitch out of it. But the effort from everyone over the last 2.5 days, 3 days has been magnificent.
For you personally, it felt before you came on, you had a little chat with a couple of the players. Obviously, Dane Patterson White was bowling, and then you chose to bring yourself on, and then you had a lovely spell with the ball as well. Was there a conversation about you coming on, or what was that?
Yeah, well, Fletcher's been trying to get me on for 2 days. But no, I bowled well in the last couple of games. I was actually coming on to swap Liam ends, and then Brett bowled a good over, and then I ended up getting a wicket, so we went a bit longer. Yeah, they came out nice and it was swinging, and obviously I got a bit of luck with one, caught mid off, but the other 2 were nice balls. Felt like I could have had 4 or 5, to be honest. I felt like in control. It was just a nice feeling to have, that I felt like I was in the game more or less every ball. And then, you know, for Brett to come in and bowl that spell, and then Dane obviously to finish it off was brilliant.
A lovely catch as well there by Monty as well. Yeah, they all count.
It does. It didn't hit the ground, thank God.
It says C Montgomery, so that's all that matters. No game next week, so obviously a rest week as all the other teams in the league kind of catch up, etc. And then 2 games, obviously away at Worcester first, and then Durham here for the final game. What's going to be the message to the lads over the, maybe not the next couple of hours, but over the coming days and weeks?
Probably have some time off, because everyone's been quite busy with it, with the 100 or the Royal London, and then we come straight into this. Some lads have played 36 hours before in front of a packed house at Lord's, so I think that's underestimated how hard that was for people like Tom. You know, we were there, but we obviously didn't play, but it was still took a lot out of us.
Emotion as well, I imagine.
Emotion, yeah. I was actually very good, actually. I went to bed quite early. But I think first and foremost, enjoy some time off with your families and friends, and you know, have a bit of downtime. I think we're training 3 days next week, at the back of next week, and then we're obviously off for the weekend and then go to Worcester. So probably watch that Middlesex Glamorgan game next week with a bit of interest. You know, I think Glamorgan, I don't know what the point situation is going to be, but I think we're going to be in a healthy position, and they play each other next week. So I think by the time we get to Worcester, we'll know probably the mass what we need to win it. Hopefully it's only 10 points or something, but we'll be going in with the same mindset. We want to finish off losing 1 game and winning all the rest, and a couple of draws. So we want to finish off with 2 wins, especially the last one here at home in front of our home fans, because it's a long time, 6 months off before we come back next April. So yeah, the message will be very simple: is go out and play the same way as we played and with the same intensity we've played, and we'll be absolutely fine.
And I imagine just finally to finish at home, whatever happens at Worcester, is another thing to look forward to, isn't it?
Yeah, we love playing in front of our fans. I think, you know, this afternoon there was quite a lot in watching, and you can hear them, especially when you play to one side, you're basically in the crowd. So you're getting some advice off some of them, which is nice. And it is, yeah, and it'd be nice to, you know, after what we went through from, you know, 17, 18, 19 with the red ball stuff, it'd be nice to sort of finish off with a trophy in the cabinet and lift that in front of our home fans. So that would be lovely, but we know there's a lot of hard work still to do before then.
Certainly is. Well, congratulations
Thank
to you and all the lads. Enjoy the little rest. I'm sure I'll see you.
Sure.
And I wish you well at Worcester.
Cheers. Thanks, Aaron.
All right, mate.
Thank you,
Thanks very much for that. Okay, thank you to the captain, Stephen Mullaney. And I know I've said it, but I'm going to say it again. Congratulations to Steve Burks and his crew, which meant that Notts got that victory. 20 points they take. And you never know. There might be a pot of gold over the rainbow coming very, very shortly. Until next time on Trent Bridge Live, good night.